in attack Bo Mixon, and all of them was women.
Or what the council didn't vote on. So it's important, so important, not just to you and not just to me, but the whole city of Flint, the whole county of Genesee. We need that abolished. We need your vote. We need your cooperation to help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Jefferson.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, people are saying they cannot hear on the YouTube, and that is breaking up.
Stand by, we're correcting our feed on YouTube. Unfortunately, our feed on channel 17 is down. I will correct it as soon as I can.
Thank you, Paul.
Next public speaker.
Claire McClinton, Flint, Michigan. I'm a member of representing the Democracy Defense League, and I want to follow up with what and support what Bishop Jefferson said, that this council need to pass the resolution to abolish the emergency manager law. I want to thank Councilman Quincy Murphy for introducing the resolution. This resolution represents a pushback on a long, treacherous an unpleasant experience of emergency management in Flint. No city in this state has suffered the consequences of emergency management more than Flint. The poisoning was a result of that legislation that switched us to the Flint River. The emergency manager law precipitated that. And there's a lot of unpleasant memories attached to that. I remember it was this time of year in 2015, I remember you, Quincy Murphy, and you, Eric Mays, us out there in the cold, bitter cold, hands and toes sweating, marching for clean water. And we still on the battlefield for clean, affordable water here in this city. And the emergency manager law is what set all of this in motion. Bondholders and Wall Street interests was satisfied and benefited from the switch to the Flint River. Since the water crisis began, JP Morgan and Wells Fargo and Stridale, they have not missed one bond payment. There was no sacrifice of the bondholders in the switch. They made money off the switch, and they have never, even during the COVID, the water crisis, and all of that, none of them has lost a nickel. We have lost lives, lost our water rights, and a host of other indignities and suffering because of this. So I'm proud that you all are considering this. I hope it passes, and then I hope you follow up with it when you're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClendon. Next public speaker. Any more public speakers?
My name is Gary Bernard, 67, live at 2488 Zimmerman Street. I've been to quite a few of these council meetings. I know a lot of members. I want to say that Mayor Neely is on for his second term, and he's doing a great job. We have an awesome mayor that wants to get things done. We've had mayors in the past that they try, but they fail, you know. But Mr. Neely is awesome. So I'm just giving you guys gratitude for the council and our Mayor Flint, you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Any more public speakers? Please approach the lectern.
My name is Minister Booker T. Stephen, Almighty God. He gave me the same dream that Martin Luther King had. Martin Luther King went and said he had a dream, been to the mountaintop. And he said, let freedom ring. And all of a sudden I was going through my Bible and I was reading Proverbs, and it states, it says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. Whoso love wisdom rejoice his father, but he that keepeth company with a harlot spend his substance. This is the law of the land. And God want to lead his people to the promised land. To the promised land. The water, what they did to the water was wrong. And the water bill constantly going up. People can't afford to pay it. But anyway, it's in his hands now. God Almighty. I represent God Almighty, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Minister Booker T. Steve. That's all I got to say for right now.
Thank you, Minister Stevens. So public speaking is now closed. Now it's time for council response. Any response from the council? Any response from the council? Last call,
Yes,
Mr. Murphy.
thank you. First of all, thank you all to all the speakers who spoke. To Bishop Bernadelle Jefferson and to Clara McClinton, that thank you guys for all the hard work and paving the way for people like me to be sitting in this seat. Not only that, I've watched what the emergency manager done. Bishop Jefferson, I can remember when you guys were out in the village collecting signatures to repeal Public Act 72 or 4. I think it was Public Act 4. Public Act 4. Yeah, Public Act 4. And y'all have received all the signatures, and then they turned around and created Public Act 436. And the devastation that Public Act 436 did to this community, I have reached out to Senator John Cherry at Rite Aid. We ran into each other. And I said I wanted to work on repealing Public Act 436. What he was like, okay, well, we already working on the bill. Good. Let's work together so that we can work together as a council symbolically with the council and the co-equal branch of government, the mayor, to support the repeal of Public Act 436. So he said we already had a bill that we finna introduce in Lansing. I'm like, great. And it was created by State Rep Brenda Lawrence out of Pontiac. And we met today about an hour ago for the first time. And to see them coming together and move forward, I look forward to passing this resolution. Not only do I look forward to passing this resolution, thank you, Clara McClinton and Democracy Defense League. I look forward to looking at the emergency manager orders and figuring out what we need to do to get rid of some of the orders that's still in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman
Yeah,
Murphy.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Bays.
this is the position I take. For the last few decades or so, we've had a Republican-controlled state legislature. I'm gonna congratulate the voters across the state of Michigan, particularly including Flint and others. We now have a Democratic legislature in the state of Michigan. That's the key to repealing the emergency manager law. But the emergency manager law started out with Democrats. It was amended and changed by Republicans. I remember when we started getting petitions. I've sat here on the council under emergency management. I look at the politics of what's being played. The resolution that we pass, I'll support it, but it's nothing in a letter more so than residents can send to the state of Michigan to repeal it. Residents all across the city of Flint can call their state rep, their senator, they can send letters to the governor, and that's what this resolution will do. It'll support something that's already happening. The Democratic legislature, if it's repealed, changed, or amendment, will get credit. Local politicians, Gary, I kind of respectfully disagree with you, but Mr. Neely and Scott Kincaid and them sit here when, in my opinion, they welcomed the emergency manager in. Didn't fight it. I don't agree that Mr. Neely is doing a fine job right now. He's been deceptive. He's costing us millions of dollars in liability right now, from the police department to the fire department. And I know the politics. I was looking at the 4 o'clock news before I came here, looking at Mr. Murphy and Neely and them standing in a press conference. So congratulations for your work over the years. Miss Bishop Jefferson, Miss McClinton, and all the other activists. And then these politicians who wanna, in some ways, I'm gonna just leave it at that. I was headed toward grandstanding and politicking, but I'll leave it at that. But I know it for a fact
Mr. Mays,
that it was folks who sat on this council at the time, and folks in Lansing from Emerson to a bunch who could have done better. Thank you so much.
anyone else for council response? Oh, no, only council, yeah. Mhm. All right, so seeing none, I will be the last to go. We are definitely excited to see some movement behind this, but not just that, happy to see unity between administration and also the council. A special thank you to Councilman Murphy for taking the lead on this. And special thank you to Senator Cherry, for that meeting in Rite Aid. You just never know where you get business done. So keep doing the work, and that's it. All right, so next we're on to resolutions.
Madam President?
Mr. Murphy?
Yes, I would like to move Resolution 220530.2, the adoption of the proposed amendment rules governing meetings of the council, and Resolution 230043, approval of the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, City of Flint Police Officers Association to council with any separations.
Okay, there has been a motion to move resolutions 220530.2 and resolution 230043 to council. Do we have any?
Support.
All right, it has been seconded by Ms. Priestley. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Mays?
I'm gonna ask to separate 220530.2. Same but two of them, that means we'll vote on them separately and discuss them separately.
Okay. Any more discussion in the first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was a separation as it relates to discussion. If I've got the floor, I'll proceed with discussion on what's been separated.
Proceed.
We had a clear conversation. I don't know if the majority agreed, but we had a clear conversation. I'll wait till Attorney Kim stop talking. What y'all doing and talking about up there is way, I guess, more important than what I'm talking about. But you know, y'all listen to Attorney Kim more than you listen to me and yourself sometimes.
Proceed, Mr. Mays.
You don't have to interrupt me and tell me to proceed. I'm proceeding, Madam Chair. You're kind of out of order. When I get the floor, it might be hard for you to listen, but it's just the way it is. I have 5 minutes. I don't have to have you telling me every 2-3 minutes to proceed because I'm talking about you. It's not proper. But you do what you want to, and when you do what you want to verbally in a meeting with me, I'm gonna say and do what I need to do. Just remember that. I'll use my 5 minutes any way I choose, even if it have to deal with you and being in order and politeness and decorum versus Attorney Kim telling y'all can deliberate outside meetings in violation of the Open Meetings Act. Sometimes concentrate on what you can read and what you know versus a city attorney who exploited y'all to try to get a position. Let me get back to this resolution. I call folks lately, and even in the previous council, the Fab Five, the Foolish Five, the Sensational Six, because they vote in blocks and groups, somewhat like a gang mentality. These rules ain't ready to be adopted today. You, Quincy Murphy, Piper, Herkenroder, Priestley, y'all might vote to adopt them. But these rules, I want the public to know, and I'll discuss it more when I get a chance. Bishop Jefferson, Claire McClendon, and residents of the city of Flint, these rules say that you only can have public comment once if we have 4 committee meetings on a Wednesday. I guess Attorney Kim advised them that they could change the rules. When a meeting is called to order and adjourned, the next meeting, you still should have public comment. It's the Open Meetings Act. They went behind the scenes, some of them with Attorney Kim, and he told them they could have it once. If you got finance committee meeting, you don't have to have it no more for governmental, legislative, and grants. It's the most foolish thing I ever heard, and they got them in here. I've talked to folks in Burton and other places. You sit here and you take care of the business until it's done. I don't care if it's 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. We running a multi-million-dollar corporation. They got in here, meetings ought to adjourn at 10 o'clock. If the legislative body in Lansing and Washington had such a rule, you know, you recess and you come back the next day. If you have to do it 2-3 days till you get the people's business done. You got some misguided new council people, and I know kind of who misguided them, in my opinion. And I sure got the right to my strong opinion. So it'll be a public hearing. I don't think that they'll vote not to have it today. I don't even think they'll vote not to change or amend these rules without discussion. I know Ms. Winfrey Carter, I think Ms. Burns, myself, we said call a meeting, discuss the rules and get them right before you move for public hearing and adoption. We've called meetings on the ARPA funds. They don't show up. It ain't a quorum. You got high absenteeism. Miss Worthing is the most atrocious. Miss Herkenroder want to be president. She ain't even been here. Piper be missing in action. And they want to do the business of the city. The Lord done blessed me with attendance for 10 years. That's part of the job. Let alone having meetings on rules and things of this nature. Now,
Mr. Mays, that's your time.
I hear it. 2 5-minute rules. Now, I want you to interrupt your allies and not say wrap up and treat me differently when that clock go up. I hear it, and I know the rules. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any more speakers in the first round? Any more speakers in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
thank you. When it comes to the council rules, there are several rules. I've spoken on it before, and there are some rules that needed to be added in. Our process, I think how we got them, we should have had a meeting to where everyone could have talked about them, because there's some issues that aren't on here. I think when we look at the 10 o'clock time, no one wants to be here. And we are, Flint is a city. And a lot of times we don't get our information until right before we're here, because there are walk-on resolutions. And that's nobody's fault necessarily. So when we have these walk-on resolutions, we have to debate it, go through it, because that's our responsibility. Not just vote on it, get it over with, because you want to get out of here at 10 o'clock. That is not the goal. When none of us ran, not one person ran on, I'm out of here at 10 o'clock. And if you didn't watch council meetings beforehand, you weren't aware, because these meetings have always went long. And there's a lot of new development coming into the city. That takes time. It takes time. And we do vote in blocks. We vote in blocks to take away things. We vote in blocks if we don't like, or certain people, if we don't like people. We vote for retribution and all the silliness. We don't vote for the best interest of some of our colleagues or the residents. We don't do that. I don't believe in the 10 o'clock. You can't say there's business and by 10 o'clock, if it's not done, I'm out. That's just not a good way. We didn't run on that. Not one single person up here ran on, if it's not done by 10 o'clock. So you're flipping the script on the residents. If we're done, let's leave. We've had some times we've left early and business was done. But sometimes we've had to stay late to take care of the business because we have to vet a lot of this, and we owe it to the residents to vet. That to me is for me, that's important. And then also I had emailed, because when we first started out, we were supposed to email to the council or interim, which was Ally Herkenroder at the time. And I'd emailed her about social media. We need to address social media. We got people on this council who think they some keyboard gangsters and warriors. We need to address conduct on social media with council members, and it's not on there. I emailed that to Ally, and we talked about it at one of them, I believe, but I don't know what happened with that. So I think there are some adjustments that I think a working session would go through, but I want to make sure when we're doing this, what's important to you may not be important. We have to respect what each other feels and what's important. And we're not doing that. We're running right through because we know we got 4 votes or 5 votes, and it doesn't matter. And it shouldn't be that because it's putting us on the side to where I'm not going to vote for nobody's stuff if you're going to keep killing mine. And it doesn't matter how respectful we are because some people just have some terrible attitudes, absolutely horrific. And we got to get past that. Through you, well, I don't need through Councilwoman Herkenroder, I had asked you for a meeting a month ago to speak with you. I need to speak with you. Verbally, I had did it, and then I sent the email. We have got to bring this council together. We've got to. That is the job and the role of the council president, to remain unbiased and impartial, because we are steadily split. And it's not getting any better. When people say what happened with the exchange, the communication is a problem. People are on one side and not willing to budge. And that has got to change. I emailed you probably 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks prior to that, I spoke with you a couple times verbally. It's important because I don't want to talk about it in public. I've asked and requested privately, and I would ask that you request that so that you and I can talk about the things that are of a concern to me, and which would be the residents also in my ward. And these are some of the things we talk about. How does this council work together? We're not. We have to do better. If I can't get the council president to talk to me, and this is about, and I don't even think I think it'll be a good conversation. I think both of us will get something out of it to help move the council forward together. I really do. And I don't think that you ran at the time to have this council split, but I'm not seeing you do anything to help keep it together. And we can't keep ignoring the issues which are here, because they're here. So these rules, one, we need to address conduct for social media. We do. And how that we also need to address conduct for council members taking pictures of other council members and putting it on social media. That's inappropriate. It's inappropriate.
Thank you, Councilwoman Burns. Anyone else would like to speak in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a lot of things we need to address, and particularly some of the rules. And I have been saying over and over that we need to have a rules meeting, and we have never had the meeting yet. So with that being said, I will not be voting to send this to council. And if it goes to council, I will not be voting on this period, because I'm going to stand strong on this. We need to have a meeting. We never have had a meeting. We need to sit down at the table and we need to discuss these rules and make some changes. I'm not voting on this. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much. These rules have been going through the process for a year, I believe. We had an ad hoc committee that was put together. We tried to have a meeting, I believe, or discuss these rules, and they wanted to go, some of my colleagues, I'm not sure how many, wanted to go line by line and talk about each rule, when we could have just went through the rules, looked at them, made our recommendations. I believe the Rules Committee requested for us to give our recommendations of some changes in the rule. I'll be supporting moving this to council. We need to adopt some rules. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the first round? Second round,
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I don't care how quietly and politely Mr. Murphy try to talk. What you said ain't honest and truthful. Part of it is a lie. These rules dealing with no public speaking and ending at 10 o'clock ain't been in circulation no year. Every year, council should discuss rules based upon the charter. This council has never met, and if you listen close and run the tape back, Mr. Murphy said some council members, namely me, want to go through them line by line. That's how you do resolution, rules, and law line by line. Item by item. He act like that was a sin. So, Mr. Murphy, I'm saying it right here in front of you and everybody, and the tapes is there to be seen. We haven't went through them line by line nor page by page. You, Ms. Herkenroder, Ms. Presley, the Fab Foolish Five, y'all done listen to Attorney Kim, and y'all believe that y'all can meet outside of a meeting and take care of business in violation of the Open Meetings Act. You can't. It's illegal. I'm listening to Ms. Burns. Ms. Burns, I wouldn't care if I'm the president or a regular council person. I don't need to talk to Ms. Herkenroder outside of a meeting, because if Quincy talking to her about the same subject and you talking to her about the same subject, 3 or more discussing business outside of a meeting is illegal. You do it in a meeting, in the public eye. And that's what this council ain't getting. All these behind the scenes illegal meetings, until the legislative, you want an appeal emergency manager law, tell them to repeal the Open Meetings Act. But until that Open Meetings Act is repealed, y'all need to quit violating it. And I want the public to understand that. Everybody's sitting up here like they big shots, talking to each other, people who they like, discussing meetings behind the scenes, then coming out here with decisions because Attorney Kim told them 100%. Look at the tape of April 2022. That's what he tell them. I say 100%. These folks vote in violation of the rules to remove me. They vote in violation of the rules, saying that's not a point of information or a proper point of order. And then they be way in left field. This is a rogue council when it comes to rules. I'm waiting to get them in court on the witness stand, them and Attorney Kim. The judge said the other day, the special prosecutor, Attorney Kim will never hit the stand. She said, I don't care if Mays wants the Attorney General. When I sign a subpoena, be there. So it's going to get real serious. I'm that type of guy. I done seen council people, Gary, from Kate Fields to Maurice Davis, and them act a certain way. It's just a matter of time before they gone. This is a rogue council. This special hearing ain't ready to go. It warrants discussion. We could get in it now if it wasn't for these goofy rules. You can't discuss rules in 5 minutes. Through you, Madam Chair, to Davina, When did this agenda with these rules attached get done and get put in my mailbox?
Friday, I just did an amendment today.
Friday?
But.
Okay, I got it today. It ain't ready. Now watch this. I don't care what happens with this amended motion, but I'm gonna make an amended motion to buy 5 minutes to discuss a couple of rules, whether the amended motion pass or fail. So I make a motion to amend the motion to send it to council to postpone it back to committee meeting, and I so move.
So are you amending it to go to legislative? Mr. Mays?
Legislative, governmental operations, we don't even get to legislative. Y'all be gone, absent, missing in action. I'll say governmental operations because sometime y'all be here.
Oh,
Point of information.
Ms. Hurkenroda?
I did just want to remind the body that this came out of special affairs. So if we're going to send it back to any committee, it should stay in special affairs. So I don't know if that changes your mind, but that's.
Point of order. A point of information, Ms. Hurkenroda, is a quick inquiry. You making a statement. I don't care about you making a statement, but Madam Chair didn't check me. What statement did she just make to be? If she was talking to me, who was the point of information to me? Ms. Lewis, do you know? But you sure were making a statement. You wouldn't make no quick inquiry. And y'all be warning and throwing me out. You said in your statement, it was in special affairs or something of that nature. What was your statement? That's a point of information. Clarify your statement.
Okay, so we have an amended motion.
Point of information.
What's
To
your
Ms.
point?
Hurkenroda, I'm asking her to clarify her statement.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So the rules come out of the special affairs committee. So if they're to go back to any committee, they should stay in special affairs.
Ms. Hurkenroda, if I may.
Point of order.
Yes,
Dr. Lewis, you have the floor, I believe.
thank you.
What's the
All right.
point of order?
Second on this motion.
Yep, so
Point of
So
order.
we are-
What's the point of order?
the point of order is I have the floor.
Point of order.
Mhm.
No,
What's
the
your
point
point?
of order that was, she was out of order making a statement. My point of order is that, and my point of order is that you asked me to clarify what committee. And she made in a statement, as I'm clarifying what committee, she do a point of order because I guess she don't want me to clarify. She wanted to be in special affairs. I did clarify and say the motion I made is for it to go to governmental operations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mays. So we have a motion on the floor to amend Resolution 22053.0 to send it to government operations. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Murphy Carter?
I'll support that motion.
So it has been properly second. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
I made this motion to make a point and prolong it about the rules. Ms. Hurkenroda was dead wrong making a statement under the cloak of point of information saying it was in special affairs, it should stay in special affairs. That ain't no point of information. You and her been dogging me out. Mr. Mays, that's your first warning. That ain't his point of information. Just discriminatory. The charter say you shouldn't discriminate. If you warn Mays and throw him out, she should have her first warning. In some cases, you should too. That's what's problematic about gang mentality on a body of 5, 6, or 9. My job is to highlight it. I done did it before. And those who sit quietly is just as guilty as the wrongdoers. We learned that when I was 20-some years old in the NAACP. Those who sat and let folks' right be violated is just as wrong as the wrongdoers. But what happens with this group of 5, 6, 7, or 9, they don't care.
Mr. Mays, we're asking that you stay germane to the resolution.
I'm
amended
talking about
resolution.
rules. It's Jermaine, Tito, Marlon, and Jackie to talk about rules and the abuse of the rules that y'all trying to slide through. You don't get that? Dr. Lewis, you supposed to have a PhD. You don't know talking
Mr.
about
Mays,
rules.
Mr. Mays, we're asking you again.
Point of order. Point of order. My
What's your
point is
point?
when I got the floor, don't interrupt me. And my point of order also is that when you're talking about points of information and the application and the use thereof, I can use examples of you and Herkenroth in there. That's germane. Do you get it? Rule on it.
Mr. Mayor, we ask that you please stay germane to the amended resolution 220530.2, which is the amended motion to send this resolution to government ops.
And I'm staying germane because the rules as written, y'all ain't applying them right. You don't understand them. And it's a group of y'all listening to Attorney Kim. Now, if you don't think that's germane to rules and whether we want to postpone it and send it back to have a discussion on it, then give me my first warning. Because what you're talking about being germane to the rules and the application thereof, to anybody in the 7th, 8th grade, they think you crazy. That's what I think. When I'm talking about you, Herkenroth, and the majority applying the rules wrong, creating new rules, listening to Attorney Kim, if you don't think that's germane and you talking about you got a PhD, then you being discriminatory, you don't get it, and we might need a 10th grader to sit up there to rule.
Mr. Mays, that is your first warning.
Okay, I appeal the warning.
There has been appeal and ruling of the chair. Is there a second?
I'll support his appeal. Thank you.
It has been seconded, and the chair will go first. We are currently on the resolution 220530.2, sending it to government ops. This is why our meetings run long, because we're talking about colleagues education, not using decorum, putting down colleagues, demeaning their education, just demeaning their character. When Mr. Mays made the amended motion to send 220530.2 to government ops, we should be talking about this specific resolution going to government ops. This has nothing to do with his colleague. This is strictly about resolution 220530.2 going to council. And if we continue to go down this rabbit hole, this is what causes the council meeting to run long. This is what causes our meetings to run past the 10 o'clock hour. Now, if we just stay germane to the facts, and if we argue ideas instead of with people, we will not be in this place. So I just encourage my colleagues to think bigger. Just like Councilwoman Burns was saying, we need to get along, and it starts here. So if we can just get past these two resolutions on special affairs, this meeting, we only have 2 resolutions to go through. And it's taking any other council, it might take them 15 minutes or less. But because we want to degrade, demean, grandstand, and waste the audience time as well as other council members' time, we are here. Any other speakers?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
When my ears hear what you said, it sounds like you're talking about yourself. When you want to grandstand and demean me for talking about the rules and the application thereof, saying I'm not germane, I think you're talking about yourself. We get 5 minutes. You should have stayed out of it. You shouldn't be grandstanding and trying to demean my conversation as it relates to the application and the misuse of these rules by you and the majority. All our meetings is recorded. There's a notebook in history of them. It's true that Attorney Kim told y'all you can deliberate outside of a council meeting. Look at Section 3 of the Open Meetings Act. You can't. It's illegal. It's true that you done warned me now and warned me previously, you and Ms. Herkenroder, but you didn't warn her for making a statement under the cloak of a point of information. That's germane. These rules need to be fixed. I've got the right to give examples of why they should go back to committee, whether y'all vote in a block or not. I'm not sitting up here in a fantasy world believing that y'all gonna vote to say I wasn't out of order. You gonna vote to say I was out of order because y'all like throwing me out regularly. I'm not living in a fantasy world believing that y'all not gonna send these rules back for amendment and discussion because y'all do what you want to. It's my opportunity, privilege, and right as an elected official of this first ward to discuss it. And I'll say it over and over again. I'm not demeaning your education more so than you demeaning mine. Talking about he's not germane because I'm using examples of why it should go back and why they should be fixed. And the example include you and the misapplication and the discrimination thereof. You don't get it. And I can believe that people in the 10th, 11th grade can get it. See, discrimination is intentional and unintentional. This Black History Month, they did intentional discrimination all in the South with Black folks. You doing it in 2022 with me and mad because I'm calling it out. I'm used to it. It's February. It ain't just Valentine's Day, it's Black History Month. And the repeated abuse that y'all do with me and the wrongful application of the rules, I've seen this movie before. This is the third council I done worked around. You got some folks cheering y'all on, they wrong. The majority of folks ain't cheering y'all on. I get calls from across the country, Virginia, Arizona, Mississippi. Whatever this TikTok is, I'm proud of it because it's giving me a measuring stick. Handkerchief head, Uncle Tom's, all that's coming to me. It's been coming to me since Kate Fields and Maurice Nim. And now here you say, would you be germane to the rules? I am. I'm talking about the application and the fixing thereof. Am I living in a fantasy of how to fab a foolish five who don't like to vet stuff vote? We over a year of y'all now. Well documented and recorded. So sometime don't interrupt. Sometimes don't make yourself look foolish because if anybody analyzed the tape, they'll say, do she know what relevant or germane means? I got news for you, Ms. Lewis. Germane is another word for relevant. Are you talking relevant to the rules? That's all germane means. Yeah, I'm relevant to the rules when they talk about the application and the specific rules and why they should go back. So don't try to be such a big shot. You're not being germane. Is that relevant? Like this guy here who talking to you in hand language, I'm used to him in these meetings. He done called folks certain names and did, and now he's trying to coach you in my 5 minutes. I know a lot of the players in the city of Flint. Not all of them, but I
Mays,
know
that's your
you,
time.
him, and others.
Thank you. That's your
Thank
time.
you.
Anyone else would like to speak in the appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I supported Councilman Mays' appeal because I think Councilman Mays was in scope of and relevant to the motion in question. I mean, you know, we're talking about the rules. He was talking about rules. And the fact that some council members, you guys, you don't really follow the rules. You don't even, you look at one part of a rule and then not follow the next part of the rule. So I think he was relevant. I think we should send this motion, we should approve the motion to send it back to committee. And I don't think that he should get a warning for talking about the rules that were germane and relevant to the motion. So that's why I supported Councilman Mays' appeal. And when Councilman Mays is right, and I feel like he's right, I am gonna support his appeal. And people sitting up here, you can have googly eyes or whatever, but that's how I roll, and that's what's gonna happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak during the appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Sometimes people don't like what Councilman Mays says, and he's not always right, he's not always wrong, just like the rest of us. But when it comes to the rules, the ad hoc committee should have had a meeting, just like I felt the ARPA ad hoc should have had a meeting. We didn't have a meeting. Meetings are important. So when someone has to fight with you about a meeting now, you should have had the meeting and we wouldn't have to fight about it now or to get into this debate. Ad hoc committee is supposed to take the information back and forth so that we cannot waste the time of the public. That's the purpose of that. But the ad hoc committees are not giving meetings. They said, well, you know, we tried having one, but it didn't. You can't tell people how to express themselves. That's why we have freedom of speech. We need to stop that. Each of us represent a different ward, a different demographic. My demographic is not the same as wards 1, 2, and 3. I think I may have the most diverse ward now. But when you speak up for your ward, then with this council, many times you are ostracized to where they're telling you like, hey, you shouldn't be doing this because this is what the majority, we have got 5 votes. It has to stop. It has to stop. And warnings are not distributed evenly to other council members. They just aren't. I've watched those tapes. I've been watching when, it irritated me to hear when a point of information was misused to ask Councilman Murphy, had he ever killed somebody? When you ask a Black man that, when there was Reverend Hubert Hart, who was right near Councilman Murphy's home, who got killed. That touched a lot of people, and people emailed me and called me. Did she know that? That lacks sensitivity. So some of the things that we be saying, we don't understand. I don't think maybe you knew, well, she knew that it had happened. Because if you had, I hope you wouldn't have said that. So when we talk about how everybody rolling and the different things that come up here, there are certain things that I know y'all talk about beforehand. Just like when we had the resolution came for Miss Inez Brown to be removed. That's a violation of the Open Meetings Act and of council rules. And I know that y'all was meeting. So when we talk about that, y'all come up here, y'all need to stop. The rules are important. Do the work beforehand. Let's get it right, like I said before, so we don't have to come back and do it. We can just rubber stamp it each year when it's time. Do the work ahead of time. Quit fighting the time that we're fighting to not get it right now. We could have been done. Y'all could have had a meeting. We wouldn't be talking about this right now. Have a meeting, go through it, but you want to tell people how they can use their time. That's not what you're elected for. And when you talk about not allowing the public to speak, the public has a right to speak. When you adjourn a meeting, and according to the Michigan Municipal League, that's a new meeting. You have to open it up to allow the public to speak. We are not, or not we, this council and these rules are now shutting down what members of the public get to, when they get to speak. That is a violation. To do one public speaking at the onset of what, 3 meetings, 4 meetings? It has never been done. It's not done that way in any other council. But to shut down what the public has to say, that's egregious. People only coming here for something that may be on governmental ops or just for finance or just for legislative, but to take the voice of the residents, I'm not ever willing to do that. So we talk about how we got in these seats. We got in these seats because on somebody's back, Someone fought for it to get us all, especially if you're a woman and you're a minority. And we need to understand, I'm not shutting down the public. I'm not doing that. They want to speak. This is their podium. This is their council chambers. This is the time. This is the place for them to speak. And you, Councilwoman or Madam Chair, you do issue him a warning. You don't give your other colleagues any warnings. You don't do it. Go back and watch the tapes. You don't give them. Councilman Murphy will say all kind of stuff to people, and he has to me. And he don't give warnings. And Councilwoman Eva Worthing does the same thing. You don't give her warnings. And it's condescending. And it keeps us split again. So when we talk about changing all of our behavior, yeah, we all need to. And we all get in our feelings and we get upset now because you're being shut down. I want to have the rules, have them done right. And I wanted to put in there about an address social media. And I sent that email. That was 2021, I believe, or early 2022. And it's not in there. I don't agree with Rule 9.4, Rule 6.10, Rule 5.6. We need a social media misconduct. We need a member misconduct when members threaten other people and stand behind them like they're going to cause bodily harm. When residents are hitting the audience, we need to address our rules seriously.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. I would like the floor.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. And just to the public, my colleague, Councilwoman Burns, that talked about one of my colleagues saying something about something about some murder or whatever. One thing for two and two things for certain. I want you to make sure you understand this.
No, you don't make sure nothing for me.
Point of
information. You need to warn him. You need to warn him.
Ms. Barnes, you're out of order. You do not have the floor.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Murphy.
much. Councilman Murphy.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I want to nip this in the bud. When you hear her say point of information.
What rule has been broken?
Let
Mr.
me
Mays?
finish my point of order. You out of order. When I call a point of
What
order,
rule has
cease
been broken?
talking
What
or
rule
you
has
shall
been
be
broken?
removed.
Please
Point
state
of order.
Please state what rule
Point
has
of
been
order.
broken. Please state
Point
what
of
rule-
order.
Please state what
Point
rule-
of order.
Please state which rule
I
has
make
been
a
broken.
motion, you remove. You don't cease talking. The rule
Please
says
state-
when
second
I
that.
make a
Please state-
motion, you
I second
shall
that.
be
Please
removed.
state what rule
It's a
has been
motion
broken.
on the floor and properly second. That you shall be removed but not cease talking when you hear the term point of order. I'm making the motion and she seconded it. Now you entertaining it? Because that's the only way to deal with you. You ain't gonna overtalk no privilege motion and Attorney Kim can direct you wrong.
The point of order if it is improper when you're in a point
Point
of
of
order.
order.
A point of order
Point
is
of
improper
order.
when you're in a point
Then
of order.
you shouldn't be interrupting talking about stuff. So now if it's
Mr.
not
Mays,
proper to
Mr.
interrupt, you
Mays.
interrupted me.
Mr. Mays,
When I was
is it
talking-
proper to call a point of order?
Point
within a
of order. Point of order. The rules don't say it's improper. The rules say a point of information and a point of order is a privilege motion. And the rules say whenever a point of order or point of information is called, people should cease talking and ask what's the point. Attorney Kim then ran up there to protect you and tell you to say that a point of order is not proper. In all of meetings, from beginning to end, I disagree with him and you. A point of order is the highest privilege motion. Talking should cease. The chair should ask, what's your point? And then the person who called a point of order say it and you rule on it. So don't let him make up no rule and you buy into it, good doctor. So now you're gonna entertain this point of order because we done moved it now to a motion that you shall be removed.
No, Mr. Mays, just
Officer Metcalf.
as you spoken, you said that the chair will acknowledge your point of order, and the chair
Point of
acknowledged
order.
the chair acknowledged your
Point
point
of
of
order.
The chair acknowledged
Point
your
of order.
The chair
Point
acknowledged
of
your
order.
point of
You should
order
cease talking.
when I asked you what rule has
Point
been
of
broken.
order.
We have
My point of order that was that her point of information should be entertained. You warned her for a privilege motion because she called the point of information. That's my point of order. Now you rule whether or
Mr.
not she can say point of information and not be out of order when he talks.
Mr. Mays, according to the disorderly person city code subsection, any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code
I'm gonna ask
subsection
to be
3110.
excused because y'all in the
And
middle of
disorderly
that
conduct,
trial.
assault and battery, disorderly person
Point
will
of
be subject
order.
for arrest for a misdemeanor.
Point of
Any
order.
person who prevents the
Point
peaceful
of order.
orderly conduct of the
Point of
meeting,
order.
giving one morning.
Point of
If
order.
they persist in
Point of
disrupting this
order.
meeting, that individual will be subject to
Point of
arrest.
order.
Violators shall be removed from
Point
the
of
meeting.
order.
Mr. Mays, you are in violation.
Point of order.
You are in violation
for
of
not
the
entertaining
disorderly
a point of
person
order.
subsection. So we're asking
This
if
meeting ain't
Officer
that
Metcalf,
important. Point of order. I'm
Mr.
asking to be excused from this
Mr. Mays,
meeting.
you are in violation.
We all
And
gone.
in
You
accordance
keep
to section
rolling.
3110.
This meeting adjourned for lack of a quorum at this point. Lack of a quorum.
Special Affairs meeting is now adjourned for lack of quorum at 5:53.
Paul, are you good? All righty. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're almost there. On Monday, February the 13th, I hereby call this meeting of the Flint City Council to order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Excuse me, Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is absent. We have 7 members
All
present.
right, 7 members present. Thank you, Davina. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest, and violators shall be removed from meetings. That brings us down to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Murphy, would you care to lead us in the pledge? Sorry.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we go into the prayer or blessing, I do want to elevate two things. One, any council member who wishes to honor those who have passed, but I do want to elevate the fact that Inez Brown, our long-term Flint City Clerk, her mother passed away this morning. So we want to make sure that we honor her particularly. She was one of the first African-American female store clerks in downtown Flint, and I heard a lot about her, and I'm very disappointed that I personally did not get the opportunity to meet her, and that's something that I will probably regret for a very long time. So we want to make sure that we honor her. Her name was Leola McNeely Hall. Is there any other member of council who wishes to honor anyone who has lost their lives?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I do want to honor and give my deepest sympathy to Miss Inez Brown. Every conversation I had with her, I would always ask her about her mom. We affectionately called her Granny, and she was a great woman. And her experience, and she used to watch city council meetings. She watched the meetings and had a lot to say, because she's seen us go from not being able to vote, not having any rights, and this is during Black History Month. And her family took very great care of her. I spoke to Miss Brown this morning to offer my deepest condolences and sympathy, and I was able to meet her mom. And me and her mom had a few things in common: to live that long, to that age, and to be that graceful and have that love. Her family was lucky to have her. So again, my deepest condolences for, as they affectionately called her, as we called her, Granny. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council?
Madam President.
Yep.
So I would like for the council to remember Pastor Andre Williams Sr. That's Pastor Andre Williams Sr., and he was the pastor of Greater Galilee Baptist Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others? Okay. I do want to also elevate, as we stand in silence, all of those who have lost their lives in the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. Dr. Lewis, do you want to give the blessing? And then we'll stand for a moment of silence.
Dear great Creator, we thank you for allowing us with life, and we thank you for allowing us to gather one more time in your precious name. We pray that you allow us to continue to serve this city and to serve one another. with a clear heart and clear mind. We ask that you please remember those that we are remembering today. Please honor their memory and support their family and give them peace. In your name we pray. Amen.
Let's stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. That brings us down to requests for changes or additions to the agenda. Are
Madam
there
Chair?
any? Yes.
I'd like to add resolution 230043 to the agenda.
Can you hit me with that number one more time?
230043.
Okay. All right. Are there any other addition changes before we vote on them all?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to add 20530.2
Okay.
to the agenda.
All right. Are there any others? All right. We'll vote on, I'll do chronological order. We'll vote on adding 220530.2 to the agenda. Roll call, please. Or, I'm sorry, is there any discussion on that add? All right. Roll call, please.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't call. Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
No.
Ms. Hickenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Worthing is absent. The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
Okay, that'll be added to the agenda. 5 yes, 2 no. And then to add 230043, is there any discussion on that? All right, hearing none. Roll call, please. Spoke real fast on that one.
Oh, we did it backwards. That first one was .2 and this was 4.3.
Point of information, Madam Chair, can you repeat, you did speak rather fast.
Yep, yeah, 230043.
The collective bargaining,
Yeah.
Sorry. Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
No.
Ms. Burns,
yes.
Ms. Hickenroder,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
All right, 6 yes, 1 no, that passes. That'll be added onto the agenda. All right, so that brings us back to presentation of minutes. There are none. That brings us down to a special order with the Genesee County Land Bank regarding demolition of blighted properties. Please note, this is a 30-minute special order. As a reminder, you can always extend or limit debate as we keep going through. Mr. Freeman? All right.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair, City Council, for inviting me here this evening to talk about the demolition program and our progress. I think it's really important that we make sure all of our elected officials understand what's going on with the program. I know that you probably get questions all the time, and I don't want you to be in a position of saying, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So, in light of, in transparency of our processes, I want to make sure that you all know that you can contact me at any time, and I'm usually pretty fast with my responses with emails. So if you have information requests or whatever, then my team can actually put that together for you. So I know we have a half hour, and I'm usually a talker, and I'm going to try and keep it very succinct as well. So, but we'll go through the presentation. Here with me, I have Faith Finholm, and she is my Director of Demolition at the Genesee County Land Bank. As well, we have our project manager, John Mateen, who's just joined us now and will be working on the demolition program as well. And so we are adding a few additional people as well to our staff to make sure that we're able to manage the grants that we have as well, because as you'll see in the presentation, there's a lot of layers to our grants that we have now that we've actually been successful in our fundraising. And so we'll be talking about first demolition funding. When I first came before you, we talked about the $16 million commitment and our intention and plan to leverage those dollars to create a pool of $45.3 million, which I'm happy to say we actually have achieved that. So this is some very good news. We also have some more challenging news that I'm going to share with you as well about what we did or what we discovered in all of the analysis and getting feedback from city council members about properties that needed to come down that may not have been on our initial list. But we'll get into that in a few minutes. We're going to talk about how we are selecting and prioritizing blighted structures for demolition. I'm going to talk about our 4-year demolition plan and process, and then we'll talk about our progress to date. So next slide. Oh, there we go. So what we found right now is when we initially did our snapshot of the demolitions, we thought we had 2,415 properties, about 200 of those in the Out County. Now we've actually found that we have roughly 2,950 properties that need to be demolished and about 300 properties in the Out County. So now let's talk about funding because now it looks like we're going to need to raise more money. And because we want to be able to get those additional 500 properties out as well. So our goal is to raise $45.3 million to demolish the 2,415 properties. So this is roughly 2,306 residential demolitions and 109 commercial demolitions. And the commercial demolitions that we're doing are the smaller ones. We're not doing, like McDonald Dairy or any of the larger structures. This is just the stuff that's neighborhood-based blight that needs to be removed. And so 94% of the demolitions that we're doing with all of our ARPA money will be in the city of Flint. So next slide, funding secured to date. So you'll see with the seed money, which really started with the city of Flint with the $16 million, we were able to get an $8 million commitment from Genesee County. $10 million that is coming from the Mott Foundation, $5 million that is actually coming through EDI funding. So we received initially $1 million with the support of Congressman Kildee, who then was able to get another request in that got us $4 million
Point
added.
of information. Through you to the speaker, do you have a copy of that we all can look at while you?
Unfortunately, I thought the screen would be like
I
bigger and closer.
I barely can see over there.
Yeah, sorry. No, we'll send this PowerPoint. We'll go to every single council member as well, so you'll have this information.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Can we take a 5-minute recess to get printed copies real quick?
Yeah, I would also because yeah. So let's do a 5-minute recess without objection. We'll make some copies and we'll come right back. So it is 6:33. We will be back here at 6:38 and we'll go. So, all right, 5-minute recess.
I should get the full one too.
I'm so over it. We already do the business of the city.
Oh, yeah.
Because they think he's great. They don't want
Hey, Ally, with it being my special order, do I go first? Oh, okay, thank you. Did Michael hand, or he had to go get the flyers or the PowerPoint? Okay. Okay. I thought he had had them printed out. I don't think any of us can see that.
You know, she's usually the one that introduces.
You going home? I know, I was there. And if that would eat the too.
She wouldn't cross. When there's a point of information,
Yeah.
told you.
And don't look so happy. See? No, that's not. Listen, don't answer those questions. Don't answer those questions.
So tell me how you really feel about Mr. Freeman.
We listen, we won't tell. We won't tell. And he's good answer, good answer.
He looks where it comes
Oh,
out.
okay, okay. Because I recognize your name. Okay.
So Mr. Freeman's picking off our people. We gotta watch that guy over there.
We had one good guy in the
Wait,
store.
what?
Right.
I did get a little grief over
Yeah.
that.
But it's practically y'all gave him to me. So,
Well, that is stealing the team.
Well, Faith used to work for the city of Flint as well, too, so.
Michael didn't steal me though. That was somebody else
That
years
was a
ago.
long time ago.
Faith, when did you stop working for the city?
2014.
So you've been with the band, well, you started with Phil Stair.
I mean, yeah, he was there.
Yeah, he was there at the time, so you've been there a while. Yeah. Huh? Take something for it. What'd you think? Oh, is your blood pressure up? Then go on your off. Then calm down. That's probably why you got a headache. Calm down. It's a tantric thing. Maybe it's this. Oh, this is it. And you go like that. Listen, calm me down.
We got Perry sending me pictures of my dinner.
What?
We got Perry sending me pictures of my dinner.
I'm not gonna get to eat that. What's your dinner look like?
Steak and potatoes.
Oh,
I know.
I've been doing this 8-week challenge. I've lost 30 pounds in 6 weeks. But I can only
Who's
eat
the
an 8-hour
beamer?
window.
Where's my mic?
So now I'm my 8-hour window. I'm like exercising like an hour a day.
No, you're real good for you. I've just been horrible. So.
I mean, I was very verbal for a long time,
Uh-huh.
which is why I'm now doing an 8-week challenge where I'm eating 2 meals and fasting. Also, there's fries in it, so.
I gotta go tell
2
her.
weeks left.
It's
Today,
Paul
my
back
meal,
there.
my lunch
Maybe
was
he can fix it.
4 ounces of chicken and a couple of green beans.
Wow. Well, that's why I threw the Mexican menu.
Yeah, so I had my own food.
Oh, that had to be hard.
Yeah, it was. Mexican food was great. I love me some tamales.
I know. Yeah.
The cookies at the contractor made me work, so those were amazing.
the,
Hey, Al, it's gonna be a minute. My mic is having problems.
Yeah, if we call it back to order, then we can get started and get the presentation. Yeah, let me do this. Find the trash. Why don't you get glasses then? Here you go. I've got another pair in my glasses. Give me first.
The Hill?
Yeah. No,
Quincy,
they're
put those
flowers.
glasses back on. You look like a Republican.
our extended recess with Mr. Freeman. We have how much time left, Madam Clerk?
25 minutes, 22 seconds,
25, how much?
25, 20.
25 minutes and 20 seconds left for this special order. As a reminder, we can always extend or limit debate. Mr. Freeman, go ahead.
Wait a minute, Madam Chair, I can't even ask I don't have a mic yet.
Okay, Davina's working on it.
Yeah,
We're gonna,
that's not- Excuse me, because the public cannot hear if I say a point of information, a point of order, if I have a question. I would like to be able to engage in the process, and I do not have a mic. I know time is important, but I would like to at least have the opportunity before you call it back up so I can have a mic. That's a simple request.
okay. All right. Mr. Freeman, go ahead.
Okay. So as you're saying, the funding that we assembled, we actually got contracts from the county, the city, and the Mount Foundation. All was mid-September. So then that was when we were actually cleared to work. As I said as well, we have $5 million that came through EDI funds through Dan Kilde's office. We have $4.5 million, which is it's actually a combination of treasurer dollars and land bank direct dollars. So through like our property sales, we're going to subsidize part of the demolition as well. The delinquent tax fund is where the other dollars will come through the county and the land bank. Now the 200,000 actually is through the state of Michigan. It's through the state land bank. And what happened was at the very last minute, there was a lot of earmarks with the $75 million that was allocated. And all of a sudden you saw earmarks throughout the state of Michigan. And then like Ionia, Michigan got $10 million. And the Detroit, city of Detroit and the Detroit land bank got $20 million. And then when it came to us, well, now mind you, between the Detroit and Flint, 90% of all blighted properties are owned by the city of Flint and city of Detroit. And so, unfortunately, then you could go into a competitive pool for $1 million, but they only allowed that for 3 areas, which were prosperity zones, which meant that Detroit could ask for another $1 million, Jackson could ask for $1 million, and then Lansing could ask for $1 million. We were put into a position we could only apply for $200,000. So we got it stuck to us. But good news is that the governor's just signed State Bill 7, which is a new allocation of blight funds, where the top 10 largest land banks in the state of Michigan will get $2.5 million automatically, and then we'll be able to compete for $30 million as well. So since other communities have
Mr.
gotten
Freeman.
their EDI, I'm sorry.
Just a quick question, 2.5 million each?
The top 10 land banks, which were one of the top 10, so we qualify for that funding. So we'll automatically get $2.5 million. And then we will also be able to compete for the $30 million pool, which others have gotten their fair share. So I think it's important that we advocate strongly that Flint and Genesee County get a significant amount of that competitive money. So what that brings us to now is that we've actually achieved, we now have $46.2 million is what we're able to raise in this program. But as I said before, we still have about 500 more properties that we need to take down. So then I don't foresee costs going down with demolition because of supply chain issues. Like trucks are very expensive now. Fuel costs. I mean, there's all these things which are going to make the pricing, it's going to cost more to do demolition, but our job will be to continue to raise the money for this. So selecting demolitions with community input. The land bank does not pick and choose. We actually use an objective criteria for where we go and where we demolish. And that was established from Flint residents who actually gave us the metric for how do we evaluate the demolitions. Like, is it close to a park? Is it on a heavily traveled corridor? It's a heavily populated area. So we have the Flint residents tell us exactly where we need to go. And that has actually informed our process when we're actually taking this list of the 2,400 properties. So you'll see just the next is just resident priorities. next door to occupied properties, houses in areas where people live and homes are occupied, houses near open schools, houses that are burnt, houses with fire insurance, escrow funding, houses near local parks, and then houses on major roads. Before, when we have very limited funding, that meant generally like we could only do like, if you scored 100 to 95, those would be the ones that we could demolish. But my goal through this program was to be able to accommodate everything that is on demo status. And that's what we're going to continue to work towards. So next is just like, if you go to our website, you can get ongoing information. This should be the place where contractors can get information on bid packages that are coming out. Any additional funds that we raise, we're going to use our website to publicize that. The Flint Property Portal is going to be the information management mechanism for all of our demolition. Now, right now, you'll look at this and you'll say, wait a minute, of the 2,400 aren't represented on this. We only put those into the system, into the property portal, when the ink is dry on the contract, right? So we already know we've got the funding commitments. The $4 million, ink is not dry. It's been allocated to us. We know we're going to get it, but we don't put it on there until we know the money has been obtained and we have it under contract. So right now, primarily our demo list is populated by the ARPA demos or Mott Foundation, because we know we've got those dollars allocated. So as like with the 2.5 million, that's not represented yet. So we're not done. And so even if you go to the property portal, which I highly encourage, actually, as we get closer to the demolitions and we say, okay, we know this is a bundle that's going to be, we're putting this out to bid in, February. And then we can say, okay, anticipated demolition. We can flip that in the property portal, say anticipated demolition, like March of 2023. That way it lowers our call volume when people are, they want to know, when are you going to tear this house down? You should be able to see it all the time. And so I would encourage you to recommend that people look at the property portal when people have questions about when something's going to come down, or if it's part of the demo pool. So next, demo plan and process. There again, these numbers in planned demolitions by fiscal year, they don't represent the total number of demos that are taking place. You're actually going to see now, like, let's say if we ramp up in 2023, we almost tear down 700 properties, and that number is going down as we get more money. Then it likely will be like 600 or 700 demos per year as we get additional funding. And so, did I say that right? Because my demo director, I'm actually speaking for her, and it makes me very uncomfortable because I could say something wrong at any point. And I told her that she is more than happy to to correct me if I am wrong. So these numbers will go up, and we're going to update that within our presentations as well. Now, the easiest part of a demolition is the demolition itself. A house can go down in 4 hours, roughly. But it's all the upfront work that people don't realize and understand. We have to keep people safe. Flint residents have been poisoned before, and we don't need this demolition program to be something that poisons Flint residents, because almost all of the properties that we have friable asbestos in them, or there's asbestos that through the demolition process will become airborne. It could make people sick. We're highly regulated by the state and the federal government. I heard their quote one time was, Flint is big enough to matter, small enough to manage. So the oversight that we get is extreme compared to like Detroit. Like, they can come in and they can watch every single demolition that we do, and they do. And I think that, and Faith can probably speak to this better, but like, she is the queen of all the upfront work. She knows the regulations, the requirements, because we have now, imagine with all these different funding sources, we have a lot of different rules and requirements as well. And so we have to run it so we don't get fined like the Detroit Land Bank, who's paying now a $1.5 million fine because under hardest hit, they just didn't manage the grant correctly. It wasn't like money, nothing illegal happened. It was just they didn't have the backup documentation. And we're actually, we will be, the oversight for Department of Treasury funds is that through SIGTARP. And SIGTARP wants to find that you did something wrong. And so fortunately, the last time we had a demolition program, we had a little bit of fighting with SIGTARP, but we didn't have to pay any money back because we actually ran a very good, clean program. So if you look at
Point
demolition
of order.
process, you know,
Mr. Freeman, just a second, there's a
Point
question.
of order. I guess my colleague getting a text that channel 17 is messing up.
Okay, Paul, did you hear that? Okay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
okay, all right. So basically, the demolition process is inspections. We have to inspect all the properties to figure out exactly what's going on. We were securing the funding. We prioritize the demos with community input. We have to do environmental surveys. So every single property that we have to figure out what exactly the environmental conditions are inside of there. And also, a lot of people think that a burnout is easier because it's, you know, let's say it's just a foundation. Actually, it's sometimes more expensive because you have to treat 100% of the site as contaminated. Like, because you can't go in and test it anymore because they can't go in and do borings and stuff like that. So it actually becomes more complicated and expensive as well. So demolition programs are tricky, but fortunately I have one of the best working on this with me. Utility cuts, that's another issue that we have to work through where Consumers Energy, you know, by law, they have to go in and do these cuts. There's actually money that's allocated towards it, but it doesn't make them any money. So I don't think they're always terribly excited to do it. But we've been coordinating them, getting them to move faster and faster on doing this. Water department, it would be faster for us to actually hire somebody to do the water disconnects for us, but the city prefers that they actually do the water disconnects as well. So these are two other things that have to happen before we can move a demo forward. So then we have to initiate environmental abatement and demolition. We abate and demolish. So this will be over 4 years that we're going to be doing this. And quite honestly, now we're doing all the upfront. We've got bid letting and we're ready to start demoing. What's going to happen is that's the front end work. And then what will happen is that the front end work will just continue, but then you're going to see demolitions happening at the same time. So it feels slower right now, but it's that ramp up. And once the ramp up happens, then actually we have a machine that's just going to become very consistent and predictable. And then afterwards, we have a plan for 5 years of maintenance on these properties. So we'll talk a little bit about that, but we'd like to use the Clean and Green program. So we're going to carve out money that will make sure that these 2,000 plus properties in the city of Flint will actually be maintained for the next 5 years.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to extend debate by 30 minutes.
Okay, is there a second?
Support.
Okay, we'll vote on that. There is no discussion. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to extend debate for 30 minutes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Promoter.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes,
All
0
right.
no.
7 yes, 0 no. We will add 30 minutes to the time, which would put us at 42:42.
Okay.
Go ahead,
All
Mr.
right.
Freeman.
So maintenance is a priority for us. We want to make sure that these look great. And then, but ideally, we're going to get people to purchase these properties. So once the demolition is complete, they will be made available through our side lot program. And then if a person doesn't qualify for that, like let's say one of our policies is that if you're delinquent in your taxes, that you can't purchase property until that you've been brought current. But they can lease in that case. And so at least we make sure that maintenance is being taken care of. So pre-qualification bidding and compliance with federal regulations. So the pre-qualification, and these aren't like arbitrary rules and requirements that we come up with. They're ones that we have to comply with, that the regulators, state and federal, require these things of who we contract with. And so they have to show proof of financial stability, a certificate of good standing from the state of Michigan, 5 years of documented equivalent experience on regulated demos, bonding capacity, licenses, capacity, and disclosure of debarment, suspensions, and violations. We have a rolling pre-qualification process, so there's no cutoff date. And so we will continue to try and get people qualified as bidders on this. So if people need some additional time, we'll go back, they can submit to us, they can resubmit and resubmit as many times as they want if they have new information or ability to change, because our goal is to have as many contractors bidding on these jobs as we possibly can, but we just have to have, the requirements, which are just non-negotiable at this point for us. But one of the things that we're doing is we're actually really working hard to identify those contractors in the community, even if you don't have the required licenses as well. There is the ability to work with a prime contractor who has that, who knows how to do the paperwork, who meets all the requirements. And like, let's say if you have trucks, I think it would be a very good thing for a prime to actually then work with local contractors, because I think there would be cost savings for them as well. So there's enough volume of work. You don't have to be a prime to actually make a really good profit off of this work as well. So we are really trying to prioritize local and minority-owned businesses. And so we've been doing contractor outreach sessions. We'll continue to do that. And also we're going to have bids that, like, let's say 100 units or 100 structures is too much. We'll have smaller bundles that will go out, so that even if you don't have the capacity to do the 100, there should be something out there that you would be able to bid on as well. So it does make it more complicated for us, and it takes longer because we're trying to make sure that the money is local and that it goes to minority-owned businesses as well. But it's just going to take us longer to do that. So, but it's worthwhile, and we're committed to doing that. So pre-qualification process, complete and submit pre-qual application. We give them a detailed review. We tell them exactly what was missing in the application. It's approved or denied, but there again, denial does not mean that you can't resubmit your information to us. So why don't you talk about the MIOSHA worker safety?
So this is just like a synopsis of what we covered in the contractor training that we held at the McCree Theater a week ago, 2 weeks ago. And so some of the things that we talked about were the requirements for federal and state regulations and compliance with them. So MIOSHA clearly has a lot of compliance issues that need to be addressed, which requires things like safety plans and suits and monitoring and medical monitoring. EGLE, the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, also has a lot of rules geared towards protecting the environment around asbestos and disposal, notification and all of that good stuff. And so that's what we're covering there. And then we also have goals. Did you want me to continue or did you want to? So we also have stated goals for MeBe Incorporation, that's minority-owned business enterprises and woman-owned business enterprises in our contracts with Mott and with Genesee County. That's 10% of contracts with Mott and 15.3% for MeBe's with the county, but we would like to exceed those goals. And so how are we going to do it? We are going to continue to reach out to our community and continue to hold community forums and contractor trainings and try to help firms connect to Mott Workforce Development. There's a Genesee County resource called PTAC that can help them get permits in place and potentially help them get the funding to get off of the ground. So we're trying to identify these resources and do some matchmaking. And then again, as Michael indicated, we would like to make sure that there are networking opportunities so that in the event that maybe you will never be a demolition contractor, but you have a trucking firm, that opportunity exists for you as well. And all of these resources, I would encourage you guys, if you're interested, to check them out on our website. We have links for them all, as we will have a video of our training at the McCree, and I imagine moving forward.
All right, so next we'll move up to progress to date. So as we said, in mid-September, we had the kickoff where we had the joint signing of contracts with the city, the county, and the Mott Foundation. So that took place in September, and then we actually got the commitments in place from the treasurer and the land bank for the 4.5. We have the money, which is the $1 million already contracted and the $4 million, as I said before. We've completed over 2,000 property inspections since we started, and additional inspections are underway. 1,910 structures prioritized using the weight scoring that was determined by Flint residents. And these are the ones that currently we have under contract, but we are actually, more contracts will come in. So the 1910 is going to increase as we get the signature on the rest of the contracts. So we've procured a contractor to assist with improving the bidding process. Utility disconnects have been requested for all 1,910 properties. We actually have gotten 500 of the utility disconnects completed. The city has completed 399 water cuts, and then 60 water cuts should be completed each month. And we've completed 388 environmental surveys. And we're doing 110 more. And that's also a procured service as well. Next slide. We've created pre-qualification process to help streamline the process of contracting, hosted 2 contractor meetings and trainings, and we have open office hours for any contractor who wants to come in and receive technical assistance and guidance. We will provide that. We've released pre-qualification requirements in December. We've reviewed 8 pre-qualification packets provided and provided feedback to them. We've approved 3 contractors. 1 is currently in review again, and we're waiting for revised submittals for 3 more contractors. Right now, we have 228 properties that are currently out to bid, 99 in the city of Flint, 129 in the out county, and we're preparing up to 128 properties to bid at the end of February. So these will continue to go out, and we will continue to get these contractors connected with work, and then we're actually going to see a lot more activity. So that is my presentation on where we are at currently. And Madam Chair, through the chair, if there are any questions that you have that we can answer, and if we don't have the answer, we'll write it down and we'll make sure we email it and get it back to you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Burns?
And thank you, Mr. Freeman. Customarily, the person who asks for the special order presented, and I was not given and afforded that opportunity. It was important to have the land bank here for the amount of questions and the questions that contractors have been asking and the amount and the volume. You answered all of my questions, you and your team, and each time you have been readily available and along with your staff, and I appreciate that. I attended your employee or the contractor training. Some feel it was more informational as opposed to like a training. They wanted more. It seems like they're struggling with the administrative, the paperwork part, and then the bonding part. I have a couple questions, and some may seem basic. Consumer Powers, I know we talked about they're cutting and plugging. When people see a yellow or an orange one, what does the yellow stand for when it's CP on a home?
That's gas.
That's gas. And if it's orange?
It shouldn't be orange. It should be yellow is gas and blue is water. If it's orange, that could potentially mean the structure has been surveyed, but I would have to see what's specifically being referred to.
And on your properties, if they write CP on a land bank home, does that mean that house is on the demo list now?
No. So consumers, as they're working through, they will sometimes retire properties. I'm not going to venture how long they've been not active, but they have been retiring properties. And then I will caution you that sometimes people like to spray paint CP on properties in hopes that it will
deter
people. Mean that it's going to be demolished.
Okay, because I just saw them put a home and it was CP and Consumer Power. On a Sunday, they were working. Yeah.
They are doing a really good
job.
They've been doing a lot better than we thought.
They had 3 trucks and they wrote CP, and I didn't know, what that was. I get calls in the association acts.
Cut and plug.
Yeah, and so they wrote the yellow CP on, and it is a land bank structure. And I didn't think it was to the point to where it should be demoed yet or on the demo list, because I know it could have some, it could be, people had lived in it within the last 8 months, I would say. So our demo start time for all of the properties, when are we looking to start demoing the homes? And I know I've talked to you and your team about this, but I want to be transparent because people are asking, when can we expect to see demos going down, taking the structures down?
Very soon. We hopefully we'll sign our first couple of contracts, probably within the next month or two. And then there's 2 weeks for notifications to the state. That's required for everything, always. And then you'll start to see it, and then we'll start rolling. It'll come on a regular basis. Hopefully, we will have our schedule published soon to the property portal so people can start looking for that.
Okay, we signed with the contract in January, or we approved it in January, was it?
City of Flint contract
City-
for ARPA was signed in October.
Okay, so the city council approved it in,
Yeah, I think it was May. It was
we
like
approved it in
April,
May and then it was signed, okay.
Yeah.
And so, and I think people need to understand that timeline because they think everything was done, 8-10 months ago in October. For looking at that, you technically lose after
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, you lose all that time because of the holidays, Thanksgiving, New Year's Eve, Christmas. So, and then, you're getting back up and restarted. So we've got that time that we were down from May to then. So reasonably this spring, we'll start seeing demos coming down in neighborhoods.
Yeah, and we have to move very quickly because of the time frame that we have to spend the ARPA dollars. Both the city and the county contracts are very stringent about when dollars have to be contracted out. Those are the dollars we're spending first. And then Mott Foundation, they're allowing us to spend their money last. So that way we can meet all the timing requirements for the city and the county so we don't lose ARPA money. And we will be flexible with that. So we're kind of prioritizing our spending and what we're using the dollars.
So, and thank you for that. And then, so you did answer that question when we were talking privately, but I wanted to be transparent with North American who had rebid. And it was just slightly placing things off, but they were the largest company to bid and they obtained the bid, but it has to be rebidded out. And so, but we're still in that same timeline. And you're encouraging other contractors to submit their bids.
Correct, yeah, and both of those, like, we're going to do concurrent bid lettings as well. So essentially, just because they had to be rebid. So just to be fair to everyone who bid on it, because they actually were the low bidder, and then things changed, and so we have to go through the process again.
It's not going to change our other schedules. We're releasing bids. There's another one with new properties. It'll still be released at the end of February.
And we did lead with there was a big bundle in the first one because we just wanted to get stuff moving. But there will be the smaller bundles which come out later as well.
And so the smaller bundles that are come out, which will obviously help out minorities, which I have talked to you about, which I think is great because it gives them an opportunity. And as you stated, the big ones, they would be doing 17 demos per week. And minorities were saying, hey, if we can get a house or two to get started, to get on the board, so we can get some skin in the game to get started, to help them with that, because where they find issues at is the bonding, the insurance, and they have to have all of this pre-qualified to say, hey, you still may not get it. And they don't have they can't bear the cost of all of that. And so that's where a lot of minorities are getting discouraged at. And I don't know how if getting the smaller bundles could be smaller, then it allows, some of those local contractors to be, get involved in it.
Hopefully, we're going to be planning some training sessions with the Genesee County Chamber and their bridge program. I can't tell you what PTAC stands for. I don't remember at the moment. NSC. Maybe, potentially, but I know that they can assist. I've actually had a meeting last Friday with a contractor that had submitted to be pre-qualified. So she came in and we did a deep dive into her application and why we require what we require. And I referred her to PTAC and she said she's already working with them. But we're hoping that will give contractors, local, minority, woman-owned, anybody that's interested, the opportunity to connect with resources that will help them to get where they need to be bidding the work as a prime if that's what they wish. But please, let's not also disqualify businesses that might not be the prime, that might still like to benefit from the funding that's out there.
Right. And you've answered most of my questions. Thank you for being here. I'll let my colleagues. I'm
All right.
done. Thank
Okay.
you.
Go ahead, Mr. Baker.
Thank you. Actually, I only have probably one question. One of my questions was answered by Mr. Freeman about the money being spent last. So my other question is, I want to kind of nail you down on record for a start date. On a start date.
Yeah.
I know you said in a couple months or whatever, we should be seeing something. So May 1st, are we going to have houses down by May 1st?
Yeah. please.
So I have to republish a bid. All bids have to be published for a minimum of 2 weeks.
Sure.
And then we give about 2 weeks for review and getting it contracted in the event that we are lucky enough to get there. And then it's 2 weeks after that because everybody has to notify the state for first abatement and then for demo.
Well, we've already let bids, or we've already let that
Right, that was
process out.
the one that we were just talking about needing to rebid.
So
So what is today? It has to go out in the Sunday paper because it has to be a widely renowned Sunday paper, so it'll be published on Sunday. 2 weeks will be Tuesday,
So March 1st will be the 2 weeks.
okay, so then that's when we'll get bids in. So hopefully we'll have it contracted mid-March, end of March. And then within 2 weeks of that, you'll start seeing demos. We'll also be releasing another bid in the end of February.
So you're saying April 1st we'll see houses down?
Yep, I said, yep, mid-March, end of March.
So just on the record, we're going to have houses down,
Hopefully, yes.
houses down the end of, I'm going to say I know how slow government stuff works in my limited time here. April 1st, we're definitely going to have houses down.
I don't like to say definitely ever.
There's a
Faith is conservative to
Yeah.
a fault. Like, what? No, I mean, no, I mean, no, let's say I just trust her that she is going to tell you what, like I'm impatient. I mean, I'm getting funders and a lot of people saying that they want to see these. I want to see them down.
Right.
But I think legitimately, I think we can have houses coming down in April, and then it won't stop. Like for the next 4 years, it should be a consistent flow that. So I know people, and that's the thing too about managing expectation. I'm really concerned about because everybody wants their stuff down first, and that's just not possible. We can't do everything at one time. So we have to all work together to manage expectation about when they're coming down. But I think you're right. The community does need to know when are we going to see the first ARPA houses coming down.
Yeah, they're
Let's say April 15th, just to be
so
conservative.
in April.
In April.
In April, we're confident in April.
We are
houses will-
confident. And then it will consistently continue.
Okay, so my next question is kind of a follow-up to that. If we start in April, we're confident with the total number of 683-ish that you have on no page number here, but the bar graph here. We're confident with the 683. Roundabouts.
Right. So I am working on the schedule. We are going to publish it. We definitely can make that. We can make it. We will need to coordinate really well with the water department.
Well,
at some
I
point.
mean, so to your point though, is we've got.
Those don't all match up. Those
we've
don't all
got-
match up. So some of those were cut previously, right? So it's not all, like, I don't have all the 388, like the water cuts that we already have don't necessarily have surveys, don't necessarily, so we have some
But if we do
surveys.
60 a month, according to your plan.
Yep.
We should be okay,
Yep,
right?
if we get there, yep.
Okay. So a follow-up to you staying on schedule for 2023 is, why do we slow down given we're starting so late in 2023 and we're able to get, we'll say 670 or 680 done in the 7-month window or 8-month window that we have left in the year? Why are we slowing down substantially in 2024? Why aren't we
Oh.
keeping that?
So that's a shot in time. I'd start with that. So that was actually, and I think if you add those up, it's like 1725. Is it 18?
I guess on all 4 years, I come up with around about 1900.
So that's for the 1910 that we had secured. So we do need to update that with
Point of
additional
order.
funding as we add more properties.
Sorry, what's your point?
I'm getting feedback from the.
Mr. Mitchell, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Jason.
That
I'm sorry,
was,
can you repeat that?
yep, sorry. If you added it up and you said it was like 1910?
Yeah, 1900-ish.
Yeah, okay, so then that was from the original, the 43.5 that we had originally contracted, right? And then we'll be adding as we secure more dollars and add more properties.
I guess my point is, if we can put the metal to, or the pedal
Yeah.
to the metal.
Yes.
I would like.
We would like to
more
exceed
done
that, yes.
in-
We'd like to
in-
exceed that and get more money and do more demos and save more houses and keep people here, 100%. If we can move faster, we will.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're not going to lock ourselves in
Yeah,
and
I'm
say,
like,
no, we're going
well,
to
why do we have
decrease.
700
Yeah.
when we slow
I
down?
would
in
like
12
to
months?
just add to that, like, so some of the funding sources that we were counting, that, like the $1 million that'll come, the original from Kildy's office, we have a lot of work that isn't going to be required from other funding sources that we have to do up front. So that also is trying to match funding sources that we're getting and when are we getting them and when can we spend them? So, but those will
But-
also go up.
Real quick, so if you get the 2.5 million that Mr. Freeman spoke about,
Mm-hmm.
you're overfunded from what your numbers that you
Yep, and so
requested.
then those numbers would go up depending on the time frame. So whatever the contract time frame.
And the cost of demolition too, because like our numbers were based on 16,000 per unit on average for a demolition of residential structure, $35,000 per unit for commercial. And, you know, the first bid that came in, the numbers weren't too scary, but we're just anticipating that they could get scary. And that, you know, we're kind of locked into this number, this idea of like at least the 2,400 properties that we went down. So even if we're over fundraising, we have more houses that need to come down. There's new houses that come through foreclosure, like 300 per year. I mean, like this is the start of like my ongoing fundraising activities where we, you know, I want to be able to maintain this even past year 4 in this. And so that we're eventually getting ahead of the demolition issue. I will say one thing that's interesting though, is that the number, like during pandemic, Deb Cherry did not do foreclosures for a year of anybody. Then the second year, she only foreclosed on non-PRE or owner occupied structures. And then I was anticipating because of that we were going to see this swell. It would be like the normal number of foreclosures that came through and then all these additional ones. It didn't happen. We basically were at the same numbers. So I'm very hopeful that our foreclosure issue is starting to diminish. You're going to see fewer properties ideally coming to the land bank. And that we're, you know, if we can tackle blight in this round over the next 4 or 5 years, and we take out all of the structures that just are non-redeemable, we have a lot of properties that we had initially thought, no one's going to want these properties. And, you know, they were on the demo list just because we thought they didn't have any hope. People are looking at these properties now, and I'm more than happy to pull properties off of that demo list. If someone wants to put money into it and rehab it, I want to see that happen. But that's also going to take coordination with the city of Flint and the building inspections department, where we're not penalizing people who want to make investments in properties. You know, all these properties get automatically put on the demo list. Once it's on the demo list, you got to pay, you know, it's additional money expense. And so we have to figure out what is the best pathway to get these properties back to contribute towards our local economy. Because I was at a public session. It was actually in Councilwoman Lewis in your area, and I thought I was going to really impress people with this demo program and that they would be excited. And this one woman looked at me and said, "This is just sad. This is like what you're telling me is that I'm just seeing further erosion of our community and what's going to be put back." So while I think this is a great thing that we're doing, it's what the Flint residents want. They want us to clean up their neighborhoods and take out these structures. We got to have a solution that starts building back neighborhoods. So it's, you know, whether it's ARPA or all the new funding that's going to come through the Michigan State Housing Development Authority or whatnot, I would really hope that the future of the land bank become more about supporting development and rebuilding neighborhoods. So I just want that for public record, people to know, demo doesn't solve anything. It's going to, it'll solve the current issues, but we got to think about what happens in 10 years.
Thank you. Are you, okay. Is there any other member of council?
Yeah,
who-
Madam Chair.
I saw Ms. Priestley, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Mays.
So where are we starting first? What part of the city?
So that's published. We're following, for the most part, the city's maintenance map, if you're familiar with that.
I've seen it, but it's not off the top.
So,
of my head.
so we actually are we're doing it by census tracts because that's how ARPA dictated eligibility, which loosely follows wards. And I think it's Ward 2 that we're starting, then Ward 1, then I can't tell you where I'm going from there.
So Ward 4, who has some of the highest demolition, will be lower down on the list?
It will.
And I find that sad. That's not fair to my residents who have an arsonist out there burning down houses all the time. And what am I supposed to tell them? I can't help them. I mean, they have so much high hopes for this program. And what you said earlier, that
Yeah.
3 and 2, 4 have the highest amount of demolitions that need to be done. And we're not going to be at the top of the list.
No, I agree with you on the arson issue on the east side is really problematic, and it's not helping us at all do our work. And
No.
that's why I've been talking to the media and letting them know, whoever this is who's doing it, it's actually making matters worse, and it doesn't actually expedite demolition. And so you're right. And, I think that we can have ongoing conversations with council people, and then, if we can be nimble at all, we will definitely do that. It is the challenge of where do you start when everybody wants and needs the assistance. But I think that these are going to be the ongoing conversations. And, I would like to thank all of the council members here are really great. Like I feel like we have good relationships, or I appreciate your input. And I like the fact that I like all of you, and I want to work with all of you. And I think that's maybe something that didn't exist previously with the leadership at the Land Bank, but I think it's critical that I work with everybody, because if I don't, then it's a disservice to the residents.
Well, I have some people who may be interested in investing in the 4th Ward. Until those houses come down, that investment's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And I can drive them around town, which there are plans to do so. And what am I going to show them? A bunch of abandoned buildings that are half burnt down or burnt down to the ground, and there's just basements. So that's very disappointing to me.
We have done a lot of work with our environmental, like our EPA grant funding on the east side. So where we did have arson, whether or not it was Brown's Funeral Home or the structure at the intersection of Franklin and Davison, we have tried to allocate those resources, given the fact that those have become very hazardous commercial structures. And we will continue, that's another thing. People don't know that the Land Bank, we actually raise a lot of money from outside our community, from the federal government through EPA grant funds. And so if, they like us because we listen to them and we work with them. And as often as we can, if we know that there's grant availability to deal with and we have a lot of brownfield and environmentally dirty properties in the city of Flint that qualify for both state and federal assistance, and we will continue to do that as well. So we're really going to try and customize our in every ward in the city, we're going to try and customize what we're doing to meet the needs of the residents. So, and that's why it's important that we talk to you as well.
Yeah, and I know you and I've talked a lot about this, and especially about the property on Davison Road, right by Averill and Dexter.
Yep.
And
we'll continue this conversation, and I'll talk to Faith as well, and we're going to figure out how we can be, a little nimble or flexible with what we do. So I want this program to give Flint residents hope. They asked for it, And I know there's a lot of people who are excited about it. And so, but if we, I don't want people to feel like they're being shut out as well. So if there's any way that we can move differently, that makes sense and doesn't increase a lot of the costs, then we're happy to talk about that. But we do have to follow consumers as well, because consumers, they keep it real tight on where they're doing their cuts. And Faith, I'll let you.
Yeah, just for moving through the city and working in an order, it's for scales of efficiency, both for consumers cuts, for utility cuts, and also for contractors, and hopefully being more cost effective so we can have a larger impact, so that we're trying to keep contractors from driving down city roads on this side of the city and then on this side of the city.
And I can understand that. It's just very disappointing to hear that we will not, the fourth ward seems to have always gotten screwed in the order of and where money is being spent. And it's got to stop. And I'm hoping to make that stop, because we spend money all over the city, but not so much in the fourth ward. So yeah, it's very.
And we'll sit down. And I know
talk.
our time is limited, but
Yep.
I am actually talking to people who are looking to make investments on the east side. And so we're actually holding some property right now for something that could be pretty exciting. So maybe, if we have some development going on, we'll offset some of the disappointment over the demolition.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, my concern is, when can we kind of get an update or a map on specifically when and where you started what properties? I'm hearing the general communications, but I want to see when and where, because I'm concerned about what I'm just hearing. Once politicians and folks get in line, people putting pressure, moving. So I want to see up front when I can get the specific information on properties in the area that I represent. And I want to double check it to see if those properties I've had communications about are on there.
Earlier in the meeting, I talked about the Flint property portal.
Beg your pardon?
Earlier in the meeting, I talked about using the Flint property portal. So like at any time, anytime you want, you can have an updated map anytime you want.
Yeah, I don't want to use the porthole.
Okay, well.
But I would, if I may,
Yeah.
if it's possible, a list was printed out to me on the front end.
Yeah.
And on the back end, I was able to look and drive and see. And then I added some off and took some on.
Yeah.
And so can that printout be made available to me?
Yeah, we can do that. And also, every time we let a bid and we publish it on our website, you can see a list of all the properties that we're actually bidding out to. So there's a couple different ways we can get you the information. So we can have by ward list. We can just keep, that for everybody as well. But there's a number of different ways that, just in light of transparency, and we want to be transparent, that people through the bid list, they can see it. They can use the Flint property portal. There's numerous ways. And the property portal, as we, get closer and closer, we can actually start being date specific about when this property is supposed to be demolished.
Yeah, and that's fine, and that can be ongoing, but
Yeah.
when can you get me an updated list on the activity that you know of now?
So I'll talk to Faith and I'll see what we can put together for you.
Okay, and I'm referring to the prior list I had and then the update.
Yep.
So what you know now as far as cuts and plugs, scheduled demolition,
Yeah.
particularly in my ward. Others might use the porthole. I might use it. I might
Yeah.
have somebody use it
Yeah.
for me, but I'm interested in what's happening now
Right.
in the first ward.
Yeah, and too, the list that we have too, like I said before, we're only putting stuff on a definitive list as we have the money is, but the ink is dry on the contract. So we have $4 million. We know it's coming. So we know that we've met our fundraising goal. But until we actually sign on that contract, we can't say, add the property. So we are going to consistently add properties with the new monies. They're committed, but we want to contractual obligation. Once the contractual obligation is, we will actually add to that list. We'll have additional properties going on there.
Yeah, the ward boundaries has changed,
Yeah.
I think, since we started this dialogue. So I want to see what I'm requesting, the first ward
Yep.
and the third ward, particularly between Carpenter and Stewart, Martin Luther King, and Saginaw.
Yeah.
So when I make this request based on conversations I had previously, I'm looking for two things. I'm looking to see what's going down and maybe when,
Yep.
and I'm looking to see if somebody came and changed anything that
Okay.
we had previous conversation on. However we get there, I'm gonna end up taking it and looking at it.
Yeah. If you look at it and you have some different ideas, like how you want information sorted or whatever, just let us know. I mean, well, we're going to be doing this for a while together.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that's what's gonna happen as I listen to dialogue. And I'm knowing some people listen to this person more than this person, this mayor versus this council person, this my foundation person versus this person. I want to try to see what's going on
Okay.
and keep up with it. I'm not naive to know how people communicate, talk, and do regardless of any public presentations. The second question that I had that I'm concerned about or that I want to know, the federal money, ARPA, for example, does it has different demolition guidelines than the Mott Foundation money, or it's all the same? Because I heard y'all say the Mott Foundation money will be last. So I want to hear the answer to this question.
My foundation is because they know we have to spend the ARPA money first. They're allowing us to spend that last. They have fewer strings attached to the money, but we're running all of the entire program consistently with the federal regs.
And that was my original question. I heard you say they're saying can do it last. But my real question is concerned about them less stringent guidelines. And so whether we talk about it now or talk about it later, I want to see the difference in those less stringent guidelines when it comes to that. I think it's 10 million?
Yeah, but a lot of our guidelines, though, it's not just like Davis-Bacon or it's actually like the environmental compliance stuff. And a majority of our requirements and guidelines, it doesn't matter that the Mott Foundation calls it out and says you have to follow it or not. We have to follow it. I mean, because otherwise we'll get fined. I've got one example. We had one demo contractor. Well, actually, it was the abatement person. They left for the evening. They didn't zip the bag closed that had the asbestos in it. The state that showed up, or the yeah, well, yeah, they came in and then they wanted to fine not only that demo contractor or the abatement, but they wanted to fine us as well. And so that would have resulted in a $60,000 fine to us. So we have to take it very seriously about what we do with compliance.
And I take it very seriously as well, but if there's a less stringent guideline, whether you use them or don't, or whether anybody get creative enough, I'm asking the question because I want to know, and then I want to see what some of them are. Is that fair?
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll provide you with the grant, like basically our grant agreement, and then we can actually talk about with what we're going to do and what we have to do and where we can be flexible and where we can't. But we have procurement requirements. We have board policy as well based on, so we did this under hardest hit fund where we did have a mixture of funding, and we did spend $67.5 million to demolish 4,700. So like we know that all the rules and requirements that we have, actually they work, and they'll work in court, and so, but we can definitely, we can have the ongoing conversation. Right now, my goal is ARPA. We got to get this money spent. Otherwise, the city has to take it back, spend it really quickly, or find some place to dump the money, and we won't see the demolition. Like, I feel like we've made a promise to the residents that we are going to demolish all these structures. And so for me right now, ARPA is the most important thing that we get out the door.
Now, let me say it this way. I've made promises to residents and business people too, doing the pipe replacement just in life. And so whatever you can show me about the less stringent and different rules, then I want to have that discussion regardless whoever else do or don't. And then I want to see if there's any wiggle room, because if that money is being spent last, and I'm going to deal with minority and women contractors and others who is dealing with this now, I want to know if that less stringent can help in a certain way. It might can and it might can't. And then I'm also concerned with the last part of what you said. It's been a priority of mine. Empty lots can get trash dumped on them. Lots with houses and newly built houses can't. That might not have a lot to do with you, but it has a lot to do with the folks sitting up here. I've been an advocate for building new houses on empty lots. For me, that keeps people from blight. People having a tendency of dumping mattresses and tires on empty lots. They don't have a tendency to dump mattresses and garbage bags on people's front yard. So as we do the demolition, for me, I can't speak for these people here, 5 or 6 council people allocate money,
Mr.
whether
Mays.
it's 1 million, 10 million, or 15 million, in order to build new houses on the north side, east, west, or whatever. We'll see what they do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that was the end of the timer. The chair will entertain a motion to extend debate if anybody has any further questions.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we need a motion.
Hold on, say that again.
We need a motion to extend debate because that timer was that 30-minute extension.
Oh, so, hold on.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to extend debate by 20 minutes.
I
Okay.
second that.
All right. So there's no discussion on that motion. Roll call, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Wait, nope, there's no discussion on
Point
that.
of order.
What's your point?
You say you needed a motion to extend the time,
Correct.
and you had a motion made and properly second, and you say it ain't no discussion?
Correct. This
Let
motion.
me say this.
Mr. Mays, let me rule on your
Point of
point.
order.
Let me rule on your point of
Point of
order.
order.
Mr. Mays. What is your point of order?
My point of order, that if you look closer in the rules, when you do motions to postpone and extend time, you can have discussion on how much time.
Okay, Mr. Mays, I have to rule on your point of order, and I am ruling that that is not true. With this motion, there is no discussion on that debate. There is no discussion to extend debate or to limit debate. This is true in our council rules, and this is also true within Robert's Rules of Order. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
What's your point?
So you saying if I read the rule or looked at the rule, can you cite the number that you're talking about? And I
Yes,
want to
sir.
see if it's one paragraph, and do it talk about the amount of time or the date that it's set for?
Where's my cheat sheet here? I believe it's Rule 17, but let me double check. So Rule 17 for a motion to extend debate is one of the rules that does not require any conversation or any discussion. So reading that in our charter, or I'm sorry, in our
Point of
rules,
information, what rule number?
17.1 and 17.2 cover the motion to limit or extend debate.
Can you read it
I'm
into the
about
record?
to. I'm about to. The council may decide by majority vote to limit or determine the time that will be devoted to discussion of a pending motion or to modify or remove limitations already imposed on its decision. This may include a limit of time for each council person to speak to the issue. Failure to cease talking when a time limit has been reached shall result in disciplinary action. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. 17.2, if each council person has a limited time to speak, this time limit shall include any questions asked and or answered per the council person's request. Within Robert's rules, specifically on regarding T14, it solidifies the fact
Point
that
of
there
order.
is no discussion.
Point of
Yes, sir.
order.
What is your point?
So this particular motion just says extend the time.
Correct.
So it could be an hour, 5 minutes, whatever. Okay, thank you for reading it into the record. I hope you apply it undiscriminatory.
All right. Okay, so roll call, please, Madam Clerk, on the motion to extend debate by 20 minutes.
By how much?
20 minutes.
point of information. And so what is that, equally divided by 9 or 20 minutes per person? I don't
motion
know
is,
what
Mr.
you're
Mays,
saying
the
here, but I'm
motion-
ready to vote if
Okay.
there ain't no discussion.
Okay.
I've
Roll
never
call,
seen
please,
nothing
Madam
like
Clerk.
this in my life.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I'm gonna vote no.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
Okay, 7 yes, 1 no. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor. You got the time.
Michael, thank you guys for coming. Do you know how many properties that is not funded?
How many properties are not funded?
That need to.
So this
that
would
need
be, so now with the inspections that we did, we had 2,200 properties in the city of Flint. Now we're actually, it's in the presentation, we're at 2,950. So roughly, we've got probably 600 or 700 more properties that are unfunded. Yeah, and then 2022 foreclosures as well that are coming through. So that is my intention right now with the $30 million competitive. That I'm going to go in and all of the ones that we currently have, which are the unfunded demolitions, I would like to submit that to the state of Michigan as what we would like to have demolished.
So, I was on Laredo Street, a new area that I picked up when they redistricted. It used to be the first ward, but now it's the third. And I was in between Harvard and Summit. I was over there about a complaint, and I looked at the street and I was like, oh my God, this is so horrible. And if anyone go to my Facebook page, you'll see I went out and started video, and this stuff been like this for years. It ain't just get like this. The houses was open, and it ain't just right there. It's all over in the third ward on the east side. So it's almost like I got added additional blighted area that I have to deal with. It's a big issue for me. And it's near and dear to my heart. I looked at 317 Laredo, 321 Laredo, 325 Laredo, 306 is funded. 302 is not funded. 314 is not funded. So in this whole 300 block, you have one house that's funded, and the only reason why that house funded probably is because it burnt all the way down to the ground and it ain't nothing but a basement. So when you work in an area or in a community and you want to make a significant impact, you do a targeted area and you concentrate on that.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
The motion that just passed was for 20 minutes.
Correct.
You divide 20 by 9, that's 2 minutes per person. You said
Mr.
when you
Mays.
read the rule, let me finish my point of order. You said when you read the rule that if you didn't adhere to that, it was a penalty. I've specifically watched the clock. How are you going to allocate that rule?
Yeah, so Mr.
Per
Mays.
council
Yep,
person?
so the motion was to simply extend debate by 20 minutes. There was no specific allocation allotted for either council member. That's what happened with our first motion to extend debate. I don't believe you were in the room for that.
Point of
Mr.
information,
Yeah, hang on,
Madam Chair.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. So Mr. Murphy is well within because we've extended debate for another 20 minutes. Yes, sir.
My point of information, when I asked you that question and you read 17, I think, .1 and .2, it talked about the allocation of time per.
No, no, sir.
Okay,
No,
so that
the
means,
motion-
if I may finish, so my point of information, so you're saying it's no time limit on whoever get the floor.
No, sir. The way that the rule is, this is why we have to be very, very specific within motions. The motion was not 20 minutes with each council person for 2 minutes. The motion was, which would have been valid, which would have been a very legal motion. The motion was a broad motion to extend debate by 20 minutes, which is allowable. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Yes,
I'll let him respond.
So I did promise my staff, I saw on the agenda that it was going to be a half-hour conversation, and I did tell them that I would let them get home to their families. We have people with dietary issues that they have to eat within a certain window. And it sounds like there's a lot, like, to me, this is more than 20 minutes of conversation. And I think the best thing I can do is actually sit down, like set meetings with all of you individually and talk about your ward and what you want to see happen. You know, Councilman Murphy, I agree with you. And there's like, because Christina is very conservative about what we publish that we're going to put on the list until we've signed the contract. So right now, if you go to property portal, it'll say unfunded. But then once we realize the additional funds, maybe we need to have a new category on the property portal that says pending. So it's like a softer commitment. I know you probably sounds like a terrible idea to you, but in my world, it sounds like a great idea because they're like right now, everyone thinks it's a hard stop. What's out there is all that's going to happen. And there's winners and losers. And that's not the case because we are consistently adding stuff to the list. And so I really want to set up time with you. And I feel like just based on the conversation today, I've missed the mark. I have not done well enough to sit down with all of you and inform you because we're running really fast to get this stuff off the ground. And I need to have one-on-one with all of you. And if that helps condense the conversation this evening and gets my people home and lets you move on to the rest of your business for the evening, I will commit to you that I will sit down with you and then we're going to come up with solutions because is everything perfect right now? Absolutely not. But we have to do our best to get it as close to perfect as possible. So, and I'm sorry because I want to get my people home.
Madam Chair.
Hang on, Mr. Murphy, are you finished?
I'll respect the wishes of our guest speaker because he's been here for a while. So I'll allow, without no objections, if he needs to leave, we have no other choice.
Okay. So
Madam Chair.
Hang on just a minute. Mr. Freeman, so respectfully, totally understand because the body did just vote on an extension and I do believe that we had about 15 minutes left. Would you be willing, at least you, to be able to stay for the remainder of that 15 minutes so we can finish?
Yeah, if we can do it till 8.
Madam Chair.
That'd be great.
Okay, all right. Are you asking for the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, I know that there are other council members who have not yet spoken, so we're going to see if.
Madam Chair.
Hang on. Are there any other council members who wish to ask Mr. Freeman some questions? Because I have a couple as well.
Madam
Any
Chair.
questions? Okay.
Madam
All
Chair.
right. Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Madam Chair.
Mr.
Point
Mays,
of order.
What's your point?
Why are you discriminating against me? Mr. Murphy just spoke. You
Mr.
said
Mays.
there's other councils members who hadn't spoken, then you go straight back to the one who had just spoken. You
Okay.
think people don't see that? And I'm
All
saying,
right.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so I have yet to speak. Ms. Winfrey
But
Carter,
you
would
didn't,
you like to?
Madam Chair, may I have the floor?
No, Mr. Mays, because.
Why?
we're different. Because I'm telling you why. Let me explain. Let me explain.
I'm trying to make a motion
Okay.
to get this man out of here.
Let me
He
explain.
done
Mr.
asked to
Mays.
leave.
Mr. Mays. Mr.
Point
Mays,
of order.
What is your point?
You can't order it without objections. It
I'm not
takes a
ordering
motion
anything.
and I'm ready to make it and you,
What am I ordering?
Point
without
of order.
objection? What?
you making all kind of excuses. You say, I want to get a floor to somebody who hadn't speak. Then you went right back to Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
Your cover is blown.
Mr.
Don't try
Mays.
to fix it now.
Okay,
Do I
Mr.
have to
Mays.
appeal your ruling not to
Mr.
give me
Mays.
the floor when I request it?
Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, I was looking at Ms. Winfrey Carter. Did you have any questions before we circle back? Dr. Lewis, hang on, Mr.
I ain't
Murphy.
never seen this. Point of order.
What's your point?
I ain't never seen this before. from
That's an
a
improper point
Point
of
of
order.
order. Let
What's
me
your point?
finish. I have never seen this before from a chair or president. When some member asks us for the floor verbally, you go round to everybody but that member, even though some of them spoke. Do you want the floor? Do you want
All
the
right.
floor? It's just outrageous, biased, prejudice, and discriminatory.
Okay, point over, whatever. Dr. Lewis, do you want the floor? I thought I saw a question.
No, I would just
Okay.
like for my council person to, well, even for my colleague to continue, since I don't have anything. Mr. Carter doesn't have anything. Everyone else already spoke and allocated their time. His time got cut short, so it's in all fairness, I think he should
Right.
finish his time.
So, Mr. Murphy, you have.
Point of order. May
What's
I
your
be
point?
excused
Yes.
from this circus?
Yes. Mr.
you.
Murphy, go ahead.
Yes. So what I'm saying is we have so many areas, and like my colleague in the fourth ward said, we got probably the most blighted properties, but we are gonna be the last ones. So and since I've been elected council in the third ward, I've been trying to figure out how do I declare a state of emergency for the third ward when it comes down to how bad my community look like. Because when I ride up and down the streets, it is horrific. And I don't think 3 contractors, I went to the meeting at the McCree Theater, and we need a whole bunch of contractors out here to be tearing down. Let me ask you this. When you put it out for bid, do you bundle the properties in a particular neighborhood? Do you do like 5, 10, 15, 20? How many properties do you guys bid out when y'all bid?
So we have the properties identified by a group, right? So and I wish I had the map to show you. I don't. It's published on our website, and we can send it to you later. But so we're going to work through the area, and it's currently broken down by census tract, right, because of the ARPA. And so we are grouping them through in batches by approximately census tract, and then allowing the contractor who's bidding on that work within the area to do the scheduling so that they can get the most efficient and hopefully most competitive price to us for doing the work.
My other question is, the house is just wide open. Is there any kind of plan to at least board them up and secure them until y'all can do something with them?
So absolutely, if you or any residents, if there are land bank properties, send me the list directly of ones that need to be boarded, and I will submit that directly to Dwayne, and we'll get resolution on it. One of the issues, though, like we have some buildings that are so big, like they have big like garage doors that are so large, and those are missing, and incredibly difficult to board and secure that. So houses, if there are houses that, now if it's a burnout, there again, it's hard if half the house is missing, how do you effectively board that? But just let me know, and I do give these to Dwayne all the time, and especially when council people reach out to me, I try and work really hard to make sure that the information flows the right way. So if and you're saying on Laredo, this is where the issues, or like you see, there's a number of open houses there, and they are ours.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. So I'll work more diligently with my team and, just make sure that I am trying to now, we're going to we have summer crews that do the mowing. And so I've actually been talking to Mr. Arnold Brown with the Blight Department about actually starting to hire seasonal crews that are winter as well, so that they can work on just boarding and picking up dumping and everything else. So we're going to run new crews and employ more people to do that work as well.
Well, thank you for coming, but I'm gonna be honest. I am in trouble as a council person in the third ward.
Yeah.
And we not finna get houses tore down anytime soon. And my ward is a disaster, and it did not happen in this last year. It was like that when I got elected, and I'm gonna do what I can to help make it happen. And I just feel like whether it's a land bank owned property, a city owned property, or privately owned property, if y'all go own properties in our community, we need to work to try to figure out what we do and secure them. If y'all can't secure them, don't take them. Don't even let us give them to y'all, because it's a new councilman in the third ward, and I can't have that.
Yeah,
because
and
that's a reflection of me.
Detroit actually had that policy with the land bank. They would not accept any properties that they didn't have funding to do anything with. And what they found was that nothing happened with the properties anyways. In fact, there was if you disconnect it from at least the revenue that we generate, the grants that we get, It's not perfect and ideal, and we don't have all the money that we need, for our community to really deal with the entire big picture of blight. Both the public side of it and then the private side of it would be $150 million. And 54% of the problem is privately owned properties in our city. But building inspection is all over me on my properties. And yet it boggles my mind as why aren't we doing enforcement on privately owned blighted properties?
In the water crisis, they spent over $600 million in the city of Flint. So 150 million to clean up on the north end or the east side or the west side or wherever ain't nothing compared to what they done spent down here over the years when you count up all the money that they done spent. So I mean, throwing $150 million to me, okay.
Yeah. We just got to get this.
Look at what they done downtown and develop. So they pick and choose what they want to do.
Well, the funding is kind of like when we saw money going into Chevy Commons, and we had an elected official and the commissioners who was really pissed that money was going into that, but it was dedicated money for that purpose. It's either use it for the purpose or you just take a pass on it. You don't spend it. So we need, I agree with you completely. We need assistance not only with our demolitions and blighted structures, but the non-structural blight issue. And for some reason, nobody seems to want to pay for non-structural blight because they just see it as like, oh, you clean it up today, someone's going to dump on it tomorrow. So they just think of it as throwing, good money after bad. But unfortunately, when we have this issue in our community, it really hurts people. And I think that we need to have a better solution for it. But I do think that I'm going to look at different ways of having forums and information, and where even, council people can come, but you're not talking about city business, but you can come and participate as just residents, and then hear and listen and contribute to ideas, because we need a bigger campaign in our community around blight. And we need, and not just calling blight stoppers, your Crime Stoppers when you see dumping. Flint needs to have a branded campaign against blight, where we're all, the message is that it's not right to dump in the city of Flint, because I think there's a lot of people who are coming in to the city of Flint from the out county who think people don't care. And so this is a bigger campaign, and I'm hoping that all council members can be part of this as well. So, because the Land Bank really wants to partner with the city on this.
Mr. Murphy, anything else? Okay, any other council members in our last 4 minutes and 30 seconds besides myself? All right. Mr. Freeman, thank you so much, and Faith and Mr. Mateen, thank you so much for being here this evening. I have two, hopefully very quick questions regarding the planned demolitions by fiscal year. Whose fiscal year? Our fiscal year, the federal government's? What's your fiscal year?
Our fiscal year matches federal government, so it's 10/1 to 9/30.
All right, and then, so for these 60 water cutoffs, is that include 60 a month even in winter?
Yep, I think that when we were given that estimate from the Department of Water, I don't know,
DPW.
They were trying to be conservative to make sure that they were also allowing for water main breaks and all of that goodness, with the caveat that, of course, winter would be a little bit slower. However, they've been doing pretty good, given that we've had a pretty mild winter overall.
Okay. Those were the two questions that I had in the remaining 3 minutes and 26 seconds. So we can get these guys out of here. Is there anybody else?
I just want to thank you and your team for coming in and answering the questions, because I know mine were at length, and the public did want transparency. You were transparent, you and your team. You came, you answered all the questions, and I appreciate that. And the fact that you recognize where we may fall a little low, that you need to meet individually, because each ward is different.
Absolutely.
And the needs of each ward is different. So identifying that, I think, is key, because it may be a different plan for each one. Maybe we can get some on the priority, because the Ward 4 is just not really experiencing the arsonists the past 3 or 4 years, where buildings are being burned down. I just want to say thank you for being here.
All right, thank you. And with that, we will close out this special order. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us.
Thank you so much.
I think we have to do a real quick scene change here for the public hearing. Do we gotta move the mic? Or do you want them to sit at the table? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Davina. She's going back there. All right. While our clerk is redoing where the microphone is, this is going to now open up the public hearing regarding Resolution 220530, the proposed amendments to the rules governing the meetings of the Flint City Council. As a reminder for this public hearing, this is dedicated to that hearing. Public speaking will follow after this hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on the proposed changes to the rules? I see Mr. Mitchell. Come on up.
Hello, Mr. Aaron Mitchell. And I reside at 759 East Linden. For the record, a moment of silence for Cheryl, missionary in my church on Sunday. She passed away, and I couldn't make the funeral because I was doing a prayer of Sort of City last week at the council meeting. Thank you very much. Anyway, to you, Madam Chair, to Councilman in the Third Ward, Mr. Murphy, don't give up. I didn't know you had turned Laredo into the Third Ward, and you sound like you're ready to panic and call a state of emergency. But that's just where you shouldn't do that, because that's where I became homeless for 38 years in the city of Flint, because I bought a house right there, 501. I want you to look into it and see what's that funded
Point of
before
order.
the land banks.
Yep. What's your point?
It's not relevant to the
Yeah.
hearing.
Mr. Mitchell, remember, this is a public hearing regarding the rules.
We got to do the rules.
Yes.
The rules. Okay, Mr. Murphy, back to you later on. But the rules about the public, you shouldn't oust the public out about the 10 o'clock, talking about just get out of here at 10 o'clock. And that's what happened last week. About 5 neighbors that had never been to the council meeting in their life, and Councilor Lewis talking about kids. They saw how the police were attacking Mays. They ran out of here, and they said, you can stay if you want to, but I ended up going with them because, and that messed up, and they gave you the change with them 10 o'clock to get out of here. Just like you don't give a care about the people in Flint, just like the land bank dude talking about, would you let him go because he got some, and you excuse them, just like that with the making all these cash cow statements of Dairy Queen over there by the Great White Flint River, making that, and he up there taking all people's money and all, and y'all up there, and you is in funding that stuff with talking about the mic. The mic can pay for this city 10 times over with, and then you talk, and he put the thing in my hand and telling us to get him trying to spend up the MIPA money and stuff, and you up there act like it. You people of Flint, get out of here because we ain't got time to deal with you. And all that stuff like nobody
Mr.
can see that
Mitchell.
talk. And this dude over here
Mr.
talking
Mitchell.
about you supposed to be
Mitchell,
the city
Mr.
president.
Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell,
Talking that junk.
Mr. Mitchell, Mr.
And that-
Mitchell.
What?
Remember, it is regarding the rules.
The rules, and
Yes.
the school teacher ain't here. It's a little, talking about 10th grade, they went back there to use it to come out there, my grandmama ran out because they saw him, the police department attacking Mays because the police got attitudes like worse than little kids. Out in Davidson. You know, saw that on TV when you're junking heathen. What do you think you use? Take that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak in this public hearing regarding the proposed amendments to the rules governing the City of Flint Council? Come on up. This is just for the public hearing. Next is public speaking too, just for clarity. You're all right.
But hello, everyone. I just want to say that can you hear me?
Yes, but can you also please state your name for the record?
Lorraine Thompson of Flint, Michigan, born and raised. Where do you start? And I didn't know this was a public meeting and that you had a whole 10 minutes because I would have really taken it up.
For the rules.
For the rules,
Yes.
yes. And from what I'm understanding, what I was hearing on my way down here, not only the rules that are in place are stifling. Let me go back a little bit. From my understanding, you all are put here to take care of us, to move within the rules to take care of us. I'm thinking I'm right, and that's just not an assumption. That's why you're voted to get in here. What I have seen, Lord knows, I'm glad for this 10 minutes. I'm glad you told me that. What I have seen and how this thing functions, how you all have been functioning. Not only is there no wisdom taking place here, not only are you not going by the rules on camera, I'm watching it, so I am personally insulted because you're the priority is not us. You talk like it's us, but it's not. The priority has been your feelings and time. So these new proposed rules, where the public is only going to be able to speak one time, no matter how many meetings you're having, why is it continually trying to stifle us if it's not about you? If it's about us, we should be able to speak every time. I can't comprehend that whatsoever. So anyway, as you all know, you all keep me company a lot of times. I do a lot of different things where I'm there by myself, you know. And you all keep me company a lot. And to see you all blatantly, flat foot in front of my face, disregard the rules, because you all are the animation of the laws and the rules. You're not you. I keep saying that, but you all keep being you. Oh, Priestley is not here. Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Priestley, you shocked me. From the beginning when you came here, I thought you all would be more of the level-headed ones. But you got on the campaign too, and it's tripping me out to watch it. It's heartbreaking actually. But anyway, the rules. So the one was to stifle us. The other was the other ones you all proposed. I'm sorry, I'm not ready. I'm just here. But anyway, let me go back to that. The animation of the laws, your charter, and the other document, whatever you all are supposed to go by. But I'm seeing you consistently over and over and over and over and over, constantly, blatantly, throw it out the window. It's crazy. That takes me back to me being personally insulted. How can you represent us when your priority is your time and your feelings? I don't understand how that's possible. How are you so easily distracted? It's almost like a mental disorder, mental disorder, that someone could keep your eyes off the prize of getting everything in black and white. It got to be in black and white, or it don't matter. You're wasting time. Why is it so irritating to you all seeing that to be thorough, to get particular questions answered, to go, why is it so bad to go line by line by the rules? What's the problem? Only problem it could be is your time. That's all it could be. It can't be nothing else. Why wouldn't you go line by line down? Why not? There's no answer. I have some things that I would like to propose, because I don't like the idea of coming up here and it's like I'm talking to the air. And if you feel like answering or taking care of whatever my issue is at that time, you do. And if you don't feel like it, poof, it's like nothing. When am I important? When is the things that I want to see done important, or we want to see important? How I want something in the rules that every single issue that a citizen brings in front of you, it to be addressed. No matter how big, how little, I need it to be addressed. I need to have a way to be able to come up to you like now. This is great. I wasn't ready, but this is great. I want to be able to have my own special order if I need a special order. And I need my questions to be answered. I need for the administration to get I need for the administration to get on board and take care of us. That's all I need. I don't care nothing about how y'all feel about each other, who want to be around each other. I don't give a dang, period. I need for you to get this work in black and white, whatever the work is. Stop being so controlling and overbearing. How dare anybody tell me how to walk or how to talk or how to express myself? How dare you? That's a lot of nerves. Those all should be part of the rules. I don't know what else to say. I wish I knew this is what it is. I wish I knew that, because I would have really been ready for you all. But that is exactly, when he just came and sat down, he told me that is what was going on. But that is on my mind so heavy. How we are not the priority in your lives here on this board. I've seen you vote that it's okay for somebody to scream across the room. Y'all said it was okay on camera. When that woman touched the other woman out here, nothing was done. Just minutes ago, you said you did a point of order, but it wasn't a point of information. It was something else. Y'all voted. It was okay. Anything. If this man was giving away $1 million to every resident, you all would vote against it. It don't matter. It's him. So what I'm asking is for us to be the priority. I want every concern that any resident brings to you all, no matter if you feel it is or not, important to be addressed. And I think that this stifling, everything that I heard, the proposed changes to, why won't y'all have a meeting to go over the rules? Why won't you? Why won't you have a meeting to go over the rules? It takes too long. That's the point. People begging for on camera, y'all. See, that's the thing. And everybody should always realize this, that you don't know a person till they get upset, irritated, and mad. They'll show they behind for you. And every time, every meeting, y'all show your behinds. Every meeting, you show your feelings. Nothing to do with us. Anyway, that's probably enough. I mean, is that my time? Wow. That was 10 minutes. I really appreciated that. That felt
Point
good.
of order.
What's
I
your point?
specifically looked at the clock. She started at 10 after, by my view, unless that clock is wrong. She still got 2 minutes.
Okay. We always go by what Davina says. Davina had the 10 minutes. Thank you so much,
That's
Ms.
okay.
Thompson.
Thank you. And thank you for listening to me. Please take what I'm saying into consideration. You are simply here to animate the rules and the laws and go by them.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to speak on this public hearing?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, young ladies and young men. My name is Chester Colvin. I'm a businessman here in the state of Michigan. My concern is that each and last one of you council people that we voted to get in here to be councilmen, my whole problem is that y'all need to be productive. Put your mind on what you set it here to do. Worry about everything else. Put the structure together that we can build this city back up. The way we're going on this council board and figuring back and forth what's going on, changes and all this, change got to come within each of us as one of y'all. Y'all got to change for the better for the people of the city, because we put y'all there for a reason. For the people of the city, not to destroy the city. And what now I see in this picture, since I've been back home, coming through the town, riding through the city, seeing what's going on, construction going on, and what we allow to go in here, the light program, land bank program, buying the property and all this different stuff. We're not focused on what we're doing in this city, because we're not focused on what our job is titled to do, because we got too much bigger and arguing about which man gonna do this way, what gonna do this way. If you focus on the project that you bring into the city, bring it to your council, sit down and talk about what we're gonna discuss, what we're trying to bring light back in the city. As long as you guys bigger amongst each other, we're not gonna have no light. We're not gonna have no rules to understand the new one, because the rules have changed every day. But if you can't sit down and understand the rules that you're working with today, how you gonna make new rules work? It never will work in this economy where y'all acting amongst each other. If you want the city to grow, you gotta work together. You know, you're talking about changes all around, what's going on in our city. We are the problem of the city. We're not working together. Or there for us to work together, have something together. People say if we work together, eat together as a family, we will grow. But as long as we stay divided, we're gonna lose it all. And it's time now that we get our heads together and work together, try to build this back. All the money, the prices coming through the city, all the different things that's done, demolition, the neighborhoods. You see the upcoming development, where they still focus on downtown developments to the north and west end of town. We got to focus on what is our job for us to do? To allow them to keep doing the same construction they're doing today, or we're going to change? Or we're going to allow these things to constantly happen? You know, like you're talking about, we serving God in a mighty bite. But if you're serving the Father's God that I serve, that we know how to eat together, stay together, we will stay together. But as long as we be divided, we're going to fall. It's in anything that we do. It's in the churches, the schools, and all. It's all coming because of the picture that we put before them. We're not bringing the light to the full picture, because we follow the way God say walk. If you talk about you read construction, if you read the new rules and regulations, but you guys got construction to read every day. If you take that Bible and read every rule in that Bible, will you guys be acting the way you're acting today? But the rules that y'all write, you want somebody to read line for line, and go by them rules. You're not reading the line by line that God gave you. So how you expect to read the line of God that you guys, matter of fact, put together and want somebody to follow? But you can't follow yourself. When you guys move self out of the way and come to the city business and do business like it's supposed to be done, we have a better place to stand on. Right there, we don't have no place to stand on, because we're too big and bigger amongst each other. That's all over the world. But there's a time that we can come together as a family to build this city back up. We're lost so much in this city because of us, not just that one individual. Each and last one plays a part in it. Each and last one of your council plays a part in it. If we all work together, y'all can move things more better and more quickly. But y'all so afraid of each other because you might have a better idea than he have, right? Because he didn't think of that. You don't want to work. You guys got to work together to build this city back. You can't let the things that go on, this constantly go on. You put money over here, you're giving land bank this much money, but they're taking the property, empty lots and all these different stuff, leaving vacant lot, not bringing no residents back in the city of Flint. Well, there for the city of Flint to grow, we got to bring residents back. Instead of giving all our property away, it costing us, the taxpayers are paying $1, we paying a high price dollar. But we want to give everything away back instead of building the city back up. We cannot give our property away to the land bank, all these other things, not in order. We got to stay in order.
Yep. We're just still on the rules. So just want to make sure that we're talking about the rules.
It's all the rules is just, you guys want to change the rules to the righteous, not to kryptonize the city, to help the upper peoples. What about the lower peoples? You know, you got your council riding in the neighborhood, see how much blur it is in the neighborhood. I've been riding this neighborhood for 60-something years. And I know how good it was and I know how bad it is. But change is not going to come to you guys change your own direction. Anything that you go in this world, you got to change for the righteous, for the people, or we're going to fall. You know, you can write rules every day, but you're gonna stand with them rules. The rules you carry every day, do you follow them rules? You get up here, you want to get mad at this person because he make ideas, want to stop you from saying things, but listen what he's saying before you interrupt him. A lot of things can make sense if you listen to hear the full of depth. There's always a rule out of order, you're out of order. You got to hear the whole sermon before you know where you're going. If he cannot complete what he's saying, how you know he's correct or wrong? The automatic rules, that's not the rules. What do the rules stand for? Each and every one of y'all divided discard the rules, because if you abided by the rules, we wouldn't be in the position we're in today. You know, we need to open up our eyes and start doing the right thing for this city. Still coming to council meeting, confused among whatever. You're supposed to have all that in the program before you get out of here. People in the street seeing everything, babies seeing what you're doing. But baby can see what you're doing and say, I don't want to be involved with this. So you tell me the rules that you guys are trying to put in front of the young people, it's all right, but you guys don't want to stand with your own rules and abide by the rules you got before you. But you can come out in a council meeting and argue for 35 minutes before you even judge a council meeting. But you're saying you come out here to conduct city business, but you're arguing for the whole 45 minutes and you ain't getting nothing done. Then you got to postpone it to the next day. Then you come the next day, you got the same thing going on because you guys not sitting down amongst each other, talking about each other before you come out from the public. And that's what you guys need to change the rules of. Before you come out in front of the public, you send in your council meeting, y'all need to sit down, make sure y'all got all your T's and I's dotted before you come out and stand in front of people. We're looking at everything you do every single time you're on TV. We see the fault, the clause that come in here. You also made it because Mr. Mays got the point to say, y'all don't want to hear what Mr. Mays say, but because he's not going the way you want it to be. The man got a lot of knowledge, but all it takes is time to listen to what he's saying and can correct the whole thing around. But you're so afraid that he might give you something you might know is correct and you don't want to hold on to it. This young lady got a lot of knowledge. This young man got a lot. Brother Quincy got a knowledge. Brother Quincy been grown up in this neighborhood for many years. He knows the construction around this neighborhood. But do people want to listen to what he's saying because y'all so busy knocking him down? We got to pay attention to what we're trying to do together in this city on there for it to grow. Quit fighting, Brother Mays. Quit fighting the ones that each and every one of y'all. You guys got to fight in the back room. Don't bring it out in the public eye. We're crippling this city. How you think we're going to get enterprise to come in this city? We can't get together ourselves. We can't get help from outside companies because no one will come because they're going to turn it down. They're going to give this, so they're going to point to this person there. That ain't what we want. We want to build this city back up. And they cannot build this city back up with all this bigger response you guys. You guys have voted in here to straighten the city out and not to tear it down. And since I've been coming back, all I see is corruption, not trying to build nothing. You guys you don't even have an agenda. What you want done in your ward, what's in your ward need to be done, what need to be taken care of. All that's supposed to be on your guide list of what you come to this city to do. You come to build it up or you come to tear it down. And so right now with all that big and arguing, you guys don't want to change rules. You're nothing but criminalize. You're giving another man a hold to come in here and take your city. Just like the land bank, giving y'all all this nonsense, the light program. What's going to do together if you give all the land away to different counties and that? What does the city got to have? The city got to start paying them. Why they're not paying the city for being here, doing the construction they're doing? You know, we got to think about all these different things. We're giving up land that the city can take back and construct itself and make revenue come back. But if I don't, he got to pay more taxes, she got to pay more taxes. We all going to be back in the same boat. So I'm asking y'all today to get focused on what y'all trying to do for the city instead of crippling the city. But right now, y'all crippleize the city by the action that you show them for the world. We can't get no investments coming to this town. They don't come here and listen to you guys bitter amongst each other and can't get a point across, can't get nothing done. They don't want to see all that. They want to see work in this city done the right way. As long as we keep bickering with ourselves, we'll never get nothing done. And I'd ask each and every last one of y'all to focus about what y'all working for and why is y'all sitting there. Y'all sitting there for the people, not for yourself. Regardless of what that man feel like, what you feel about that man, move that out the question. When you come in on this podium, you're working for the people. And the people would like to see y'all work for us, not for yourself. Because it's not about the dollar. It's about the people building up in the strength. You guys come to work for a paycheck, this ain't enough money. $32,000 a year to sit up here for wait, that's no money. So y'all is crippling, you're hurting yourself. You need to help the people. Everything, black contract, outside contracts ain't gonna come to City of Flint nowhere. I can go all the way back when everything was done in-house, not out-house. But y'all keep allowing the contracts to come from the outside instead of the inside people getting to work. That's not correct to your contractors here in the city of Flint, nowhere in America. So I'm asking you guys to pay folks on what God got for you, not for yourself.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this hearing? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, for the record, my name is Mr. John Cole. How everyone doing? City councils, how you doing? Is doing. I'm going to make this briefly. Many come up here to complain what you're doing, what you should do. I'm not here for that. I don't know very many people, but Dr. Leo Lewis, Mr. Chrissy Murphy, and I know a little bit about Mr. Eric May. We won't speak on that. But first of all, I have been working with Dr. Liddell Lewis. She is an incredible hard worker in this community, and we have done a lot of work.
Yep, Mr. Cole, I just want to make sure this is still the public hearing regarding the
Yeah.
rules.
I just want to make sure that there are councilmen that do work out here in this community, that works together and does a great job here in this community. And I'm not going to say much, but those are two good people over there, and I want them to continue to do a good work in our community, okay? That's it.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this public hearing regarding the rules? I think I see Paul. Okay, you don't have to run.
Good evening, council. Paul Herring, 525 Mason Street. And I've just felt I'd be remiss if I did not say that I support allowing the public to only speak once during committee meetings. Now, I don't know, well, no, I think it should probably be placed at the beginning of the meeting so that they can put their questions on the table and they can be addressed. And therefore, if additional questions arise during the committee meetings, they can be addressed during the council meeting when it follows. So I think it's a good idea. It'll save time and it'll kind of force people to plan a little better. And it won't allow people to just come up and burn 5 minutes of time. Right now, the only person we have coming up at every opportunity is RL. And though I love him, the time that it takes costs us a tremendous amount of money. If you add up your salaries and the salaries of those at that back table, these meetings are costing us $5,000 an hour. That's a guess. But if you start thinking about the 9 people sitting back there and the 9 people sitting up here, it's a money pit. The longer you stay here, the longer you waste my tax dollars. And I'm not down for that. I also like in the rules where you're going to get a little more robust on abstaining. I know that Robert's rules say you cannot abstain unless you have a personal conflict. I know that the City of Flint rules say that you cannot speak during the vote. Once the vote is announced, the only thing that can come out of your mouth is a yes, a no, or an abstention. And that is not the time to explain why you're abstaining. You're supposed to use your time during debate to do that. So if these rules are going to strengthen those things up, I'm down with it. If all it takes to satisfy some is to go through and read these rules rule by rule and vote yes or no on them, let's do it. Let's eliminate the excuses. Let's eliminate any conception that we're not going to play ball. And let's get it done. 5 years, guys, we've been talking about goofy rules. And when the moment comes to satisfy it, to solve it, to fix it, we talk about sending it back to committee again. 5 years, guys. 5 years to work on some rules that you should never have to use. Never. You should never have to use the rules. The only reason the rules are used when there's conflict, and there shouldn't be conflict. You know, I used to work for the Shapiros, and I don't know how many of you guys remember the Shapiros, but they had a grocery store there on 2nd Street across from the bus station. And one of the first things he taught me, and it was a powerful, powerful lesson. He said, Paul, you praise people in public and you punish them in private. Put that in the rule book. Make that the #1 rule for the city council. And if you find yourself punishing somebody, stop. You know, Janet Herring was wise as well. And she would say, listen, if what you're about to say is designed to make you feel better or someone else feel worse, keep it to yourself. That's a different game we're playing. And that's not a game that needs to be played here. That's the game that needs to be left at high school and elementary school and grade school. We are the people, we are the children of those who chose to survive. We've come through a lot of stuff, guys. Slavery, Jim Crow, first hired, last fired. We don't need to add this to our burden. We don't need to add this to our burden. In all things purely social, people, we can be as separate as the fingers, but we got to be one like the hand in all things beneficial to our mutual progress.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak during this hearing? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and close out that public hearing. And that takes us down to public speaking. Madam Clerk, who is our first public speaker?
First public.
Ooh, sir, we fill out slips in the back. Were you able to fill out a slip before the meeting?
Nope.
Okay. We'll go through the list first and then we'll make sure that we get it up there, okay?
All right.
Go ahead.
First public speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hey, Doc. Yo, sir. Sir.
Right here, right here.
Power her.
Oh, okay. Like I say, hello, my name is R.L. Mitchell. And about the land bank, Suzanne Wilcox tearing down them people's houses and not replacing them like they tore down the Order World and they replaced it with a college on the situation. That's what they should have done on Laredo. Like my councilman was talking, they changed the master plan and they made Ward 1 was Ward 3 on Laredo. Like I was saying, I lived there. I was at the work truck assembly when my whole family disappeared when I was gone to work from 501 Laredo, and I asked him before he jumped out of the basement window like on Wall Street back in the old days when I heard Senator Murphy talking about call the emergency managers in here again. They the one that got the whole Flint in the situation we're in now. And Murphy talking about, before you interrupted when they want me to speak on, you might as well told me to sit down and don't say nothing. You unlawful school teachers, some like the bad landlords, the slum landlord. That's a new trend. That's just like these two peoples. They wasn't in the slum landlord, taking people pocketing the money and stuff and act like they was over the council and telling people what to do and getting all that money from the government, billions of dollars, and act like they can't figure out how to tear down houses. Talking about 10 years from now, anybody can see through that junk. Little kids can see through that junk. And Murphy, the first one to commit suicide by jumping out of the window, talking about was all to be trying to call them the land bank up in there. And they ain't never, because he saw the bushes over there on Laredo. I lived at 300 block too. Well, yeah, straight out of high school and got a wife right on that street. In the grocery store, still there on the corner of Laredo. Talking about, and they violence in there just like they over in Memphis, Tennessee. They get the people that beat you up and do bodily harm if you just be socialized with your neighbors in the store. And nobody said, and all that jump, dudes 8 foot, 7 foot tall, and jumping on people just because they look, and all that, nobody saying nothing about, and all that, and Murphy, and Mr. Murphy, look at him, over there like he in charge of the whole St. John area, and act like he finna jump out the window, basement window, without doing nothing about it, just give it, like these people right here just asking permission to get out of here, you know, and look at the woman over there by the golf course. She's smiling, but she ain't tickled. And the fifth ward too, taking so long to talk up and all that junk. Up with them with a big old pothole over there in front of Burger King. Nobody,
Thank you, Mr.
nobody
Mitchell.
doing nothing
That's
about
your
it.
time.
Everyone, you're drunken heathens. Take that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Our next public speaker.
Next speaker is Ken Talarks. I can't even read your name. Ken.
Marks? Ken Marks? No, that's
Man.
Motown, Detroit.
Okay.
Ken Marks.
Not in.
No.
Next speaker is David Pitchy.
David Pitchy.
I think
Nope.
he's gone. And our final speaker is Kenneth Madison.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, my name is Kenneth Madison.
Yep.
I want to address you guys, but I'm trying to find out who's in charge of enforcing the law over in Chevrolet Commons on Chevrolet Trail, the bike trail over there. That is supposed to be a regular, like a bike course, bike path, and a walking or like a course, like path. It's not supposed to be any motorized vehicles on it. At least that's what the Flint police told me. I've been chasing four-wheelers, cars, you name it, they drove through my yard. Today I had two, you can call them porch pirates or whatever you want to call them. They was casing out my porch this afternoon. My son was coming home from school and happened to see him, confronted him, got in a fist fight with him out in front of the house. Then they came back, because I work in Lake Orion. I had to come back home. They run into a whole gang of them. They went and got their buddies to come back and try to jump on him again about confronting somebody about his own house. We have all kinds of trouble about getting police over there to find out, to clear everything up, at least patrol through there and see what's going on. My second problem is around there, you can't get any type of, the code for the fencing around there. If I could get a decent sized privacy fence, I'd be cool around it. I could keep people out of their yard. And for right now, I can't even do that. From what I've been told from the previous owner of the home, he told me the way it's all screwed up, only thing I get is a little fence this side that they'll jump right over and come right through. So it's turned to a big mess now. I went to the Flint Police Department and asked them once about it. They don't even, they told me the rules about the little pathway, but nobody patrols it. I'm going to the sheriff department next. But my son could have got killed today. He honestly could have got killed today. I'm not kidding. If I had to come home when I did, because I was getting ready, I would just put it this way, he almost got out of hand. Something needs to be done. He's 14 years old. He just walked up home, coming home from school, and saw somebody up on the porch up there casing around, and he confronted them about asking me, what you doing? He actually got in a fist fight about that, protecting his own house, asking the question. And like I said, I've tried for 2 years trying to get somebody to come and patrol around there, stop these people from running around up and down that trail. This last snowstorm, I got on all my security cameras, I could show anybody who want to see them between the four-wheelers. I had a car turn around in my bedroom window. He was on that trail, turn around and go back down it. This is ridiculous. So I'm trying to find who's enforcing it, who do I have to see, what has to be done.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we'll do all of the response to all of our public speakers after. Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you. Are there any other public speakers? All right, we'll go ahead and close that. All right, is there any other member of council, is there any member of council who wishes to respond to our public speakers?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Madison, that trail is a trail I have been hoping to get on. And I don't know where you're located, but if you could let it. Okay, and it's the old train trail. Okay, and so I think, and it runs a long ways. So if it's correct. And so that trail, the way it runs, enforcement is by the Flint Police Department. But I need your number, because if you're right there, then you are going to be, you may be in Ward 6. I don't want you to give your address now, but I think if you're right there, you're going to be Ward 6. And that's the problem, because I don't believe in vigilante style. I don't want you or your son to ever have to encounter anything. And when you call the police, you expect the police to show up. That's going to be my issue. Chief Green is not here right now. I have had other residents who they're saying, I'm going to take it to, into my own hands. I will, before you leave, I will get your number because that is my area. And that trail you see in the summertime, some walkers, skateboarders, bicyclists, but I need to see where you live, get your address. I will address your issue because if I cannot get Flint Police, I will get Michigan State Police and I'll contact Sheriff Swanson because that trail you're supposed to be safe on. People are supposed to be. You should not have to be. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. And that's a lot. Oh, I want it all. So before you leave, I am going to get your information. I'm going to contact, and I'll send the email and contact Chief Green. That'll be my starting point because you shouldn't have to come here to ask for help. That's what 911 is for. When your son has gotten into a physical altercation, you should have had a police officer at your home, somebody following up. That's the process. Enforcement, if it's within the city boundaries, it is the Flint Police Department. That's a 911 call. And if you didn't call 911, you still need to file a report. Any of that happens, you need to call 911.
Okay.
Nobody showed up.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. Is there any other council member who wishes to respond to the public?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, for young man for coming to speak. I'm thinking with the, that area that you live in is being established to a state park behind you. So with the $30 million that they earmarking to do improvement, maybe we could put a referral in to see if they can add fencing for those residents who's butted up to that park area, because with them getting ready to do the park improvement, it's going to be a lot of more traffic there. And it's going to be kind of hard to control the pedestrians, the people that will be utilizing that park. So in the near future, I believe it's going to increase with that $30 million investment. Maybe we could reach out to whoever is over that project on the state level. Maybe the city administrator or someone could reach out and see in their plans, can they add fencing to not only your backyard, but some more yards that's dealing with similar issues. I know my niece used to live over there in that particular area, and she moved because of the same issue that you was talking about, not so much being attacked, but she had people coming in her yard, random people cutting through and all that. It was just bad. So hopefully we can get something done to help you resolve that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of council who wish to address the public speakers?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Did you say your name was Mr. Mathis? Beg your pardon? Matson. Yeah, Mr. Matson, let me say this. You heard us discuss the rules of council since you've been here. I talked to you when you came in and give you my number, whatever. Just for those who's watching and looking and listening, as well as you, Lori, and everybody who spoke, the rules of council say once the meeting starts, you can't even add speakers. I just sit here and looked at my colleagues, particularly Ms. Herkenroder, because they try to get on my elected butt about rules. And they don't even know. They be breaking them left and right. But I wanted you to be heard. You had told me what had happened with your 14-year-old son. Ms. Burns, I'm confident that when y'all talk, she'll try to help you. What Mr. Murphy is saying, we control law. If you say they say you can only put a little fence, we can change it to a tall fence. We control that. We make law and ordinances, this council. So when I talk to you, I'm glad you decided to stick and stay and communicate. The council rules, when you was talking and Ms. Burns was talking back to you, is a violation of the rules. That's the stupidest rule I ever seen in my life. In the old days, when Chester Simmons, whatever, you come to that mic, we can talk back and forth to you. Get to the bottom of your business and take care of it. This group here don't get it. You looking to see what we gonna say? Them stupid rules. But I let them violate the rules because I cared about what you said and I wanted you to have conversation. But let that have been me. All hell would have broke loose. So God bless you, Ms. Burns. You let me know and let us know what we need to do to help this man. But some of these folk making speeches, take it with a grain of salt.
Okay,
Let's see
thank
what's
you.
happening.
Thank you,
God
Mr.
bless you
Mays.
and God bless your son.
All right, is there any other member of council who wishes to speak for council response? Okay, hearing none. Sorry, I lost my place on my agenda. All right, that brings us down to communications. Did everybody get the planning commission report in their box? Planning commission report?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that takes us down to appointments. The chair will entertain a motion to approve appointments 230038 and 230039.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
All right, is there any discussion on this motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know who Melinda Saul Wilson is. This is for the Downtown Development Authority. Is she here? Have we seen in committee? I have not. So I see that she's at 1901 Whittlesey. I'm gonna let the the foolish five do their thing. I'm gonna abstain.
Point of order.
What's your point?
My colleague is calling us foolish, and that's out of order.
Yeah, Mr. Mays, please
Thank
continue
you.
to remain, treat colleagues with respect and decorum. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, let me finish by saying this. It's 9 people on this council. If Mr. Murphy want to put himself in the foolish 5, maybe I'll help him. But I must talk and utilize my freedom of speech the way I choose in America. And every time he takes it personally, well, guess what? I like that because sometimes it be meant toward him and I want him to highlight what people hear. I'll be probably abstaining on this.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
did we separate the appointments?
No, they're not separated right now. They're still one. Like they're both both appointments are in the same motion.
No, I would like to separate.
Okay.
We usually vote on the appointments one by one.
That's fine. Yeah, you can
Okay.
separate it. That's fine. That's
Yeah.
just for the motion that is currently on the floor was both, but now it's been separated, so we'll vote on them separately.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it for your discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I want to say too, and I don't know, and maybe our clerk can help us with this. I thought that we always get a resume for the appointments. And I don't see a resume for this appointment. I see a bio, but no resume. Did anyone reach out to Miss Wilson to let her know that she needed to submit a resume?
Is this for Ms. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I will say that I add them to the agenda as they are submitted from the administration. This has come up before. There is formally, there's nothing in the rules that say that the council has to have a resume. It's been done, just as the precedent. And we have gotten bios, not that often, but we do sometimes get a bio for the people. And the same token, I am still checking to see if they're registered voters. Again, there's nothing that says that, that they have to be, but this individual is a registered voter. Her name is a little different on the registry. It's Melinda Joan Wilson. But just for the record, there is nothing that says that they have to have a resume submitted as a part of their appointment.
Okay, and this is, and Councilman Mays, this is Mama Soul, who, Melinda Soul Wilson is. I just
Point of
wanted you to know.
information. But we've crossed this line before about bios versus
resumes.
resumes. It's
Yes.
the law. That's why I say I'll let the
That's an,
F5 do their thing. They
that's an
smarter
improper
than us.
point of information.
Point of
Ms.
order.
Winfrey, what's your point?
When I'm doing a point of information to the speaker, let me finish, and can you not interrupt me? Because if you continue to do that, Madam President, I'm gonna ask that you be out of order.
Okay.
We can dance, some of us, but we can't talk at the same time.
Okay.
These are privileged motions, and that was a point of information to Ms. Winfrey Carter. It had nothing to do but go through you.
Okay.
And you blatantly keep disrespecting this first ward council
Mr.
person.
Mays, that's an improper point of
Point
order.
of order.
That's an improper point of order. What's your
It's a
second point of
proper
order?
point of order to say when you disrespect my point of information, you're discriminatory and out of order.
Okay, that is an improper point of order. Ms. Winfrey
I
Carter,
know
you
it
still have
ain't.
the floor.
So, I'm sorry, and we've been over this before, and it has been said, and it's been customary, that a resume should be submitted to, for nomination to boards and committees. So I'm probably going to have to abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Yes.
Just for clarity, real quick, Mr. Murphy. So because Ms. Winfrey Carter asked to separate it, we'll still separate it. So we'll consider this discussion on appointment 230038. So we'll need a second motion for approval for 230039, just so everyone's on the same page. Okay? Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Yes, I'll be supporting this appointment of Melinda Soil. We call her Mama Soul. She's done so much great work in the community. She give back so much in the community with her band, perform in different places. I think she'll bring value to the DDA. And I'm just looking at her bio, and the things that she's done, the entertainers that she has brought in. She will bring value to the downtown area, the DDA. She's been around for a long time, and I've watched her do different work. She go to schools and perform for kids, and she just be all over the place. I can't see me turning this. I think this is an asset to the DDA, and I think she'll bring value. So I'll be supporting her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there any other discussion
Madam
in this
Chair.
first round? Go ahead.
Given the questions, and I know that we've had multiple different ones get sent back because of not having the resume, I will make a substitute motion to send it back to government ops and request a resume. And I so move.
City Government Ops. Is there a second?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'll support that motion.
All right. Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I just listen to folk like Mr. Murphy talk. And I want the people in the city of Flint to listen at him talk. These folks, some of them, including him, don't care nothing about rules, law, and procedures. I know Mama Soul, we done did it. I done did a record with Mama Soul. Google it. It's called Questions. Mama Soul, MAMASOL, Mama Soul Questions. So I'm used to Quincy and them talking about Mama Soul, Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields Googled some or commented on her Facebook page the other day. I didn't see it. It could be a lie. It said, me and Mays, according to what I hear, is the greatest of, whatever. I know Mama Soul. Her son, standing about 6'7", 6'9", play for Beecher now. I was just at the game with her. My great nephew played for Hamady, and I'm proud of him. Been starting since he was in 9th grade. That ain't how you vote on stuff. I know Mama Soul and did this. No, we got laws, rules, and procedures. I'm going to be supporting the motion to set it back, give it more time, let Mama Soul attach what we've demanded others do. And I think she'll be a great asset to the department, the DDA. Just like Sister May. Not Mays, but May, who couldn't get her appointment through. So I ain't studying at what Quincy Murphy trying to fool the public. Oh, Mama Soul. No, this is about law and procedure and rules that you, and others just violate blatantly, discriminatorily, depending who's who. Oh, this Mama Soul. Miss Winfrey Carter is right. We sit here as senior council people telling y'all what we done experienced over the years, what some of the law is, what the rules is. Tripping me out. So I'll be supporting this because this Mama Soul. No, support it based upon the rules and law. Quit trying to throw my black boop, 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 boop out in violation of the rules and law. Quit being discriminatory in contrast to the rules and law. Quit having illegal campaign literature contrary to the rules and law.
What's your point?
My colleague is out of order. He's talking about illegal literature is not germane to the subject matter of the resolution, which is the appointment to send this back to government ops of Melinda Soul
Wilson. Point well taken, Mr. Murphy. Mr. Mays, please continue to
Ms.
stage.
Herkenrode,
Excuse me,
if
Mr.
I
Mays,
had
I
a
have not
said-
finished ruling on this point of order. Please remain germane to the topic at hand, which is, as a reminder, on the motion to postpone appointment 230038 to government ops.
Ms. Herkenrode, you hadn't established publicly how you would vote on this on a bio or a resume. But you have established, just like Mr. Murphy, that you don't care to follow rules and law. Whether it's your campaign literature, his, whether it's the rules or points of order or whatever, that's germane to him declaring publicly, I'm going to just vote because it's Mama Soul. Mama Soul would be, so it's germane and pertinent and relevant if I tell the community because they don't know the rules and law. And he'll try to make me and Miss Winfrey Carter and anybody else who want to get it in order for her according to rules and law. I'm like, what we ain't doing and what he doing because it's Mama Soul. I'm going to be germane and relevant. He's a blatant, repeated, habitual rule breaker. I'll be voting to send it back to the committee and give her time to get this right.
Is there any other?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you so very much. Through you to the attorney, this bio, the brief bio, is that a violation of the rules and the policies of us being able to vote for her appointment on the DDA?
No.
Thank you very much. That's all my point is that
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to the speaker, you also believe him when he tell you you can deliberate as a quorum outside of an open meeting, don't you?
That's an improper point of information,
Thank
Mr.
you so
Murphy.
much. My colleague, and to the public, my colleague spent so much time attacking, trying to go after me.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Let's see how you're doing as far as Jermaine and Tito and them.
That's an improper point of information, but yes, Mr. Murphy, please state your main.
Thank you. This resolution is based on appointment of Mama Soul So for the public to believe that Councilman Murphy is voting on something based on someone's allegations of what they think is completely untrue. But I will not be voting to send this back to government ops. I will be voting to move this forward to be voted on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Hearing multiple, do Ms. Priestley and then Dr. Lewis.
You know, although it's not in the rules, it's not by law, it has been customary that we request corrections and resumes and things, so I will vote to send this back.
Okay. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. So I know I brought it up before. We need to be consistent and we need to make it a part of the process. And so instead of talking about what's customary, let's get it in writing. What should be the protocol in order to nominate someone for an appointment? What should we do? So how about instead of just guessing and instead of saying this is how it usually go, let's go ahead and make this official. You know, Mama Soul or Melinda Soul Wilson, everyone doesn't have a resume. She's an artist. She's a performer. And so she doesn't have typically, most people like her, I can't talk on what she don't have because I don't speak on what I don't know. But what I do know is that most performers, they don't have resumes. They do it a little different. They might have a portfolio. They might just have a bio. When you are a performer, a lot of people, they don't put down they don't have PhDs or whatever. They just don't because they're in a whole different realm. And so I don't want to sit here and hold her to this unfair standard when that's not how people in her industry do. But furthermore, this council, I brought it up before and I challenged my colleagues to take the lead and establish what protocol looks like. In order for council to appoint anyone, you must have these things in order. Let's put it in action because there's been a few times when people did not have a resume and they were not a performer, a worldwide performer like Mama Soul. They were not worldwide performers like Mama Soul. And we let them go because I know them. So I don't want to pick and choose. I want to be systematic when we do this. And the system is, let's go ahead and establish a system so we won't run into this. But again, it's different strokes for different folks in different industries. So let's go ahead and keep that in mind. But when it comes down to Mama Soul, she will be a breath of fresh air and new life on our DDA committee. Again, this lady is doing global commercials for national corporations. And she want to represent Flint on the board? I would be remiss to say no to that. Her resume is go to YouTube, watch the news, read the paper, look around at all the performances that she does. If that's not resume enough, I don't know. But again, let's go ahead and set the established protocol to what appointments look like. And let's not pick and choose. So I'm I won't be voting to send this back to government ops because it's a waste of time. She's a superstar in Flint. She's a superstar in Michigan. She's a superstar, period. And so then my colleagues know who she is. They speak highly of her. So let's not waste time like we've done so far. Let's go ahead and appoint her and keep it moving. But let's establish that protocol. I challenge my colleagues to get off what's customary and get on what's right by the rules. Since we are a legislative body and we set the tone for how things are done, let's set the tone to how appointments come before this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
look, I've said it before and I'm gonna continue to say it. It's been customary to get a resume, and I know this was one of Clerk Brown's thing. Every time she says, okay, you need to nominate somebody for your board or whatever, please have them to submit a resume. Okay? I'm just not gonna back down from that. I'm not. And yes, Mama Soul, she would be a fresh heir to the DDA board. I'm sure she has a lot of different ideas and everything to bring. I'm not even disputing that, but I'm gonna stand on what I believe and what has been done. And that's what's gonna happen with my vote tonight. So, I mean, this may fail. It may not go anywhere, because I'll be voting to send it back to committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Is there anyone else in the first round? Okay, second round, is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I listened to Ms. Lewis speak, and in her speaking, she said at one point that Mama Soul didn't have a resume, and then she corrected it real quick and say, I go for what I can see. I see a bio. She also said we should get the proper protocol, and Attorney Kim told them the answer to their question, but I go off of what I feel I remember. It's probably in writing, Ms. Winfrey Carter, as I recall, that resumes should be attached. I don't care what Attorney Kim tells them. I've been sitting here for years.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Do you know, Councilman Mays, where we can find that in writing?
I'm gonna do you just like you do me. The answer is if we got staff and search it, yes, we might can, but you're not gonna vote to give us that time. You said in so many words, Quincy made a motion, I rolled with Quincy, I'm gonna be voting not to send it back. You could be voting to kill her appointment if you ain't careful, and depending on what Priestley and Piper do, and of course, Ms. Herkenroth. I done told you, I know Mama, so I support her. And I'm telling you, as we discussed this and I seen what was going on, at first I didn't even know it was her because I hadn't looked at the bio. But the point is, y'all can play that game of favoritism and don't just got here. I remember when that communication and policy or written or whatever come up about a resume. I remember it. Attorney Kim wasn't the city attorney, as I remember when that come up. And we've been doing it ever since with other appointments. Mama Soul might be famous, but you breaking the rules and law ain't gonna make you famous. Oh, I know Mama Soul, and regardless, she would be a great asset. And so what I'm gonna do,
Mr.
I'm gonna
Mays.
vote because
Decorum.
Mama Soul, you know, I know Magic Johnson.
Mr. Mays, please remain respectful to your colleagues, or I will issue you your first warning.
I'm gonna appeal the first warning. What are you talking about being respectful to my colleagues? I can talk.
Okay, Mr. Mays, I did not issue
I'm
you.
appealing the first warning
Mr. Mays.
immediately. You just
Mr.
say
Mays.
I'm gonna issue you your first warning.
Mr. Mays, will you please let me
Well,
finish?
then let me continue.
No, no,
Point
no.
of
Mr.
order.
Mays, Mr. Mays, let me rule. I said.
Point of
please-
order.
What is your point?
Rule on what? I was talking and you just interrupted me.
And Mr. Mays, you interrupted me right back. So if I will finish,
With a point of order?
I will finish. The chair doesn't need to do a point of order. As a reminder, a point of order is a quick inquiry when the chair is not maintaining order. I said, Mr. Mays, please remember your decorum and respect your colleagues, or I will issue you your first warning. There has been nothing to appeal, so that is not a valid thing. You have
Let
the
me
floor.
say this to you with your interruption when I got the floor. I'm used to you threatening me, harassing me when I get the floor. I'm used to it, Ms. Herkenroder. I know you white and I'm black. I know it could be a cultural difference or it can be intentional discrimination. Now, you ain't got no business and no right to interrupt me when I got the floor. You think you do. But I've heard Miss Lewis try to make her voice sound like mine. I haven't heard that. I done heard her talk about colleagues or whatever. I'm gonna talk and make my point. Miss Lewis said, this is Mama Soul. Quincy said, this is Mama Soul. And I'm gonna continue to demonstrate that. And because Mama Soul is famous, we gonna vote for him regardless of whether we know this rule is in writing or not. Then she gonna point of information. Mr. Mays, do you know where we can find this in writing? I know who was the keeper of the records, the clerk. Are you taking pictures of me? Oh, an active shooter at Michigan State. Okay. Well, my position is this. If I done sat here for years and I remember stuff, I remember points of orders, privilege motions. I remember the discussion and the communications about resumes, because if you think about it, Ms. Carter, we even had to adopt job descriptions. I remember when we had to attach job descriptions. Mr. Murphy wasn't here, Ms. Lewis wasn't here, and Attorney Kim wasn't here. And she gonna try to talk condescending to me. A point of information, you know where we can find this?
Mr. Mays, please remain respectful.
Beg your pardon?
Please remain respectful to your
I'm
colleagues.
being respectful. I'm talking factually.
Mr. Mays.
I'm talking factually.
Mr. Mays.
You didn't hear her point of information asking me where I could find this at.
Mr. Mays.
You mad because I'm bringing it up?
Mr. Mays, what I am upset about.
Mrs. Herkenroder.
Well, I'm not married.
Mrs.
but
Herkenroder.
I'm not married. but
Whatever
Mr.
you are,
Mays,
you out point of order.
What is your point?
You out of order, keep interrupting me.
That is
I'm
an
gonna
im-
close my comments. I'm gonna vote to send it back to the committee, and I'm gonna continue to talk about you being discriminatory, maybe even racist, her being Eric Mason's racist, whatever, and the different treatment from you, Quincy, her, and everybody else.
Okay.
And ain't nothing you can do to stop it.
Okay, so Mr. Mays, as I did state previously, the chair does not have to say a point of order.
Beg your pardon?
As I stated previously earlier in the evening, a point of order. A chair doesn't have to raise a point of order. A chair
I'm
can-
done. If
Excuse me,
you're
Mr.
not gonna
Mays.
point of order.
What's your point?
If you're not gonna rule that you being racist and discriminatory that I'm alleging, then move to the next person.
Mr.
My
Mays.
point of order is that you being discriminatory, racist repeatedly as it relates to me talking on this mic.
Mr. Mays,
Now
I'm
you
trying to-
rule, you ain't, and
I
we
am
move
ruling.
forward.
I am
I don't
ruling.
buy it.
Point of order.
I have to rule on this point of order and then come
sorry.
back to yours. So I was ruling on the point of order before I got interrupted with another point of order. So I will again say, as a reminder, a point of order is to, when the chair does not correct a breach of the rules. Mr. Mays, I have asked you repeatedly to remain respectful to your colleagues. Mocking them incessantly is not being respectful. As I also stated previously, I asked you to stay respectful and maintain decorum, or I would issue you your first warning. Because you failed to maintain your decorum and respect, I am now issuing you your first warning.
I appeal
Okay.
the ruling of the chair.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'm going to support his appeal.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll support his appeal.
All right. As a reminder, with the, excuse me, apparently I can't type and talk. As a reminder, the process for the appeal, the chair speaks first and last. At the end, we will then vote. The yes sustains the ruling of the chair, the no overturns it. The reason why, and I do believe that this has been stated very clearly tonight on the record, the reason why I have issued Mr. Mays his first warning is he has been consistently derogatory and not discriminatory, I don't think that's the right word. I think he has been particularly disrespectful to Dr. Lewis and to Mr. Murphy throughout this meeting. And as I've continued to try to rule Mr. Mays out of order, and I'm very clear with the fact that if you do this again, you will be issued a first warning. That is why we are here. Mr. Mays, remember, excuse me, that we are all here to be respectful and we are all here to get a job done. Reducing colleagues by making fun of them with that fake voice is so incredibly disrespectful in ways that I'm not sure, I just don't understand why that's what you continue to do. It doesn't matter if we disagree, but mocking them is not how we go about it. I've said on this record before, We're not all going to agree, but when we disagree, we have to disagree respectfully. And that means saying, you know, Dr. Lewis, I disagree with you. Or, you know, Mr. Murphy, I disagree with you. It does not resort to mocking them and starting to call them names that are not, you know, well within their character. We have to maintain order, and we have to make sure that we are all held accountable. So even if we're not yelling or whatever, we have to be respectful. As such, I have issued you your first warning. Is there any other?
Yeah,
discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Let me say this. You might better hip yourself to the council rules. Putting somebody in order or calling a point of order, it ain't on no every minor violation. What I read say it's a major violation. You use point of orders for major violations. It's a major violation for you to discriminate. Whether it's Eva Worthington, Jasmine Stanley, and you condone it, you discriminate. Whether you want to raise a minor violation because I talk about what Quincy Murphy and Liddell say, and you know, without their vote, you ain't sitting in that crow's nest, they enabling you. And so you treat me differently and discriminatory because of that politics. I'll wait till Davina finish talking to you because you need to hear it more than anybody. You're the one discriminating. That's a major violation. Discrimination based on race, sex, national origin, and political orientation. My political orientation is different from yours. You better look at the charter. The judge put that in the jury instructions just the other week, discrimination for political orientation. That's a major violation. A more minor violation is what you giving me a warning for, because I'm saying what Quincy Murphy and Liddell Lewis said, and I changed my deep voice. You interrupted me with minor violations, and I guarantee you, points of orders got to do with major violations, and you're using it repeatedly to warn and try to throw me out as you proceed to March 9th on a legal proceeding that you think you can blemish my reputation when it's all recorded. So I think I know what your game is for the discrimination and the different treatment, because you think you can do that. The March 25th meeting, you excuse me, I come back, you had me arrested, you and your cronies, 5 or 6 of y'all, wrongfully, discriminatory, ain't never happened to nobody. Now, every warning, everything I say, you're out of order. Point of it, you're out of order. You're trying to build a case before we get to trial, and that ain't even on trial. You, Ms. Lewis, Quincy Murphy, y'all might be getting coached by Kim. So yeah, I appeal your warning as I got the flow at Liddell Lewis. Point of information. Can you tell me where you can find it in writing? I'm doing it now. She don't sound like me. I can talk like her. Mama Soul, I can talk like that. They don't get nobody no warning and throughout. I'm innocently trying to portray my communications. And you discriminatory and repeatedly fooling with me with these minor violations of my freedom of speech, when at the same time you making major violations on discrimination when you don't warn others. Y'all wouldn't even deal with Eva hitting the audience member. Jasmine Stanley, Woodrow's daughter. Don't keep picking on me for minor violations when order got to do with major violations, and you the major violator for being racist, discriminatory, Eric Mason's, and everything else, repeatedly. You think it's funny, Attorney Kim, but you the one who telling them wrong.
Is there any other discussion in this appeal?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'll be supporting Chair. Here we are again. My colleague in the first ward is determined to use this platform of whatever he called himself doing to antagonize me or my colleague. I'm here to serve the people. And what I won't do is use, when I first got elected, I would go back and forth and get put out. But I've learned and I'm working on myself. And it's very disheartening to see that every time we come down here to city council meeting, we have to deal with him because we don't agree with him. And I was at one of my family members' house and they said, Quincy, the old you wouldn't have tolerated that. And it's that I know where I came from. And for us to keep coming down here
Point of
meeting after
order.
meeting after meeting
What's
after,
your point?
Is his subtle threats of what he might would do to me in the old days germane to whether or not this appeal? I'm
It is
just
an
wondering.
improper point of order. Proceed, Mr.
thank you so
Murphy.
very much. But we want to come down here and get the business done and not be called names and accusations made on us by our colleague in the first ward. We just want to get the business
Point of
done.
information.
What's your point?
Do you think me, your colleague in the first ward, want to hear and look at tapes of you calling me a disgrace and attacking me when you first got here up until now and I hadn't said nothing to you?
That is improper. Proceed.
Thank you. His behavior is a disgrace. And I will be supporting the chair because this enough is enough. And hopefully 5 of my colleagues will support the chair, give him his first warning. And if he do it again, escort him out and rule him out of order, put him out so we can get this business done. If you notice, if you watch the tape, every time he get put out the meeting, we be able to get the work done in the business. And even if we don't agree, we don't go attacking each other and calling each other out their names. I'm gonna be supporting the chair.
Is there any other discussion in this appeal?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you. According to Flint City Council Rule 26.4, a point of information can be given with a very short explanation, but using this tactic as an opportunity to gain the floor is not allowed. This has happened multiple times during this meeting by our colleague in the first ward. This isn't Councilperson Lewis speaking, this is the rules. You cannot interrupt someone with a frivolous point of information and then disrespectfully
Point of information.
tell the,
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Lewis, do you know we arguing about when I had the flow and I changed my voice to you, not a point of information? Did you realize that?
That's an improper point of information. Okay, proceed, Dr. Lewis.
Point of order.
What's your point?
If she arguing about me using a point of information, you should tell her she's not germane. This was when I had the flow. So you let her go and have latitude. That's why I be saying, leave me alone.
Okay, proceed, Dr.
This
Lewis.
was about when I had the flow. not a
Proceed, Dr. Lewis.
so according to the council rules as well, it states that you must state what rule has been broken when you state a point of order. And unfortunately, our colleague in the first ward does not do that. He uses opportunity to get his colleagues told. So going back to my point with Rule 26.4, as my colleague was speaking, this is germane, because as my colleague was speaking, he kept being interrupted by a frivolous point of information. And according to the rule, it said multiple abuses. Multiple is definitely more than one, and we have experienced more than one from our colleague in the first ward. It says multiple abuses of this point of information is cause for disciplinary action. And so he needs to be disciplined. So I know we are on an appeal for something else, but this just shows how our time is wasted. And our colleague keeps referring to it as, I guess minor infractions. The point is, it's an infraction. And if you know that you're committing an infraction, we just encourage you to stop. Because we all are professionals elected to our seats. They don't elect you to throw forth an infraction. They don't elect people to that. They elect you to get the job done. Mr. Mays made it very plain when he was speaking earlier. He said that people call him and watch him all over the country. See, I'm not performing for TikTok. I heard yes you are by Ms. Barnes. It's fine, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to do my job. I don't need likes on TikTok. I don't need my own video. I'm not trying to go viral. I'm not trying to make extra money via TikTok. I'm not talking about who's watching me and who's calling me. That's not what we're here for. So it begs the question, are you here for the work or are you here to be the entertainment of the evening? And clearly, it's the latter. So as we continue to laugh, I hope that the residents in the First Ward are listening.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, do you think she's being disrespectful toward me?
What that was disrespectful, yes. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor, but I will also remind colleagues to please remain respectful and use decorum.
Again, he should be gone because while I'm talking, he just violated 3 different points. And we must stop this. And so there's nothing else even for me to say. And so as we continue to do the work, as he continues to perform for the nation and make a buffoon out of the city of Flint, this is where we
Point
are.
of order. Madam Chair, she says okay for her to call me a buffoon.
Mr. Mays, that's an improper point of order. And as a reminder, we are in your first warning appeal. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
This is embarrassing. As you just heard my colleague said, I'm embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is not what anyone signed up for. We could be out of here by 10 if we did not have to go through this on a consistent basis. So again, I will sit back. I will be supporting the chair. And I'm looking forward to calling them out for violating point of information and point of order. And I'm looking forward to disciplinary actions so we can get him out of this meeting. And so we can move forward with the business because we probably could be out of here in 30 minutes because we get the business done. We get straight to the point. All of the colleagues work in tandem when Mr. Mays is not here. So as Mr. Mays continues to speak about recalls, he may be digging his own ditch. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in this?
Yes,
appeal?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
You know what? It's a double standard up here. Okay? And I'm going to just say this. She just sat there, called Mr. Mays a buffoon and all kind of things.
Point
No,
of
stop.
information.
Miss
Point of
Stop.
information.
Miss Winfrey.
I'm
Carter.
not taking
Point
your
of
point of
information.
information.
What's your point of
It's not
information?
I don't have to take her point of information.
The chair has to recognize a point of information as
And I
rules-
don't have to speak on it.
That is correct. However, you must cease talking. What is your point of information?
Did you know my direct comment was you're making a buffoon out of Flint?
That is an improper point of information. Ms. Winfrey Carter, continue.
Point of order.
And like,
What's your-
Point of order. You gonna give her her first warning?
Excuse
Mays,
me, there's a point of order. I have to respect that. What's your point of order?
Are you gonna give her a warning?
No, sir, because that was a one-off opportunity, whereas I give you three opportunities to correct the behavior. Ms. Winfrey
Point of
Carter.
order. May I be excused? This is getting to be a little much. I'm gonna sit there and
Yeah, it
listen
is,
and
it
decide.
is, it is
Yes,
much.
you may.
It is
Ms.
much.
Winfrey Carter, you have the floor.
Because when you talk about a buffoon and talk about a buffoon of this city, what about you calling a whole community junkie? What about that? And you sit there and talk about being professional. Come on, it's a double standard up here. Over there, a couple of times, people have called names. Did the chairperson stop them? Did you give them a warning? We got to be fair up here. We got to be fair. Two wrongs don't make a right. You got something to say to me? Say it.
We need to all just take a breath. We all just need to take a breath.
Say it, because I'm about tired of you.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, you're about to get your first warning.
Give me a warning.
This is your first warning. We need to all let's remain civil. Let's remember our decorum.
Because I'm appalled.
Miss,
Can I finish speaking?
yes, but did you hear that you did get issued a first warning?
I really don't care.
That's
I'm
okay.
tired of all of y'all. I'm tired. And you sit over there shading all the time, and you done called this whole community
Point
janky.
of order.
What's your point?
My colleague over there in the Fifth Ward is talking with a loud tone of voice.
I can talk with a loud tone. I can talk with a soft tone.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Point of order.
Hang on, I have to rule on.
You're
this
not going to
first.
stop me from speaking.
Miss Winfrey Carter, as a reminder, you have already been issued your first warning. I have to go in order of these points. Was that a point of information or a point of order? Point of order. Tone is not anything that's within the rules, so that's overruled. What's your point?
My point of order was to ask, he didn't state what rule has been broken, so you need to issue him a warning.
Okay, we're not doing this.
Yes, we
No.
are, and you need to chair properly.
All
Chair
right.
equitably and
that's why
properly and
we're
fairly.
here. And that's why we're here, because of Councilman Mays' tone. People can change their tone. I can scream to the top of my lungs if I want to. He can change his tone. This is ridiculous. So it's a double standard here. Be fair. If you're gonna call one person, give one person a warning, give the next person a warning. And I don't care if I get a warning.
All right. Is there any other discussion in this appeal?
You got something to say to me? Say it.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Stop bucking your eyes over here.
Is there any other discussion? Okay.
Point of order.
There will be order.
Point of
in
order.
Hearing multiple points of order. I heard one specifically
Yes.
from Dr. Lewis. Did I also hear one from Ms. Priestley? Okay. Well, we'll do the point of order and then the recess. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Our colleague in the Fifth Ward is insinuating threats because I haven't said anything. I'm just sitting here looking and listening to her speak.
All right.
I haven't said anything.
Point of order.
I have to.
Chair,
rule
she
on-
did not state what rules has been broken. and
Excuse
she-
me.
She
Absolutely.
is right.
I can't-
She has
I
not
can't-
said,
I can't-
warn her.
Members of
So-
this council, as a reminder.
The
As
rule
a
of decorum.
reminder, hang on. As a reminder, you have to let the chair rule on the points of order as they come. And as a reminder, Ms. Burns, we were at this and then you called your point of order, so we're going to rule on Dr. Lewis's. I don't finish your point, but I do not believe that it is a proper point of order.
So, excuse me, according to council rules, you must maintain decorum. You don't, and an example of no decorum is yelling over the chair to the council person in the second ward and asking me basically what I would do. I got something to say to her and basically what I want to do. And so that's insinuating a threat. I'm not insinuating any violence. I haven't said anything to her.
Dr.
So
Lewis.
that's in violation of decorum towards colleagues. You don't
Point of
threats.
information.
What's your point?
Do the speaker realize she looked over here like she needed to say something to me?
Okay, all right.
Say it.
Point of order.
I got to, what's your point?
Oh, no, go ahead. I retract that. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Don't want to be out of order.
As a reminder, we are here to do the job of the city, not pick at each other across the aisle. Let's remain respectful in our interactions with each other, even when we disagree. Dr. Lewis, that is an improper point of order. I heard a point of order over here.
Did you rule on it, Madam Chair?
I just did, yes. Was there a point of order
No,
over here?
no, you can proceed so you can rule. I'm good.
Okay.
But before we recess, I would like to speak on this.
There is no motion to recess yet.
I believe Councilwoman.
There was
Priestley-
no motion
didn't-
yet, not yet, because we had to go through the order of everything, and you hit me with a whole bunch of points of order and points of information that I'm trying to keep track of. I got yours, I got yours, I got yours again. You had another one. Okay? We are still in the appeal. I did hear Miss Priestley. Miss Priestley?
So I asked for a recess so that tempers could be settled down.
Okay. How long of a recess?
10 minutes.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor for a 10-minute recess. Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second that.
All right, we will vote on that recess. All right, roll call, please. On a 10-minute recess.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Harkemaier?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
2 yes, 5 no. That fails. We are still in the appeal. Is there any other member of council who wishes to speak in the appeal?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I do. We are here at this point now because there is a double standard. We don't all have to like each other, but respect is not given. And so when eyes are bucked and taunted, and when what I used to be is made, as some may say, is a threat, that is a threat. Because it's been said to me before. It has been said, and what I used to be, some of the stuff that gets up here that y'all get into is it's ridiculous. And when we talk about a double standard and we say, we give a speech about a point of order must say what rule is broken, then you turn right around and violate the same rule that you speak verbatim, not once, not twice, I think maybe 3 times. And so people say, hey, you know, what are they all? Everybody is engaged in this. We all break that point of order rule. Every single one of us has. Maybe not. Councilman Pfeiffer's been rather quiet. So when we talk about that, we're all breaking that rule. But when we talk about unfair treatment, it is a fact that when some of you chair, it's not chaired fairly. It's just not. I mean, I get a warning. I got a warning for the volume of my voice before by you, Councilwoman Herkeroder, by the volume of my voice, and you issued me a warning. We can't continue to keep these 5, votes, and we're going to be right. And if you're not a part of our clique, that's just, it's not working. And that's why when you say decorum, we're not getting it because everyone doesn't feel respected. Everyone doesn't feel respected or acknowledged or their concerns. And we're going to continue to have these problems until we fix it. We need team building. We need to learn how to get along. And I don't know if that possibility, because your colleagues know, some of them, that you're not going to say nothing. And Councilwoman Lewis at times doesn't. Her last meeting that she was up there chairing, she kept saying, point over, deny, point over, deny. And it was almost like it was a control. But when we take the voice away from the first ward, let him say his 5 minutes. We all get the same 5 minutes, 2 rounds of 5 minutes, and let him be done. Let it be done. But he's not the only one who used points of orders and points of information and use them incorrectly. It's just not the truth. So when we talk about how do we work together, I don't know at this point. I really don't. Because when someone's bucking at you, and I've been bucked at, I've been told that I provoked someone. I've been told that or not incited is the word, triggered. My triggers. It's like this stuff gets silly. If I can trigger you, nobody needs to be in this seat. And all the bucking in the eyes and the taunting and then falling back to play victim, the passive aggressive behavior, stop it. Stop it. It's ridiculous. And everybody know if you say something to Councilman Mays, he always on 10. 10 is where he started. He never goes down. And so if we chair fairly and treat him fairly, and we can look at the tapes. I've gotten warnings, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, and then no warning was given to Councilwoman Eva Worthing the day that Jasmine Stanley stood at that podium and she stated that she was hit. You did nothing Nothing. And then pretending like you didn't see when the victim was at the podium. And so when we talk about it is discrimination people feel, because then it falls into how the demographics are of a black ward and a white ward. No, we shouldn't be there because we all are supposed to chair fairly. And I implore you, that was why I wanted to meet with you. Let's talk about how we can move forward with team building. You haven't acknowledged me. You're the president of the council. How we behave falls on your shoulders. How we get along. You have to bring us together. You have to remain impartial and to be non-biased. That is so important. I can't get a meeting with you and you're the president of the council. That shouldn't be that way. So we're going to have these back and forths because some of them feel entitled that you're not going to say anything because you are friends with them. You said one meeting who you weren't friends with. Kind of shocked me when you said you weren't friends with Eva Worthing that day. But we do know who you have stated on the record who you are friends with. And that is not something we should be doing. I may not agree with Councilwoman Eva Worthing, but if she's had projects in her ward, I have supported her. I don't get along with a lot of the council members, but if it's a project, it's for the people. I'm for the people and for what we're supposed to be doing for the business of the city of Flint. We got to take the attitudes and the personalities out of it, and we got to quit trying to make our name on getting Councilman Mays straight. We got to stop doing that. And that's why he's so popular. He is getting a whole following, not black, but white, but all people, because they think he's being forthright and telling people.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion in this appeal?
Just
Okay,
now, we get
seeing none, I will speak last. I think that we have covered a lot of ground this evening. And again, I have admitted this on record several times that yes, I have made mistakes as a chair because believe it or not, I am human and we all are human and we all make mistakes. However, this is in regards to the fact that I had asked Mr. Mays 3 times to remain respectful and to quit mocking his colleagues or I would issue him a first warning. He failed to do that, so I issued him his first warning. As a reminder, yes sustains the ruling of the chair to appeal the first warning, no overturns it. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Circumroder?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
All right, 5 yes, 3 no. Mr. Mays, you've been issued your first warning.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Now, you gave Ms. Winfrey Carter a warning for her communicating. You think it's too late to appeal that?
Any ruling, from my understanding of the rules, any member has the right to appeal the ruling of the chair because that's what helps with democracy.
It says something about immediately. See, you read half the rules.
Okay, so
Certain,
Mr. Mays.
let me finish my point of order if I may. You already done stuck your
You-
foot in your
Mr.
mouth
Mays,
as far
you did
as
not
what
say
you
a
said
point of
and you
order.
got quiet. Point of order.
There's your point of order. What's your point?
You never said nothing in reference to what the rules say as it relates to immediately. I'm trying to clear it up because if it's gonna be immediate or after appeal, whatever, I'll do it immediately or whatever. I'm giving you a choice. But don't read half a rule because I know them without even looking at them. That's the problem y'all got with me. Y'all try to remember them in 4 months, a year, don't know them, trying to change them, enact them tonight, don't know them. So when I said that, I challenge you to read the rule and see if the term immediately is in there.
Okay.
I know it's in there. Let's move on. I'll take my first warning. If she don't want hers, we'll deal with it. But I'm so tired of you, I don't know what to do.
Is there any other discussion? As a reminder, we are now in the second round on the motion to postpone appointment 230038. to
Now, wasn't
government-
I talking in the second round?
Okay, as a reminder, we are on the second round for the motion to postpone 230038 to Gov Ops. Mr. Murphy, did I see your light go on?
Point of order.
What's your point?
Wasn't I in the second round when you warned me for
That is
changing
correct.
my voice?
Yes, so you are the only speaker who has spoken in the second round.
Okay, so when you warned me and I appeal, wouldn't that logically make you think I'm still was in the round?
Okay, how much time was left on his, Davina?
41 seconds.
41 seconds, which, okay.
Whatever it is, I'm just showing how foolish you be treating me discriminatorily, even in that. Whether it's 30 seconds, 41 seconds, why have I have to be smarter than you repeatedly? And if it ain't nobody for you to believe, you don't care nothing about believing what I tell you. This is getting to be a little much, a little ridiculous. You interrupted me, and I'm gonna pick up the pace. I don't think y'all see what's coming. But it's something coming. And it's positions and people outside of this council. And Ms. Herkin wrote out, I don't care if it's you, Quincy, Pfeiffer, Priestley, or whatever. Stay tuned. You say what you want. You can say what you want to, Mr. Pfeiffer, but you ain't immune to this bad voting and different treatment. You can wave your hand or do. I wish you had waved it before I come over there helping you get elected. I don't even like you. Studying you.
Okay.
Waving your hand at me, flipping me off. What McCall did that to finance director, and I ain't dealt with him since. I'm not dealing with you. You not fooling me and a bunch of black folks who tell me, fight for something else. Say one thing, do another. Wanted my office and to stab me in the front, the back, whatever. Is y'all ever gonna change office? Or that was part of his deal to vote for you for president as well?
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the second
Yes.
round? Go ahead.
Yes. I won't be supporting sending this back to government ops. And the reason why, the attorney told us that there's no law that say we can't vote for an appointment based on a bio, and looked at this intense bio front and back page that talks about Mama Soul, who we call her, and just the different things that she's done. I don't know, even if you put it in a resume form, it'll still say the same thing based on the bio. And when you read the bio, it just talks about the numerous things that she's done over the years. And I believe that this bio is sufficient enough for us to pass this resolution instead of sending it back to government ops. And I really would hate to see this get lost because we don't have the votes. And based on what it looked like, I don't know what my colleagues is thinking. But I won't be voting to send this back to government ops, but I believe we can move this forward to be voted on tonight. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. So just in summary, no, she's doing us a favor by serving. She's doing us a huge favor by serving. And if you look, is where it says bio, where it says resume, it says see bio. And if you look at her bio, it says real succinctly, we hustle different. People in her genre, they hustle different. Again, we don't have a criteria that says, and it's been established by the clerk, a resume is not mandatory. It'd be mandatory for someone like me because I don't hustle like Mama Soul. I don't have a portion of her credentials. So this is how she hustled. This is her resume. She said, see bio under resume. Because we don't have a rule in place that says resumes are required. We can't make her come up with a resume. Now, see if she didn't have anything, if it was like a couple of people in the past, we just had their name, nothing else to go with it. No, she gave us a bio. And it's all about formatting. You want her to format this differently and just to say resume up top? Because this gives us exactly the information that we need. And if we require people to submit resumes, if that's going to be the standard, let's put it in writing so we can go by that. But until then, let's not hold people to an unequal standard. Nothing separates her bio than just mild formatting. But she hustles different. This is how artists like her clearly promote themselves and give out information about themselves. So again, I challenge my colleagues, put it in writing so we can have something consistent. But she hustles different. This is her resume. She does it in the form of a brief bio. You can't hold people accountable to rules that we don't have.
Point of information.
What's your point?
You willing to bet your check and house whether or not it's in writing? Since you so saying it ain't, you know 100% that it ain't? You don't, do you?
So point of order.
That's an improper
Again.
point of information. What's your point of order?
That according to the rules, yeah, you cannot use points of information, frivolous points of information to take the floor, and that was just demonstrated. So that's one time. I know you said you give people 3 times. There we go.
Yeah, point well taken. Mr. Mays, as a reminder, please use points of information, points of order properly. Okay, all right. Dr. Lewis, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the second round? In the second round? All right, so I will say this. I have not found in either the DDA bylaws nor the rules within the city of Flint for our city council meetings that there is a requirement for the resume. However, I think that we do need to be consistent, and I also am counting votes, and I don't think that we have the votes to send it to council if we don't postpone it, and I don't want to get this to get lost, so I'm going to vote to postpone it so that we can send it through later, and I will support it if there's any kind of updated resume, but I'm right there with you. There's nothing in there, in the rules anywhere, or the DDA bylaws about having a resume, and as a reminder, the mayor is also the one who appoints members to this board in particular too, so I hope that, Davina, if you would be able to communicate with Mr. Neely, that we want to see some sort of probably a more structured CV, even if it's not a formal resume, a CV I think would be helpful in this case as well, so that we can remain as consistent as possible. But as a reminder, that is nowhere in writing. Roll call, please, on the motion to postpone appointment 230038 to government ops.
Ms. Harkenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes. I'm sorry, 6 yes, 2 no.
All right, 6 yes, 2 no. That'll be postponed to gov ops. The chair will entertain a motion to approve appointment 230039.
I move to approve appointment 2300, is it 43?
39.
Oh, 39.
Is there a second?
Support.
All right, is there any discussion?
Madam,
Yes.
through you to the clerk, on this resume, was this an online or a PDF? Because it's like got clickable links for show description. Like, do we have access to what those links are?
No, this is just how it was sent. To me, I'll double check, but no, I think it was just a PDF.
Can you check to see if those PDF had links on it? I won't stop it because it's technically a resume, but I would like to know what is behind all of those links. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty, thank you. Is there any other discussion on this appointment? Is there any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Roll call, please, on the motion to appoint 230039.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder.
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
All right, 8 yes, 0 no, that is passed. All right, that takes us down to resolutions. So the chair will entertain a motion for a master resolution, but I do want to make sure that we are all on the same page about what those numbers are. So for the master resolution, it's resolution 230040.1. Actually, you know what, to save everybody time, it is all of them because as a reminder, we did add those two
Point of order, Madam
resolutions.
Chair.
What's your point?
This resolution 230040.1 got to do with that ARPA form that was passed way back in April. In order to reconsider that, you have to do that in the same meeting or the next meeting. You can't do it a year later to
Okay.
reconsider. So I'm gonna ask it to be separated, whatever,
So
and we'll
there's-
discuss it. But I just want to see who giving who what advice.
Okay, so there's
That-
no motion
that's
on the floor.
inaction.
As a reminder, there is no motion
Yes.
on the floor.
No.
Just one real quick, just to make sure we're all on the same page. As a reminder, we did add those two resolutions, so it's all of the resolutions that are listed on the agenda. Mr. Murphy, I heard you.
Yes, I would like to move resolution 230040.1, resolution 230024, resolution 230025, resolution 230026, resolution 230027, resolution 230028, resolution 230029, resolution 230030, resolution 230031, resolution 230032, resolution 230033, resolution 230034, resolution 230035, resolution 230036, resolution 230037, resolution 220530.2, resolution 230043 with any separation.
All right, is there a second?
Madam Chair, I support
All
that.
right. It has been moved and properly supported. Before we go into discussion, is there
Yes.
any separations?
Yes,
Go
I would
ahead.
like to separate the resolution 230037, repeal Public Act 436 of 2012, the Local Financial Stability and Choice Act. And that'll be it for me.
Madam Chair,
Was that Mr. Piper?
I'd like to separate 230040.1
Okay.
and 220530.2.
Two. Okay. Are there any other separations?
Yeah, Madam.
Yes.
I want to separate, I think 230040.1 have been separated. If it wasn't, I think Mr. Piper separated, I'd separate it. So that would leave the golf course separation 230026. For me, that would leave the partial settlement with Matt Baker et al., City of Flint, 230027. And then the Witness Protection Program, 230029. And then Complete Towing, 230033. And the Collective Bargaining Agreement, 230043.
All right. Are there any other separations? Okay, hearing none, we will open up discussion on the master resolution without those separations.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
As it relates to the master resolution, I didn't separate certain police detective bureau cars. I didn't separate camera installation. I did separate the witness protection program. I didn't separate, closely related to the police department, the National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative. And I asked for the floor on discussion because all these police matters that come before us regularly. Whenever I want to know something about a police matter, I used to call the chief of police of certain folk in the police department. When I want to know something about a financial matter, I would call the chief financial officer. When I want to know something legally, I'd refer to the city attorney. But these department heads and people is falling off rapidly off of Councilman May's list. I don't trust the chief financial officer. I don't trust the city attorney. And as of last week, I don't trust the chief of police. I've got calls from across the country and locally for this man raising his voice and acting a certain way, and ain't nobody said nothing. You heard crickets. I asked him about the case with Buzzard-Nim and what's his name? Whatever the guy did, his name was sending text messages allegedly. He said, I don't know nothing about police cases that was filed before I got here. That's a lie. Booth is his name. You done heard about it. The news done heard about it. The whole town talking. I say, I believe you're lying. Next thing I know, the chief of police standing in a public meeting accusing me of covering up something. I asked him, what was I covering up? My relationship with a woman? Dope, selling dope, money? I ain't a cover up and I'm appalled. I've told people all week who didn't talk to me about this. I'm gonna tell what I think he covering up. Former chief, other people told me he stayed with the woman who sued the city, lived with her, repeated 911 calls possibly, and people intervening. That's T. Green. The one standing up here hollered at me when I asked him about some city business and talking foolishness. I wouldn't care if it's Quincy Murphy, Herkenroder, Chief Green, the city attorney, the chief financial officer. This administration is turning into a mess. It's already a mess. Neely lying about degrees. We get bad information.
My colleague is not germane to this.
I'm gonna tell you how I'm germane.
Resolution. He's talking about the mayor and his degree, and that is not on the agenda.
And talking about you too.
Point well taken. Mr. Mays, you've already been issued your first warning. This is now your second opportunity before you are asked to remove from
Man, look,
from the meeting.
You trying to get me out of here before I can vote on this important business? Is that your goal?
Mr. Mays, my goal is to run the city of Flint in these meetings
Okay,
efficiently.
point of order.
Mr.
Then
Mays,
why do you believe when I'm talking about police activities and making my point of who I trust to get information from, and he say I ain't germane, you give me a second warning?
Mr. Mays, the reason why is because what you were talking about was Mr. Neely, the police chief, which is not have to do with this master resolution because you separated out that case, or that workers' comp case, and it has nothing to do with what we're doing here for the business. Please remain germane If I have to ask you again, I will ask you to be removed from this meeting.
And I'll get up and leave, but I
Okay.
I respectfully disagree with you. When we voting on police business, financial business, legal business, and Mr. Murphy and you and others vote on it, it's germane, because if I'm losing trust from the chief of police to the mayor's office to y'all, and I'm speaking on it as I decide and discuss what I'm gonna vote on this master resolution, it's germane. Now, if you don't understand how it's gonna be germane, watch how I vote.
Is there any other discussion on the master resolution? Is there any other discussion on the master resolution? Okay. Seeing none, let me go through those numbers again because we did separate out quite a few. So the master resolution, so everyone knows what they're voting on. Oops, and I just closed my packet. Sorry. The master resolution is resolution 230024, 230025, 230028, 230030, 230031, 230032, 230034, 230035, and 230036. Roll call.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Did you specifically ask, you might have, was there any discussion in the first and or second round?
I did ask multiple times for discussion. I didn't miss the rules.
Point of order. That was not my point of order. I said, did you specifically ask, Madam Chair, as you try to be an expert chair, did you ask specifically in the first and second round? You might have been, you might not. I just didn't know, and I want you to tell the truth. It's recorded.
I did not specifically say first or second, but I
That's
did
what
call-
I thought. Thank
Okay,
you.
all righty. But I did call for discussion multiple times. As a reminder, we are on the vote to approve the master
Point
resolution.
of order.
What's your point?
Are you refusing to ask first and second round discussion?
I'm not, Mr. Mays. I just simply
Well,
said.
will you do it?
Well, excuse me, Mr. Mays. As I stated, I asked multiple times. I think it was 3 times total for any other discussion. No other council member said anything.
Point of order.
What's your point?
I said something in the first round, so I'm asking, are you refusing to do it first and second round?
Well,
That's
I've
all
already-
I'm asking. Either you is or you ain't.
We are on the vote because I called for discussion 3 times. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays.
I abstain on this vote in the master resolution because of my lack of trust for council people, the administration, the importance of the business, not being able to discuss and get ruled out of order. For those reasons, as a conglomerate doing this important city business, I abstain. This is getting to be a little much.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Murphy Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Roder.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
You voted 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention.
All right, 7 yes, 0 no, 1 abstention. That is passed. The chair will entertain a motion. Actually, I'm sorry, that was separated. Mr. Pfeiffer, 230040.1.
Make a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I second that.
All right, is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
I heard Mr. Pfeiffer and then Mr. Mays.
I understand the thought process behind this form, but until we get organizations in process, I don't understand. It doesn't really matter if we change the process now. Let's just keep the process going until we get organizations in line, and then we can change it. But it doesn't make sense to do this late in the game. And to be honest with you, it's just too much of a point of contention. We just need to move on, keep the process as is, and move forward. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mays, you had the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but this will be really confusing. It'll be a high-profile news story. I'll help make it high-profile, but you don't put a resolution together to effective immediately cease taking some paperwork from residents and then send the copies. I don't mind copies going to the public health department or anybody else. But the bottom line is how these folks gonna be treated. I asked Ernst & Young to be here the last 3 meetings. If Mr. Edwards was here, I would call him up. They ain't showed up yet. I don't know who they talking to, but we voted to pay them $1 million or so to service this council and the administration. I'm asking that they be here at the next finance committee meeting. That's what I'm asking. I ain't chairing no committee, ain't president, ain't making no agenda, but it's common sense to have folks here at request. So I'm putting it on the record. This is the 3rd or 4th time I've asked for Ernst & Young. Based upon the goofy rules of who can put stuff on the agenda, you gotta be a chair, a president. It ain't showed up yet. I done requested 3 times. I'm requesting it now a 4th time and putting it on the record. Ain't losing sleep if they show up or not. Ain't losing sleep if now. I said that on purpose. Now, council chair or president put my request on the agenda. I believe that this city and the residents are being shortchanged. When we called a special meeting, y'all didn't show up on a Saturday. Over 100 and some people in this chambers. There's gonna come a time when I sound the alarm and it's gonna be that same more than 100 or 200, 300. I think Ms. Liddell Lewis said it, Ms. Burns, and Ms. Winfrey Carter. She think that I'm playing a game, like I'm trying to get publicity. I've been getting publicity for 10, 20 years. 10, 20, 30 years. When I was NAACP third vice, police brutality in front of City Hall marching. When I was representing 9,600 workers, 1,000-person march from the closed Fisher Body plant, tents on the line for over 2 weeks. You misguided, Ms. Lewis, or whoever said it. Publicity ain't never abated me. So the speeches you giving to the public, I'm gonna continue doing whatever you think. Getting publicity, communicating with hundreds of people, and as it relates to this, I hope it get postponed indefinitely because whoever putting it on here trying to do it is messy. Way messy. And so I don't know what's gonna happen with it. But I know the part about ceasing taking them is appalling. Now, I'm going to end by saying this in the first round. I read language that say, when you're going to reconsider a vote, it should be done at the same or next meeting. And when the action go into action, it's too late. This been in action and was done over. It's in action. And to me, this is no more than a motion for reconsideration disguised. That's me. Thank you so much.
All right. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the reason for this resolution is because it is taking up our staff's time, so much time, so much time, so much time. And, you know, it could be 4 hours this one day and then another 4 hours the next day. And they end up, there's those forms, we can't, they are not the application. They are not the process.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Through you to Ms. Priestley, our staff have complained to you that they're swarmed.
Okay, that's a proceed.
And at this point, you know, they can, I got a phone call the other day. I directed them to the Department of Public Health for resources. That's what we should be doing. And these forms are just, we have spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars of our staff time and hours dealing with these forms, as well as the amount of money that we paid Ernst & Young to review them and categorize them and figure out if they were a valid expense under ARPA. So I just think that the process is in place. The applications are going forward for community organizations to apply for the grants, and that it's time to come to an end.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. I won't be supporting this motion because this amended motion is for council staff shall cease accepting any council forms effective immediately. Because these people are filling these forms out. And that is not the forms that's not how they get money, ARPA dollars. So I said it at the Saturday meeting that I came to. I'm gonna say it now, and I'm still gonna keep saying it. Those are not the forms for the public to fill out. That is a form that we did for informational purposes to see where we wanted to direct funding for the ARPA when we did the 4 meetings. It was not until my colleague in the first ward went, and I don't know if he did Facebook or however he put out to the public that we were receiving for people to come apply for the form. And then next thing you know, I saw something that was tied to his name with having people.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Whatever I put out, wasn't it after 6 of y'all voted on the initial form? Do you know that while you know?
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. And it was a couple of days before the primary mayor's election when my colleague in the first ward put this form out to make people believe. And then next thing you know, as long as we had the forms with the community meetings, months had passed by and we was not using that form to put out to people to come fill the form out. It was not until 2 or 3 days before the primary election that the people started bombarding our office with our clerks in there. And what was they to do? Be going back and forth with people? No, they just went on and let them fill out the form because their back was against the wall. So why would we continue to have their back up against the wall on behalf of saying that these are the forms? It's not. We know it's not. So why would we mislead people and make people believe that if you fill a form out, you gonna get some money? It's not true. We know it's not true. Some of us know it's not true. If we know it ain't true, now is the time to put it to vote. That's why we got it on the agenda, because we need to vote as a body to either denounce this stuff and say it's not true or keep it going and keep misleading people and make people believe that if you fill a form out, you go get some money. No. I'm going to help my people in the ward when that time comes. But the time ain't yet. Whoever going to be doing the houses and fixing people's houses up, they ain't received the money for you to be able to apply for it yet. So why would I go and tell them fill a form out and I know it ain't true? And then you be looking at me like, what happened? 500 people filled out a form waiting for something to come and arrive at their house. You had somebody, AC Doman said he went and got three bids. For what? It's not the case. So why would we as a council, it's 5 of us. Come on, y'all. We got the votes now. Let's go on and put this to sleep so that we can go. And then once we get done, do a press release and tell the public, do not come and fill no form out because it's not true. It's not true. And this is not what I voted on, why 6 of us voted on. I did not vote on no form for us to say this is the form we're finna use for people to apply for money. That was not my interpretation. I'm not voting for this. I'm voting to stop this so people won't be being misled. They're already jacked up from the COVID, from the water crisis. Why are we misleading these people? And then the neighborhood's jacked up. I won't be part of it.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you. So through you to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, is the council office short-staffed?
Yes.
Okay, so how many staff is it short?
Right now, 2 people?
2? Okay, so are those positions 2 deputy clerk positions?
No. I'll say there are 2 council administrative positions.
I didn't hear you. Say it again.
That would be 2 council administrative positions.
Okay, so 2 people that exclusively work on council business. All right, thank you so much. So what our clerk just said is that our council staff is severely short-staffed. They're short. And so with the thin staff that we have, we're going to continue to accept a form that has no home. Councilman Pfeiffer, this is giving those forms, the current 500 forms, this is giving them a home. Otherwise, they're just sitting somewhere. We didn't vote to mislead the people because it was established last meeting that as of right now, those papers have no home. They're going nowhere. Ernest Young can read them, but what does that mean? That just means that it's just giving them something to do. This resolution will help out our office because, again, we don't have the manpower to continue to stop what they're doing. Because I send lots of things to Sheila and Jennifer to stop what they're. So I know my other 8 colleagues are doing the same, sending them stuff in addition to their other administrative duties given by Madam Clerk. So they must stop what they're doing, give them a form that has no home, or when they come in, take that form, go and make a couple of copies, give it to the person, which means nothing, file it away, and it's not guaranteeing them a thing. So what this will do, again, this will take the burden off of our council staff. Then this will give the resolutions a home. So public health can actually look at it and determine if they have access to resources where they can send the people. So the people will not have their time spent in vain. You know, again, I'm not one of the engineers that deal with people, but what I do know is that we don't want to waste people's time, especially when time is of the essence. So I just encourage you to please keep that in mind as you vote. The short staff of the council, and this actually gives these applications that were initially drawn up to collect data. This will give them a home and allow our Office of Public Health to reach out to each individual person, assess their needs, and allocate appropriate resources. Because of right now, they're putting their hope in something that's not there. Like Councilman Murphy said, this does not guarantee ARPA funding, but what it can guarantee is that our Office of Public Health will take a look at this and tell them if there are alternative sources which will help us leverage these ARPA dollars. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there's a bunch of misinformation about the ARPA funds. It's not just this form, but some people feel that's the only skin in the game that they have, which 6 of our colleagues did vote on. So what's happening with the ARPA funds? Number one question. People feel, number one, the residents should have came before the organizations, the 501c3s and the nonprofits. People are talking and asking questions. Who are the 12 people? Why didn't the council people weren't able to appoint their people to sit on that board of the 12 people? We weren't afforded that. I would like to have picked at least one person from my ward who would have been able to represent and say, hey, that person we want to recommend. We weren't given that. And that is something that people want. I want that for myself. We weren't given that. So when we talk about it started with 90, they took it down to 12. People don't understand the process. And we really haven't been given anything really in written form. What is the process from our ad hoc committee? I know information was coming in slow. We didn't have one meeting from the ad hoc committee regarding the ARPA funds. So how residents are feeling? One, they got no money when that almost $1 billion came into the city of Flint. Everyone got it, but residents. People haven't gotten anything for the second, which is the water crisis settlement. They haven't gotten that. They haven't. Now they feel like this is going to be the third slew of money that's going to come through that they won't get any of. And then the criteria when we're sending to even for Habitat for Humanity and the other organizations, we didn't set any provisions, and we should have been able to set provisions and set asides for our residents. We didn't. You know, we didn't have any input, in our ad hoc committee didn't ask us for any input because they didn't have a meeting. So those forms, as we're stating, they may not have a home. They go to the compliance firm, which is Ernst & Young. They have started putting them on a spreadsheet. So I don't want people to think that your form is just necessarily floating. It is with the compliance firm that we all voted on. And what we would need is information from the ad hoc committee. You know, where is it at with that information, with the compliance firm that those forms are going to? What information does the ad hoc committee have to what are we doing with the information on those input sheets? We know that you weren't going to get money from that because it didn't have a social security number nor a tax ID number. So it was an input. It was basic information. Anybody who's ever applied for a loan knows that that form was not going to get you a loan or money to be given to you because it couldn't be tied to you legally without a tax ID or a social security number. So we haven't gotten full information, and it does need to be transparent with the residents, how the money will be used, how are we applying. Setting that form aside, for me, I'll feel comfortable setting it aside when we find out. I want to know who the 12 people are. I mean, I don't like operating in this secret squirrel code. That's ridiculous. Shouldn't be no secret. We have an ad hoc committee. Y'all haven't shared that with us. Whether we know.
Point of information. Did you know that we do not know who those committee members are?
No, I did not know. And if you had
We have said that it was a
you don't
blind.
communicate. You don't communicate with us. You're not communicating. We've asked you for a meeting. Why didn't you give us a meeting? You could have given a meeting and you didn't show up for the meeting when it was given on Saturday. You did not show up. That was for the residents. So when we talk about how do we give good information, the good information would have to come from the ad hoc committee given to us to give to the residents and going back and forth. So sharing that information, people feel this is the third round of money they may not get. And a lot of people feel too, because Habitat for Humanity, they have applied for those programs and haven't been able to get anything from them. So when we look at what are people's concerns, that is some of the concerns that residents do have. And I don't see a problem. I get you're saying it's taking up staff time, but when you passing a piece of paper to someone and then they sit down at the chair and fill it out, and then when they're done, they give it to them, how much time is that taking? That's not an enormous amount of time when we talk about an enormous amount of money and these repairs. Some of these people are saying they couldn't get the repairs. They had no other outlet. And then we talk about, like I said, the 12 people. Why didn't we have a provision that when we talk about a multi-member body, I want to pick my own person to represent the sixth ward and have some input?
Point of information.
Ms. Burns, did you hear that timer too?
Yes, I
What's your
did. Thank
point?
you.
Okay. Did I already speak?
In the first round, yeah.
Okay. Is this the second?
No, we haven't finished the first round
Okay,
yet.
well, I will hold it.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Okay, I will say this in the first round. So this form has been obviously very hotly contested in our community and this body especially. This is where I'm at with it. I voted for it Yes, that's obviously public record. I voted for it with the intention for it to be an interest form so that we could shape the way in which we grant these dollars out based off of public input. Where things have gotten turned around was exactly as my colleague in the 6th Ward said, is people cannot get money from these forms. However, people think that they can based off of misinformation that we have heard
Point of
consistently.
information.
What's your point?
You and Mr. Murphy and Ms. Lewis keep saying that. Are you 100% sure that that's what the majority of people or even a significant amount think? I'm talking to these people and I don't think
Yes,
if
Mr.
you
Mace,
listen
to
to
answer-
me
to
on
answer
my
your quick
question,
inquiry-
let me put it in a
to
form and
answer
you
your
can
quick
answer it. Can I
inquiry.
finish it?
No, because
I don't-
you've asked your question.
Okay, go.
Okay. So, as I was stating, yes, unfortunately, a very, very large number of people believe that that form was going to be their quote unquote golden ticket to be able to get their roof replaced, to be able to get a water heater, to be able to get the things that people in this community deserve. But because of all of the misinformation, it has turned into turn this in, you'll get the money. Oh, wait, no, they're not doing anything. Oh, wait, no, this isn't happening over here. And that's not ever what it was intended to be. I believe that we need to make sure that we are adhering by the process, which does align with federal compliance, because again, these are federal dollars and federal compliance is no joke. It is so difficult. And we need to make sure that we are dotting our T's or dotting our I's and crossing our T's. And we need to make sure that we are projecting the same information as we continue to talk to people, because it does get confusing when you hear one thing from Dr. Lewis and one thing from Mr. Murphy, and you hear all of these different things and you're like, well, I don't know who to trust. And that's not any way to help build the trust back in this government that already people don't have. We need to make sure that we are remaining consistent. We need to remember the spirit of why we voted in things. We need to remember the fact that federal compliance, again, is no joke. And we also need to remember that we need to be able to support our community, and we need to be able to point them in the way that will get them the water heaters that they need, will get them the services that they need and the services that they deserve, which means making sure that we are all aligned and all following the same process and being able to communicate that effectively to our residents. With that being said, I think that we need to make a very clear line in the sand of this form shall not be accepted any longer. We need to route people to the appropriate form to be able to support this. And as such, I will not be supporting this motion because I believe that we need to have that hard line in the sand to be able to help point people in a direction, the proper direction. Is there any discussion in the second
Madam
round?
Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
through you to Davina. Davina, I need to hear you loud and clear. Is staff and you telling these council people that that stuff is taking up too much of your time?
No.
Right, I heard Ms. Lewis say that, are you short-staffed? The answer is yes. Janelle gone. You done went from deputy clerk to clerk, but don't put words in her mouth. The answer to the direct question is no. It ain't taking up no time. And you and anybody else ought to be ashamed of yourself for mischaracterizing our staff. Ms. Burns was exactly right. They come in, they get a form, some of them take it with them, they turn it back in. You and Mr. Murphy and Ms. Herkenroth as well ought to be ashamed of yourself for saying what 500 people think. Over 100 or more of them is in my ward. Over 100 and some was here. It says initial form. Black folks can read. Black folks can comprehend. They understand what the word initial means. Ain't nobody promised them that these forms gathering information would get them money. Quit saying that. Y'all trying so hard to discredit me in my
Point of
opinion.
information.
What's your point?
So according to my colleague, if the forms is not to get them any ARPA money, what is the form for?
If you read it, it's an initial form to take in information so we can know what folks are saying. And we didn't just want to know 2-3 months ago. We want to continue to know. we want to continue to know. In order to have folks all of a sudden stop, you can't turn it in no more. That's confusing. Let people continue to have a voice in writing as to what their desires are. Black folks, white folks, young and old got sense, an initial form. And quit accusing people or telling people, this is the form that's going to get you some money. It's an initial form. It says it on there. It's an initial request. And y'all need to stop that politics. Now, one thing I'm going to say, fool around and piss these 400-500 people off. It's going to be y'all. It ain't going to be me. And I reiterate, I don't care if you talk to Attorney Kim, Attorney Him, Attorney Jim. My position is when you vote on a resolution to take action, and this was action, you got to reconsider it the same meeting or the next. But when it go into action, you can't reconsider like that. I know it's written language there about when you can reconsider something that already went into action. Y'all are sounding messy. And look, Ms. Winfrey Carter, I could be dead wrong, but you know why they wanted to go to the public health office? So Neely and them can send out postcards and say stuff to these people to discredit this process, just like they do sending out communications to people who done died and birthdays. They want to get their hands on these records that's in the clerks. And they going to send out the same mixed messages. You hear Quincy and Liddell and them, they going to be a part of it, telling people they done wasted their time. What is they going to do? Is the resolution saying the public health team going to contact them and say this or help or do what? I'm concerned. If you got council people who voted on an initial form and they deceiving people talking about it was just for the meetings. We was meetings deep when I proposed it because too many people were calling and talking. And we didn't do this for them 2 meetings. We did it to hear from the people. And we still hearing from them. And they mischaracterizing some and putting words in, I guess, my mouth and these people's mouth about what people know and understand. Well, help them understand it. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Ms. Lewis. Mr. Murphy ought to be ashamed of himself. And Ms. Herkenroth ought to be ashamed of themselves to try to say what that many people understand and what me or somebody else is telling them. And then Mr. Murphy they didn't fill them out until before the election. They were filling them out during that period of time. Them things was voted on January, February, March, April.
Mr. Mays, that's your time.
I hate liars.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. Again, I won't be supporting dropping this indefinitely. What I will support is moving this forward so that we can send a message that these forms is not the forms for the public to come and fill out. And I'll say it again, I believe that it was a political move for my colleague in the first ward when he was running for mayor. It did not come out, and it did not the increase of people coming to this office. We didn't even have people coming to the office filling out the forms. I'm not aware of that. It did not happen until a couple of days before election. Make it make sense. We had these forms out probably 2 months or 3 months prior to the August primary election. So how all of a sudden, 2 days or 3 days before election, this thing on Facebook or whatever go viral where people sharing it and they saying that it's an application, and then you got a whole bunch of people coming to the office And ever since then, it just took off from there and it never slowed down. Why didn't that happen when we first did our first town hall meeting at Hasselbrain on Holmes Street or at the school?
Point of information.
What's your point?
Mr. Murphy, why you keep lying on the mic about this?
Mr. Mays, that's an improper point of information. And so that is again, your second time abusing that.
Madam Chair,
You know.
I want to be excused, sit in the office and listen till it's come time for business. I just can't take the lie.
You are excused.
Councilman Murphy don't got to lie for you or nobody else, because
Mr.
one
May-
thing
Mr.
for two and
please
two
hold.
things.
Please proceed.
One thing for two and two things for certain. Quincy ain't never worried about trying to make what I'm saying about an issue seem to be something else because of Councilman Mays in the first ward. You can believe that. I won't be supporting this. I won't be supporting this. Sorry, Councilman Pfeiffer. You know, I just can't roll with you on this one because we had the votes to get rid of this, and because the amendment to do this indefinitely, you don't have, the votes is not there.
Madam Chair.
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
So let me explain my process or my thought process on behind this. Is we've already been doing this same process for however long it's been. It's been a minute, right? And to Davina's point, I don't think this takes a lot of time for our staff to give somebody a piece of paper, they fill it out, and then we forward that on to Ernst & Young. That's what we're paying them $1 million for. And I can promise you this, we're short-staffed. Ms. Ferguson has been up here many of times and said that she's got positions that she can't fill. So she's short-staffed. So what this resolution says is, we're short-staffed, but you're going to take this job and you're going to do it anyways, down to the public health office. And I can promise you this, that as soon as if this resolution was to pass, we'd see another resolution to spend more money in ARPA to allocate more money for the health office. And while I don't have a problem with that, the problem that I have is there's no long-term sustainable way to fund that office. So we fund it for a year. What happens after that? I'm not willing to grow the government on these ARPA dollars with no long-term way to keep that office funded. And if we pass this resolution, they're going to put up another resolution to, okay, we need more ARPA funds to fund that office now. That's why. That's why if we keep it the same and our staff deals with those things, we send them, and we've already allocated money to Ernst & Young. That's their job. And for us to pass this resolution, now that brings the health office into it. We are now going to have to allocate more ARPA dollars that should go to the community and the folks that filled out those forms that are in need. Instead of that, we're going to grow the government with no long-term way to fund that office beyond ARPA. So that is why we just need to leave status quo. The hour, I doubt it takes an hour a day, if that, for one person. I'm through you, Madam Chair, to Davina. How many applications do we get a day, and how long does that take staff, whether that be Jennifer or whatever? Are we down? I have to imagine that it peaked and then we're in the down cycle of that. So what do we get? 5 a day? Does it take 10 minutes, 30 minutes a day?
Excuse me, it really just depends. It goes in cycles, but right now we're probably averaging, let's say, maybe about 5 to 10 a day. It just depends. After that Saturday meeting, we probably had 20 or 30 people a day for about a week. So it goes up and down, it just depends.
And now we're gonna those people are gonna come up to the council office, and then the council staff is still gonna have to, okay, well, now you gotta go downstairs to the lobby. And the lobby isn't prepared for that, for all these forms and to process them. So that's why this just gotta stop. Let's leave it as it is. We'll reassess. It's a botched system. I don't disagree with that. But to change the process now, when we have the RFPs out there for different programs, it doesn't make sense to change it now. And it's just going to cost us more ARPA dollars when those ARPA dollars need to go to the community. That's all I got. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the second round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And I agree with you, Councilman Pfeiffer. And to your point, yes, Ms. Ferguson, she did stand there and she said that her department is not staffed to handle this. I asked the question myself. So, I would think that we would want to just continue the process that we already have going on. Let the residents come fill out the forms and send the forms down to the compliance firm and let them look at the forms. And I think that would be the best thing to do right now. So I'll be voting to just drop this indefinitely. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other discussion?
Chair.
Yes.
Well, contrary to Mr. Mays' opinion, I get phone calls at least once a week saying, I applied for that money. Where is it? Why am I not getting it? They do think that that was an application. I've spoken to
Point of
people
information.
here.
Ms. Priestley, can you really speak on what type of phone calls I get?
Mr. Mays, it was my understanding that you excused yourself from this meeting. Has that changed?
Beg your pardon?
It was my understanding that you had excused
I
yourself.
asked to be excused to sit in the audience to keep from responding to certain stuff that I didn't think was truthful. That's what the deal, the record will show.
Okay, so for clarity, are you trying to join the meeting?
And in fact, I was excused by the chair.
Excuse me, what's your point?
Do we have to ask to come back to a meeting when we are excused? Is
I'm-
that in the rules?
Because I was not in the room, that's why I'm trying to clarify.
Oh, okay.
Because I was in the restroom. So are you joining the meeting?
Somebody, probably Ms. Lewis, is giving you wrong information.
All I
The
was
tape,
told-
we can take a recess and look at the tape.
Mr. Mays, all I was told is that you were excused.
Point of
I don't think that's
information.
true. What's your point?
Did you know in your absence, he asked to be excused to sit in the audience? And I took that as if he was excusing himself from this meeting to sit in the audience.
Okay, so Mr. Mays, thank you, Dr. Lewis. Mr. Mays, are you rejoining the meeting? Are you rejoining the meeting?
Yes, I'm rejoining it by
Okay.
my actions.
Thank you. Ms. Priestley, you had the floor.
So I get phone calls. I've talked to residents here in the office. They think they're applying for dollars. That's why I want to stop it. That's why I want to stop it. Some of the comments that Mrs. Ferguson has said is that those applications will go to the public health office to refer them to other agencies. Yes, and they are horribly understaffed, and I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Pfeiffer. But we have to make sure that people understand, and they don't. You can say, well, it doesn't have all the information. They don't know that. They don't see that. I spoke to somebody you know well. She thought she was applying for the grants. I'm not going to put that name out in the public. I will talk to you privately with that name.
Point of information. Who are you talking to?
You. pointed to you, I'm sorry.
So, okay, I'll wait to address that because I don't know.
But I will share the name with you privately rather than
You can-
publicly.
I'm transparent. We can see it.
No, because
I think it's
I'm
res-
protecting the person
Oh,
who,
okay.
okay?
They called you from my ward.
I didn't say
This,
that.
this, Ms. Priestley, you are,
Okay. So anyways, I'm not in favor of dropping it. I am trying to move this process forward with as much misinformation as possible. And if the votes aren't there for us to drop it, it's not, or to not drop the resolution, but to stop the accepting of the applications, so be it. But I get a lot of phone calls and they don't understand, contrary to what Mr. May says. They don't understand. And I get a minimum of 1 call a week from residents asking me why they haven't gotten contacted yet.
is there any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Through you to Ms. Priestley, was it a resident or someone that I know? How are you referring this? How do you connect me to that person?
Someone you know.
Is it,
Offline.
oh, that's,
To protect this.
because I know a lot of people, so.
Yeah, I understand that.
This,
But
we're not doing back and forth.
Yeah.
Ms. Priestley,
So I'm gonna-
Ms. Burns has the floor.
So when it comes to this form, I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. The system is flawed. It is flawed. How we happen to come by ARPA funds, no one was prepared. And so when we talk about, was it campaigning or was it political? I don't know. But I know there was a lot of political things happening at that time, them birthday cards going out, people name on the water bills. So there was a lot of political things that were going out. So we can't just tie that to just one person, but what we do have to make sure is residents are clear about what's happening and they're not forgotten about. Because we did have those meetings in the ward where people thought it's initial input. You can't, nothing is 100%. So if we're getting 1 call a week, 4 calls a month that Councilwoman Priestley is getting out of 30, and we're going, it's not a perfect system. We agree, majority, it is flawed. It's flawed. So one thing was clear was when Mrs. Ferguson stood at that podium and she said she did not have enough people to handle those, then she'd have to train them. And she has unfulfilled positions. I even told her I would volunteer to help go through those. And she said, hey, I'll take you up on that. So the process is flawed. I don't want people to feel like they don't have a voice. I really don't. And I would hate to see, and I get people say, well, Councilman Mays said he was using these forms. But, you know, election season is over. He is living rent-free in some of y'all heads, and we got to let it go. We got to let it go. It's tying it to, he's doing this. The election's over. We are on to us. And what do we do about the people with the forms? Because when we all went to those meetings, it says initial input form. And by definition, it does not say application. It does not say at completion of this form, you will get this money. It doesn't have their social security number. It doesn't have that. It does not guarantee you any money. And so further explanation should be given. We need further information on the ARPA process and how it's going and through the different stages that it has been going through. We don't know who the 12 people are who are going to be reviewing these applications and giving suggestions. We don't know that. So this whole process is flawed. And then when people say, well, Saginaw and other communities didn't have the same process and they have allotted their money, and Saginaw has, Flint hasn't. We still worried about a input form that takes, you hand it to a counter, at the counter, you walk in the door, they fill it out, and then they'll take it with them, and then they're gone. And then to put words in the mouth of the city clerk, Our clerk, we shouldn't be doing that. She didn't state that it was taking more time. It was an inconvenience. She understands clearly that she serves the public. So putting words in her mouth is not something, and her thoughts, that we should be doing, because she can speak for herself, and she did when she said it's not taking any more time. It's not. When you hand in the form to someone, they're filling the form out. I get the other application process. It is flawed. And there's a big issue because we don't have a paper application to give to people. A lot of the seniors are afraid. They're like, I don't have a computer. I'm not computer savvy. They are being relegated to doing it just online, but then saying, we're going to get you help. We don't have the process of where the help is necessarily coming from. I was contacted by a retired banker who wants to set up the process to help residents at one of the church to put it in, because you got to upload documents. And that process, it's not even for people who think that they're real savvy. You got to have it on there. You got to make sure it's attached. Some people just don't know how to do that. Some seniors don't. Some even have a computer. Some seniors still have a flip phone. And I know they can't upload a document on a flip phone. So I agree with Councilman Pfeiffer and Councilwoman Winfrey Carter. I agree with both on that. My sentiments are the same when it comes to that document, and it is a flawed process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any other discussion in the second round? Second round?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just want to just put a few things on the record, because misinformation is very prevalent with our council. No one is putting words into Madam Clerk's mouth. I asked her clearly, was the office short-staffed? That's what I asked, was the office short-staffed? Nothing more, nothing less. Was it short-staffed? And the answer is yes. Now, I spoke with some office workers, and it has been relayed to me that, yes, it definitely is an inconvenience. It is, because it's just not, I can't do a sheet, you hand it back. No, you have to go make copies of it, give to them, scan it in for Ernst & Young. So it's a process. It's not as easy as you take this form, I take it back. Now, I would definitely support a motion. We don't have to send it to public health, because we'll wait till we fund the office, if we fund the office. But we'll be doing the citizens a disservice, because, again, these applications are applications to nowhere. See, I don't want to finesse the people. I don't want to sell them a nothing burger, a ticket to absolutely nowhere. What is the intake form? Intake to what? What are we intaking? We were intaking data.
Point of information. Through you to Councilwoman Lewis, you were on an ad hoc committee. The intake form goes to Ernst & Young. Is that correct?
According to you all, it does. But again, when they get it, what do they do with it? It's going to sit on a desk. It's going to give them nothing. And so I don't want to play politics and act like it is when it is not. Now, again, I'll definitely entertain a motion to just cease collecting them. And I guess Ernst Young can continue to look at the ones that they have, and they'll just put them in a pile until further notice, but they're going nowhere. They have no purpose. And the Office of Public Health is giving them purpose. So we'll wait until we fund them, if they're funded by ARPA dollars. But Lottie Ferguson, she already made it clear that she's actively going after grants to fund that office. And I'm not against funding the office with ARPA dollars, because again, we're trying to leverage funds to help the people. And this office is helping the people. This office is giving those forms a home, and, well, I'll say while exposing the residents to resources that they did not know about. That's definitely not a waste of money. Now, a waste of money and a waste of time is having individuals fill out forms, and, a waste of money is having people come up here and submit a form when gas is over $3 a gallon. Now, that's a waste of money. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Madam, through you, Madam Chair, Madam President, to Madam Clerk, when did the traffic pick up for these forms?
I will say initially, we had a regular, maybe not as much, but oh, when it was mentioned on social media, it did, the numbers did go up again. And then again, like I said, when we had that.
Point of information, I can't hear and tell what's being said. Could you speak up, Madam Clerk?
When the forms initially started, or when they first started, we had a regular flow when it first came out. And then over the summer, when it did come up on social media during the elections, we did get an uptake, I should say, in the numbers. And that went on for probably pretty steady, and then it went down again until we had that Saturday meeting when the numbers went up again. But pretty much since the summer, we've been
Through you to the Madam Clerk, you say after we had that meeting with over 100 of them people in here, the numbers went up again.
That's correct.
So with that being said, some people got some information, what Mr. May said was incorrect. People were not rushing to get this form. People rushed in to get this form after they were advised that this was the proper way for them to obtain part of the $94 million in ARPA
Point of
funds.
information. Through you to Ms. Lewis, you wasn't even here to hear what was told in the meeting, were you? You was absent, wasn't you?
Improper point of information.
That is
Again,
an improper point of information. And can we please just remember decorum?
so as he continued to say, I was not here. Clearly, I'm here enough because I was here when we voted on the form and what we voted on the form for to give data. Some people came in after the meetings to give data, but it peaked when people thought that they could come in here and receive financial help directly through the form. Let's stop playing games. What is the form used for? An intake to what? So as I wrap up, Madam Chair, I just want to say, let's not finesse the people. Let's put on the floor, stop collecting the forms, and when the Office of Public Health is ready, then we'll go ahead and send it to them. But otherwise, let's stop. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's everybody. You do not have the floor. So again, I think that I've made my position on this very clear. I am glad to hear that the majority of my colleagues also agree that this form is not the way for residents to get money. I'm glad that we do agree on that. I want to say it again, this form is not the way to get money.
Point of information.
What's your point?
But you do agree that it's an initial form that lets us know how much money and in what areas. You do agree it lets us know that, don't you?
Yes, but the difference here and the very big distinction, because that is the kind of form that I voted on. That is the form that I voted on. The thing that got very messy very quickly was when people were told that they were able to come up to the third floor of Flint City Hall to get one of these papers, to get a vinyl siding, to get vinyl windows, to get their water bills paid, which was a blatant misrepresentation of the purpose of that form and has unfortunately ballooned so badly that there are people in this community who think that they have submitted an application for help and they are being let down yet again based off of false information.
Point of information. Ms. Herkenroder, you wasn't here at the Saturday meeting when this chambers was full to hear anybody say that, were you?
That is correct, Mr. Mays. I was not here because that special meeting was called at a time when I was unable to come because I have other things that I have to do. That is correct. The reason why I'll be voting no to postpone this indefinitely is because I believe that we need to have a very, very clear, and I said this before, we need a very clear line in the sand because we need to make sure that people are aware that this is not how they get money. And to be perfectly honest, I don't care if it goes to the public health office. I don't care if it goes straight to Ernst & Young. That I don't mind as much as the fact that, I mean, I do mind about where it goes. I want to make that clear, but that is not what's holding me up about my vote on this. What is holding me up on this is the fact that we need to stop getting these forms immediately because people are continuously getting let down, and the city deserves to be able to be informed and deserves to be able to know that when they put an application in, that they're going to get the money, or at least have somebody contact them, so that they don't get frustrated with us, so that they don't get frustrated with the city, because we got to make sure that we're giving good information. So for that reason, for those reasons, I will be voting no to postpone indefinitely, and that moves us into the vote. The motion on the floor is to postpone resolution 230040.1 indefinitely. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
All right, 4 yes, 4 no, that fails.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to amend Resolution 230040.1 to remove any reference to the Public Health Office.
Hang on, I gotta type it out.
Point of information. What is the motion?
Hang on, I gotta
Can
type
you
it out.
repeat it, or I didn't,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
gotta type it out. Hang
understand.
on, hang on. All right, so the motion on the floor is to amend Resolution 230040.1, which would change it to 230040.2 if this passes, with the language change to remove any reference to the Public Health Office. Is there a second?
Support.
Is there, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any
Yeah,
discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So this motion, if it passes, it would take off everything dealing with the Public Health Office, and it would say to our staff, stop taking these council forms immediately. Is that the part that would be left through you to the maker of the motion? Is that the intent?
Yes.
Okay, I can't support that. You know, it's nothing wrong with communicating with residents. We had a room, council chambers full. I wish you could have been here, Ms. Priestley, and everybody else who don't understand it. And when Mr. Murphy spoke, he got booed up out of here. Just came in my opinion, interrupted the communications. Folks wasn't leaving here believing that that form got their money. They left here believing that that was an initial form telling us. We know right now from Ernst & Young's work on them forms, we know right now $5 million in the category of home improvements is low. When Ernst & Young did the spreadsheet, it was 7.6 million. 7.6 million. And the more that council drags its feet, the higher the number will get. If you think it's an influx of initial forms and it ain't gonna, wait till one person or 10 or 20 get home improvements. You think you done seen an influx? Mr. Murphy trying to politicize it in the minute that I talk about the politics of the form. Point of order. He's not being germane. We talking about the form, he talking about the mayor's election. Everything in here is political and hypocritical too, depending on whose mouth and where it come from. I've never been naive to not know I wasn't in the political arena. I am.
Point of information. So is Mr. Mays willing to go on the record and say that that form is not an official application?
I've been on the record saying that. Where you been? We say it's an initial form. I designed it. I put the word initial form on there. You amended it. You amended the initial form. Mr. Mays ain't never said it was an official application. Y'all keep saying that's what I said. Here she gonna do a point of information. Ms. Herkin wrote and said, well, that's not a proper point of information. It ain't no different than the ones we do, but that's your ally, one of the cronies. Her point of it, Mr. Mays willing to go on the record and say that's not an official application. It's an initial form. Folks on Susan, Home Street, Miss Edwards, near my block clubs, I attend them. They know it's an initial form. Y'all the ones trying to put words in my mouth and put thoughts into their brain. You don't speak for me or the people I represent. We're intelligent. We can read the word initial. I-N, let me spell it right. I-N-I, I think it's T-I-A-L, initial. We know what that means. We knew what that means in high school, junior high, initial. Ain't nobody put on the top, this is the form, this is an application. Application ain't nowhere on there. It's initial. And we did it 2 weeks into the meetings or so, well, 2 meetings, and they've been giving us information ever since. I'm not willing to cut them off, Ms. Herkin, Ms. Priestley, with this motion. Stop taking them. Then that's gonna start confusion. The ones who put them in, oh, they stopped, so we in. No, you continue to take them. And you continue to use them to determine whether you need to allocate 5 million, 7 million, or 15 million in that category. I keep telling y'all, you better stop and look at the revenue loss category. If your brain remember like mine, Ernst & Young and others telling you 10 to 37 million in the lost revenue category. You better decide how much you're gonna allocate in the lost revenue category so you'll see whether you got money left for the home improvement category. I'm so tired of this mess. I'm ready to allocate the lost revenue category because I got a city to run. People trying to run it in the ground. I'm ready to allocate that amount and then assess what I can do in the home improvement category. I've already picked out in my mind Habitat for Humanity.
Thank you.
They're
Mr.
already
Mays.
doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Your time is up. Is there any
In the
other
first
dis-
round, my
is there
time
any
is up.
other
That's what you mean,
discussion?
Madam
What was
Chair.
the motion on the table?
The motion on the floor is to amend Resolution 230040.1 to remove any reference to the Public Health Office.
So how are we amending a resolution in which we just voted on that resolution and that resolution failed?
That
It should
motion-
have been amended during that time of that motion.
That motion was a motion to postpone indefinitely. But this is a valid motion to amend this. Because that failed, we could have picked up any other motion on that. This is valid.
Oh, well,
Madam
I'm
Chair.
still voting, yes to, still voting the same way I voted before.
Okay.
I'm not amending anything. So we don't need to change, we need to continue to let the residents do what they're doing and move forward. It's almost over. March is almost here. They're gonna select the organizations that's gonna handle everything, and let's continue to move forward. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer, did I hear you?
Yeah, I just want some clarity on the motion because removing the public health office, reference to the public health office, it's still, then that leaves blanks on the last 2 paragraphs. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly, is it to strike the last two paragraphs? Because if we just remove the public health office, then the last 2 statements don't make sense. So I'm just,
Ms. Priestley, do you want to answer that question?
I have to look up the resolution again.
It's on the back side, Judy.
It's back.
Yeah, it's right after the agenda. Or I'm sorry, it's right after resolution. So it's this.
Oh, that's why I can't find it.
Do you want mine?
I got it right here. I just don't. That's why I couldn't.
There
find it.
There it is. Okay.
I'm sorry, could you refresh your, what was?
So I believe the motion was to remove any reference to public health office, but I would say that that motion is to strike the words public health office, so that doesn't make sense like that. Are we striking the last two paragraphs?
Yes,
So that's the motion, is to strike the last two paragraphs?
that would be clarifying that motion, yes. All references to the public health office was to remove those paragraphs, sorry.
Okay. So the amendment would end on the sentence, "It is resolved."
Yep. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the first round? In the first round? Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, I'm down with that. And if this passed with 5 votes, I will just request that you, as a president, put out a press release to the public to let the public know that those applications or something is not, and then just give directive.
Point of information, can the speaker speak up where we can hear? I can't hear.
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, so yeah,
Go ahead.
that's all I want.
Yes, I can put it in the press release.
And let me see what else. But I think this will also address fight for your issue with the public health officers, to be able to not have to be dependent upon what the public health, how is that office is gonna be funded, and we'll just have to figure that out in the near future. We got Ernst and Young right now anyway, so, yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? First round? First round. Second round? Second round? Second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
The motion that's on the floor, and I'm looking for the resolution because I heard them talking about the last 2 paragraphs. I'll wait until I get my colleagues' attention. Can you stop the clock? You know, seriously, I'll wait. But I'm looking for the resolution because I heard communications about striking the last 2 paragraphs. The intent of this resolution was to forward stuff to the public health office. Mr. Murphy seems like I'll agree with my colleague Pfeiffer because then we don't have to worry about staffing the public health office. I think that's a little misguided. When I asked earlier when the motion was made, the effect of the amended motion would be to cease accepting any council forms in the council office. That seemed to have always been the thrust of this resolution. That seemed to have always been the thrust since April, January, February, March, April, May of last year. That's been the thrust. When this showed up, I was very surprised. Now, if you strike the public health office and you vote to cease accepting them, what you're sending the message to the people that what will happen with those that's in? What will happen with those who have a desire? Last April, Mr. whatever his name is, the finance director, said in that same meeting that 6 council members voted, he said, we'll have a forum in 7 days for the residents. Over a year done passed now. That was a lie. People want me to talk like them. Incorrect. Incorrect, a lie, a miscommunications. Then they unveil for nonprofits to apply. My phone ringing. Do we have to apply? Miss Priestley, for you to allege you get 1 phone call, I get 14 to 20 a day. And in some days, 6 and 10 of them about me sitting explaining what this new application is for nonprofits, no application for individuals. An individual can show a desire on an input form, and the people I'm talking to, they ain't confused. That's why I get upset y'all trying to put words in my mouth and these people's mouth, but you should have been here that Saturday. You see, these some smart people. So y'all sitting back, missing meetings, missing communications with the intent to tell me and others what we understand and what we portray. Wrong. Now, Mr. Murphy begging and fighting and might get, I don't know, for 5 votes. I can go along with that. I can't even hardly hear him. I can go along with that. You know,
Mr.
if
Mays,
that satisfies. Yeah.
you have been asked multiple times throughout this meeting to refrain from mocking colleagues by using
Mocking,
voices.
I'm saying he was talking low, and he was,
Mr.
and I asked
Mays.
for point information and ain't
Mr.
got
Mays.
it clarified yet. I don't know what he was saying.
Mr. Mays, you just
Yeah.
repeated what he said, so
May I
clearly
be
you did.
excused to sit here in this audience and listen to y'all, and
Mr.
I'll
Mays.
come back and vote, because I'm not gonna let you keep throwing me
Mr.
out
Mays,
and
if you-
embarrassing me.
If you excuse yourself, you will not be allowed to sit back
Okay,
in your
well
seat.
then I ain't gonna leave and be excused, but that's the first time I've heard somebody be turned down from being excused. That's a different treatment.
Okay, Mr. Mays, I've asked you 2 times. I heard Dr. Lewis ask you 1 time when I was coming
You
back.
wanna ask me 3 not to talk low like somebody
Mr.
else?
Mays, what I'm asking you to do, and this is the 3rd time, and this is the last time, I have asked you to sit here with respect for colleagues and not mock them, specifically not mock them. As such, I'm asking you to leave this meeting.
As such, I'm appealing the ruling of the chair.
Okay, is there a second?
I'm going to support that appeal.
All righty, is there, oh, sorry. 5, 1, 6, 5, 5. I have made it very clear throughout this meeting. 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. I've asked you 3 times now. This is the 2nd time we've gone through this whole process. I'm asking you to leave so that we can get on with the city of business without having to worry about being mocked by one of our colleagues. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yep.
I've been in this council and on this council and in the city of Flint. I've been on the council 10 years. I've been at council meetings for years, even in this council meeting. You know, you kind of doing a little too much. Miss Winfrey Carter was dealt with. She raised her voice. Now here, I'm being warned for lowering my voice because I couldn't hear Mr. Murphy, and did a point of information, and you or him both ignored it. And so I can say he was talking this low, and when it's something to do with me, he loud, and I couldn't hear it to this day. And you warn that? I mean, my freedom of speech is really being restricted here. If I say somebody talking low and it's a fact, that ain't mocking them. That's a fact. If you say I'm talking loud and I'm talking loud, it's a fact. I stood back there with police and Mr. Metcalf because they was talking about point of order and how loud I said. I said, I'll go to court on that all day long. If you say point of order and it don't stop talking, you say point of order, it don't stop talking. I said 3, 4, 5 times. Mr. Kim had her or somebody reading the disorderly conduct rather than cease talking. I had a long conversation. So Ms. Herkenroder, I don't mind running tapes in front of judges and juries, but I think you getting to be a little much when you steady picking at me for my conversation and freedom of speech. I don't know what the word Miss Lewis called me, but it was not nice. She can try to fix it up, but she sure called it to me. Mr. Murphy repeatedly, I'm a disgrace. Even you and others can't get nothing done. We've been getting stuff done before I even know your name. Emergency managers out, fixing budgets. Y'all living in a fantasy world. And you're trying to sell that fantasy to my residents and everybody else across the country. You can keep the clock running, Davina, because I'm just looking at it. I'm listening and looking at the disrespect, the racism, the discriminatory treatment. And so now here I done got caught off guard again, Miss Winfrey Carter, because I said he was talking low and I can't understand. You're mocking him. He did disrespectful. And I don't know what was the word she called me. I forget, but I'll run the tape. Miss Herkenroder is really nasty, disrespectful, and discriminatory. I'm just convinced now. I was convinced about Kate Fields, Eva Worthing. I'm 100% convinced now about you, Miss Herkenroder. I meant no harm to you, anybody else, as I was trying to make my argument. Oh, you laughing? That's because you don't believe black folks.
No, I don't believe you.
You don't believe me. You out of order for interrupting me. Can I warn you? I didn't have to hear whether or not you believe me. But if I do that when y'all talk, it's a warning. No, I don't believe you. Oh, he's mocking me now. Well, I am, because I thought that was No, I don't believe you. I can do that because it happened. It's factual. You turned red as a beet laughing, talking about I don't believe you on a hot mic. You don't have to believe me for whatever reason. You can believe Quincy Murphy, Liddell Lewis, and Mr. Kim, since he's talking to you about it. But I just like the graphics and the demeanor. You turned red as a beet. I don't believe you. This is a little much. You are a little much. And the business of the city gonna get done, whether you like it or not, and whether you discriminate or not. You don't have a quorum. Yeah, we the people.
All right, so I see 4 members in their seats. It is 11:31. We are dismissed for adjourned for a lack of a quorum.